231 FM 1092, Stafford, Texas 77477. The class times and dates have not deviated. We got another location out in Norfolk, Virginia, 2610 Granby Street, Norfolk V8 23517. The class times and days are still the same. Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, 7 to 9. They have a Shabbat class same time as ours. Rochester is popping. Lots of fun brothers and sisters out there, good brothers and sisters. You can check them out, 1600 Lyle Ave, Suite 1A. Their class times and days are the same as Virginia's. San Antonio, they got a school there at 4444 Walsham Road, Suite 201. Their class times and days are at the same as ours, but they start a little later. So they start a little later and they end a little later. All right. We do have the blog talk with Priest Mashaba, and that's blogtalkradio.com/Mashaba. Very good classes. Tazapah be on there. Banabad. And there's also some of the archive classes too. Good history classes, good Bible basic classes, good current event classes. So check them out. We have other YouTube channels. If you're subscribed to this one and you look underneath the YouTube page at the top, you'll see all the other YouTube channels that we have. So, share them with your friends. Subscribe to them if you haven't subscribed already. We have the Israel wear. Get you a headband, fringe up garment. Just hit up the sisters. Or if you want the fringe up subscription, you get a headband, t-shirt, Bible decal on it. Have you looking real sharp, real royal out here, representing the nation. We have Hebrew Academy in Rochester every Monday, here in Houston every Tuesday, and every Wednesday in VA. The upcoming feast, if y'all haven't marked it on the calendar yet, it is the memorial blowing of the trumpets, and that begins sundown September 26th, and that is a Monday. So we will not be having class to celebrate the holy day. All right, so mark your calendars, September 26th. If you need to reach a priest or teacher, you can reach Priest Kazakia at 757-300-4047, or Priest Kwatazap at 303-557-8979. Please be respectful when you reach out to the priests, and text only during class. They're here to answer questions and give understanding and clarity, not to debate or go railing for railing with anyone. So come in peace, and they will approach in peace. We do have a business. It's called Sweet Ambiance. Check us out. It's another way to give, but also get a little something in return. Keep you smelling good. We got the fragrant oils, body oils, the men and the women fragrances. So check us out, sweetambiance.com. If you want to drop any donations, you can drop that in the Wells Fargo account, Zelle, Google Wallet, or Cash App. If you want to mail anything, please call Priest Kwatazap, and he'll give you a good address to mail any items that you want to mail to the school, whether it be books, pens, highlighters, apocryphers, notebooks, scratch paper. We got a lot of kids. If you want to send some coloring books, whatever you feel like would help the schools. And that's the end of the announcement.
All right. Shalom, shalom. Let's go ahead and start the Shabbat morning prayers. Everybody, Aymadim Upanya Yerushalayim. Let's rise and face Jerusalem. Alrighty. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Baha Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'a.
Hahawa'a.
Nathilanoah. Award. Zayawam. Thawada. Aman.
And let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the light this day. Thanks, so be it. And the light and the candle represent the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding that we obtain through the scriptures by Hashem Yahweh Shai. Matthew chapter 5, verse 16 says, "Let your light so shine before men, that they may see your good works and glorify your Father which is in heaven."
Barakatah Yahweh. Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'a. Nathilanoah. Rayach. Nachacha. Thawada. Aman.
And let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us a sweet savor. Thanks, so be it. And the frankincense and myrrh represents our prayers going up to the Most High as a sweet savor.
Barakatah Yahweh. Bahashem Yahushai. Hahawa'a. Nathilanoah. Hashabbat. Vashalom. Thawada. Aman.
And let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the Shabbat in peace. Thanks, so be it.
All right, this is Psalms chapter 120. This is Psalms chapter 121. Anashah, Ayyanim Yah, Al-Hahorium, Ayah, Yahuwah, Isaiah, Yahuwah, Yahweh, Aisha, Shemayim, Ba'aratazah, La'ah, Yonatan, Mamawat, Regalia, Yala'ah, Yawam, Shashawamar, Yahweh, it's like a Yashar Allah, Yahweh, Shamaria, Yahweh, Tazalia, Ayel, Union Yad, Hashamash, Yala'ah, Hakayah, Bayawam, Mala'ah, Halabana, Alayala, Yahweh, Yashamaria, Makol Rai, Yashamar, Yapashya, Yahweh, Yashamar, Hawalakia, Wabawa'aya, Ma'aitan, Wa'aid, Wa'aiwalam, Aman.
Psalms 121. I will lift up my eyes into the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore.
Shema Yasher Allah, Yahweh Allah Hayanoah, Yahweh Achad, Shema Yasher Allah, Yahweh Allah Hayanoah, Yahweh Achad, Shema Yasher Allah, Yahweh Allah Hayanoah, Yahweh Achad.
And let's hear, O Israel, Yahweh our power. Yahweh is one.
This is the Lord's Prayer. Abano,
Shabbat
Shemayim, Wadash, Ayah, Shemka, Yahweh, Balakwatka, Taba'ah, Ratazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ba'aratazah, yeah.
Kawa, Ayah, Shemayim, Damanawah, Lacham, Kawam, Salach Nawah, Salach Nawah, Kabawat Yinawa, Yanawa, Isaiah 1, Paul, Shai Nawah, Mayan, Rai, Kaya, Malakwat, Ma'ala, Ma'atha Pa'arat, Ma'aiwalan, Amen.
The Lord's prayers can be found and verse 9 through 13. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Amen.
Ha'eshara.
Ha'eshara.
Ha'tazawa.
Ha'tazawa.
The Ten Commandments.
La'a.
La'a.
Yahaya.
Yahaya.
Laka.
Laka.
Alahayim.
Alahayim.
Achorim.
Achorim.
Al Punya.
Al-Punya.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
La'a.
La'a.
Ha'esha.
Ha'esha.
Laka.
Laka.
Basol.
Basol.
La'a.
La'a.
Ha'ibadam.
Ha'ibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
La'a.
La'a.
Talakwak'at.
Talakwak'at.
Shum.
Shum.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Bashawa.
Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Zakor.
Zakor.
Hayawam.
Hayawam.
Hashabat.
Hashabat.
Lakwadashwa.
Lakwadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Kabad.
Kabad.
Abakab.
Abakab.
Amakab.
Wa'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
La'a.
La'a.
Haratazah.
Haratazah.
Thou shalt not murder.
La'a.
La'a.
Tana'at.
Tana'at.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
La'a.
La'a.
Taganat.
Taganat.
Thou shalt not steal.
La'a.
La'a.
Ta'ina.
Ta'ina.
Shakur.
Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
La'a.
La'a.
Tachamad.
Tachamad.
Kol.
Kol.
Asherah.
Asherah.
Laraika.
Laraika.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Kawada.
Kawada.
Yad.
Yad.
Aman.
Amen.
Yeshavyam, which means to be seated.
Very spirited.
Still turn. Last time.
Hey, y'all missed a very, very. If you were here yesterday, you missed a very, very interesting class. That's all I'm gonna say. It was highly interesting, highly. Yeah, I was thinking about it. It was.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it too.
I was thinking about it, and I'm like, man, the Most High. You can't take for granted. You can't take for granted brotherhood, sisterhood, unity. You can't take for granted having teachers, having instructors, having counsel. You can't take for granted iron sharpeneth iron. All those things that are easily taken for granted, and then you see it manifest in a person through their understanding of the Bible. It's beautiful that the Most High. It's beautiful what He's given us, not just His word, but the ability to execute and have each other, right? To sharpen and to help each other stay in line with what the word says and not go all the way out into the sea
It can
where the
definitely
manna
happen.
comes as fish.
It can definitely happen. Let me get one scripture real quick.
Y'all just have to have been here yesterday, man. Y'all have just been here.
It's now like an inside thing now.
It's gonna be an outside thing in a moment.
Go to Ecclesiasticus chapter 3, verse 21, really quick.
Verse 1.
No, Ecclesiasticus chapter 3 and verse 21.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 3, verse 21.
And this is going to be a reminder for, just everybody that's in class and everybody that's online when it comes to this. I was talking with Mike yesterday when we were riding home, right? And I want y'all to think about something. Wisdom is correlated to what? What does the Bible symbolize wisdom as? Like, what natural thing? Water. Oh yeah. Sorry. He's gonna see. Mike's gonna know. So Mike, you gotta stay quiet.
You're gonna steal all the answers.
So the Most High correlates wisdom to water, right? So think about like in the animal kingdom. What's the most dangerous place for an animal to be?
Let's do 4. Okay.
What's the most dangerous place for an animal? Like if you think about the jungle with the lions and all that, what's the most dangerous place? Out in the open, but it's in the water. It's by the water. Think about it. You need water to survive, right? But when an animal tries to go and get water in the kingdom, they got to worry about crocodiles. Crocodile can jump out at any time and snatch you, right? But then at the same time, they got to worry about cheetahs, lions, hyenas. They got to worry about all that because all of them dwell by waters, by bodies of water. So when you look at wisdom, wisdom is your water, right? So that's why the scripture says drink water of your own cistern. But at the same time, if you're not careful, there's a lot of things out there. It's the most dangerous. Wisdom, yes, it's from the Most High. It's beautiful. But if you don't use it right, this can become one of the most dangerous things that's in the world. You think these higher echelon people, these Illuminati per se and Freemasons, you think they don't know what we know? They definitely know what you know. You see what I'm saying? But they use it on a wicked side. And there's a lot of things out there, man, that can get Israelites just snatched up, that can have your mind just go left. You see what I'm saying? So what he was just saying was beautiful. It's beautiful to have brotherhood, unity. You see what I'm saying? Iron sharpeneth iron, because it's very easy when you're by yourself for your mind to just go off. Who's there to check your mind? Who's there to tell you, like, nah, that don't sound right? You see what I'm saying? Who's there? So, with that being said, let's read this real quick. Ecclesiasticus chapter 3, verse 21.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 3, verse 21.
Go ahead.
Seek not out the things that are too hard for thee.
And this is for everybody in here, in class and online. Don't seek out something that's too hard for you. Don't seek out things that you can't prove.
I was just thinking about this last.
Yeah, don't seek out things that's like unnecessary. You see what I'm saying? A lot of things that's been given to us, a lot of, like another one, right? It talks about how the Pharisees, they'll strain at a gnat, but they try to swallow a camel. Think about how easy it is to swallow a gnat compared to trying to swallow a whole camel. You see what I'm saying? A lot of our people with this wisdom, you can go off and then you start worrying about trying to eat a camel when the basics, the simple things is as small as a gnat if you just open your mouth and eat it. You see what I'm saying? But for a lot of us, we start to seek out the things that's just way too hard, that doesn't matter. That's not going to have an effect on anything. You see what I'm saying? At the end of the day, it's just knowledge. It makes you sound good. It makes you seem smart. It makes you seem different. But how can you utilize it? Tahawan would always say it. I remember when we were in Trinidad and this dude came and he was an Egyptologist and he had a whole bunch of stuff that he wanted to talk about. You know what Tahawan said to him? Very simple. Can you feed your family with that? Can you feed your family with that? Meaning, is that going to be beneficial for you and your family? You see what I'm saying? We can feed our families with this. This is beneficial, not just for our families, but everybody that comes around us. The basics that the Most High gave us. It's changed your life. So before you start trying to go off into the deep end, just remember the basics. Seek not out the things that are too hard for you. Go ahead.
Neither search the things that are above thy strength.
Go ahead.
But what is commanded thee?
But what is what?
Commanded thee.
Because the Most High commanded us things to learn. Commanded us things to teach. You see what I'm saying? That was an order. A command is an order. He told us the things to learn. He told us the things to teach. He told us as Israelites the things to do. What is your job as an Israelite? Does anybody know? Those in class, those online. When you get this knowledge, what's your job? It's to teach. But what is it that you're doing?
Applying it.
You're applying it, but after you done learned it and applied it, when it comes to showing, teaching the next person or showing the next person, what is it? What is it that you're trying to do? You're living it. What else?
You're trying to grow.
You're trying to grow, but I'm gonna show y'all what it is. I guess the question should have been, what are we doing for the next person, right? Or the people around.
Being an example.
Being an example. Well, you want me to tell you what it is? All of y'all are right, But remember what Yahushua told the disciples when he sent them out? What did he say? Feed the sheep. But he said 3 things before the feed the sheep. Think about it. He said, enter not into any land of the Samaritans. But what did he say before that? Hold where you're at. Go to Matthew's real quick. Go to Matthew's chapter 10, verse 5. Read
Matthew chapter 10, verse 5.
Read down.
These 12 Yahushua sent forth and commanded them, saying, Go not into the way of the Gentiles.
Go ahead.
And to any city of the Samaritans enter ye not. But go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel.
So this is our job as Israelites. Forget all the knowledge. Forget all the books. Forget all that. Your job as an Israelite, brother and sister, yes, be an example. Apply the knowledge, the wisdom, and the understanding. But remember, our people need a sign a lot of the time. So they do need to see your example, right? But this is what he said to do. This is your job. The same job he gave the disciples. These 12 he sent out, right? Read verse 7.
Verse 7. And as ye go, preach, say, the kingdom of heaven is at hand. Heal the sick.
He'll do what?
Heal the sick.
So if you find yourself studying something that ain't gonna heal nobody, what benefit is that to anybody? What benefit is it? Then it just becomes knowledge. That's why it says charity, knowledge puffeth up, but charity edifieth.
Right, because if whatever you're bringing out is going to cause more harm than good, is it worth bringing it out? Right. That's why to be a teacher is not just to have a bunch of scriptures or a bunch of books. It's understanding who you have in front of you, and knowing what level of information can they handle. Right, whether it be true or not, what level, right? There's milk and then there's meat. Then there's strong, right, drink. There's levels, right? But what level is the user in front of you going to be able to use the information you're bringing out, or is it going to cause more rift, more confusion in their minds? It's all these things that, again, people that are left to themselves, that don't have anyone there to, there's a way that seemeth right unto a man, right? But the ways there are of death, who's there to pull you out? Well, woe to him that's left alone, right? Where 2 and 3 are gathered in my name, there I will be. Anybody can come with anything and say that it's book, but are you understanding these things that when you bring them out, what it's going to do for the people that you're bringing it to? What's that?
Lean not to your own understanding.
Right, lean on to your own understanding. You know, all those basic milk scriptures that if a person is left to themselves, they're not looking at those things. They're looking at the deep exoteric knowledge that they feel like they can bring from books and other translations and all these other things. That what is that going to do for anybody, right? And that's
Yeah, it's like how does that bring the nation together? This is we're supposed to be gathering together. How does that gather us together? By bringing out extra things that causes more division.
Yep, it causes confusion. So it says, read verse 8 again.
Heal the sick.
Remember, the job is to heal the sick. Our people are sick. You see somebody smoking cigarettes, smoking weed, alcoholic, just the worldly things, they're sick. You see a child that grew up without a father, more than likely that child is going to be sick. You see what I'm saying? When I say sick, of course, we're not just talking about physical sickness. We're talking about mental and spiritual sickness. We were all sick. We all fit this criteria. You see what I'm saying? A lot of us are still trying to work through our sickness. You see what I'm saying? That we have. There's a lot of things that we got exposed to, a lot of things that happened to us, a lot of things that we did from the time that we were children coming up that is lodged in our minds and lodged in our spirits. And it's a constant fight to put those things off. The seeds that got planted when we were young, it's now this really big tree, and it's very hard to excavate a very, very big tree. You see what I'm saying? And a lot of us, this is the cold part. You know how like you be sick and you don't even realize it? Like the Texans got a football player. He's fresh out of college. This was supposed to be his rookie season. He can't even play. When he went to go do his physical, they was like, "Oh, bro, you got cancer."
What?
Yeah, he went to go do his physical because you know he just got drafted.
Yeah.
So right before his spring training camp and all that, he's going to do his physical because everybody got to do it. All the players got to do a physical. And they're like, "You got cancer, bro." He's in college, got drafted in the second round,
Dang.
peak physical condition, didn't even know he had a cancer in him. A lot of us, when we came to the truth, we didn't realize we had cancers. You know what I'm saying? So, a cancer will kill you, which we all know. And a lot of us, we had these different sicknesses going on with our minds, our spirits, that we didn't even realize, like, this was death. You know? Read on.
Cleanse the lepers.
Cleanse the lepers, right? What is leprosy? Leprosy is a curse. A lot of us, the majority of us came from cursed situations. Did you grow up with a father? And did you grow up with your father? More than likely you didn't. Did you come from a broken household? That's a curse. Did you, a parent went to jail? That's a curse. I mean, there's a lot of different things when you go through 15 through 68. Did you grow up seeing your father kind of have an evil eye towards your mom, or your mom have an evil eye towards the father, or did they have evil eyes towards you? That's a curse. And those things affect us. They affect us still to this day. You see what I'm saying? So when it says cleanse the lepers, remember, leprosy is a curse. So a lot of us are still cursed, and we still move in a cursed state. Read on.
Raise the dead.
A lot of us were dead. Our works were dead. Our choices were dead. Everything we did was dead. Everything we were doing was bringing forth death. I'm sure a lot of us can say if it wasn't for the truth, our relationship would be gone. Because the truth changed the person that we was. You see what I'm saying? The truth changed us. So raise the dead, go ahead.
Cast out devils.
A lot of us had devils on us. Demons. A lot of us was bipolar. A lot of us was depressed, had anxiety, anger issues.
Some of us are still working through those things.
A lot of us was like ticking time bombs. A lot of us had lust on us, sloth on us, pride on us. You see what I'm saying? Those are devils. Read on.
Freely ye have received, freely give.
And that's the job. That's what we're all working on. Because guess what? At the end of the day, I like to say it, it's gonna be heaven for a reason. So these things won't be in heaven. You see what I'm saying? So we have to work it out of ourselves and teach the other person to work it out. So let's jump back to Ecclesiasticus 3 and verse 22. You got it?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
This is the book of Ecclesiasticus 3 and 22.
Go ahead.
Seek not.
No, 22. You was reading verse 21.
22.
Uh-huh.
But what is commanded thee?
So again, these were the things that was commanded to us. You see what I'm saying? Go ahead.
Thee
Think thereupon.
With
Reverence.
reverence.
So he said to think upon the things that he commanded us, think upon it with reverence. What is reverence? Respect. A lot of us don't respect. A lot of us don't respect the scriptures, the Bible, the basics, the things that was commanded onto us. A lot of us don't have no respect for it. It's too boring. Where's the breakdowns, revelations, quasars, right? But these are the things that affect our lives daily. You see what I'm saying? Read on.
For it is not needful for thee to see with thine eyes the things that are in
Secret.
secret.
So yeah, it's not needful. When you need something, think about it. Like I'm on a 3-day fast. All liquids. Haven't done that in a while. I need some food. I need some food, right? But no. Think about when your gas tank is on E. You need some gas. That's a need. That's not a I want gas. That's a I need gas. So the scripture right here is telling you for it is not needful for thee to see certain things or even to put your mind on certain things. It's not needful. What is the benefit? What is it going to do? You see what I'm saying? Read verse 23.
Verse 23. Be not
Curious
in
unnecessary
unnecessary
matters,
for more things are showed unto thee that thine men
understand. Very good. So yeah, don't be curious in unnecessary things, because there's a lot of things that show to us that we still don't understand. If we understood it, if we understood everything that was shown to us, guess what? Whatever problem you had wouldn't even be a problem. Something's a problem because you don't understand. You see what I'm saying? When you was in school, like, what's 2 plus 2? Because you understand that. 2 plus 8 times 6 plus x somehow equals negative 16. Who understands that? It's a problem, right? When your car is messed up and you got to take it to a mechanic, why? It's a problem that you don't understand how to fix. Y'all see what I'm saying? So, when you look at our problems in our lives, and we all have problems, we all have issues that we're working on to get better. If we truly understood those problems, then it wouldn't be a problem, right? Because you would just fix it. But this is the thing. We want to think about everything else, things that don't matter, instead of seeing what's going on in front of us, seeing what's going on with ourselves. And when you look at that, you'll see, like, damn, I have a lot of issues, you know? But with that, let's go into the reading. So let's get the first reader up. Magana war, Shabbat Tashal, Yahweh Ban Yashar Allah, Men of Israel, Imagine, Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai Brakatham.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai Brakatham.
We're going to have to scoot. No, we don't.
Yeah, we do.
Slightly now.
Hey, bro, where'd you get that big ball of Topo Chico?
Oh, the gas station going towards Belford. You know what I'm saying?
That one.
Y'all know what to get this man from PRM.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey, it's a Topo Chico.
Topo
I thought
Chico's.
about you too.
Any flavor.
Give him a ticket
God.
to
I mean,
the original spring waters
this-
of Topo Chico.
This is good, but this ain't it. I'm sorry. This one ain't it.
Ain't got enough.
Yeah, it ain't got enough. It ain't got enough to tickle your tongue. Mm-mm.
What is it, like a 3-liter soda when it gets like right here? Ain't nothing else in there?
Yeah,
It's playing. All right.
basically.
Okay.
It's like a flat soda.
Flat soda.
That toppy stays carbonated somehow.
Okay. All righty. You're gonna be at Deuteronomy chapter 16, verse 18.
Concert.
Here we go.
Deuteronomy chapter 16, verse 18. Judges and officers shalt thou make thee in all thy gates, which the Most High thy power giveth thee, throughout thy tribes, and they shall judge the people with just judgment.
So you see that? So you're gonna make you judges and officers throughout all your gates, and they're gonna judge the people with just judgment. So what is that? Well, you're gonna set up leadership. You're gonna set up some type of government in all your gates. Why? Because that's needed. If not, you're gonna have chaos. And it says that they're gonna judge with just judgment, right? I wanted to read this real quick. It's out of Josephus. I'm gonna read it real quick. It's the Josephus. It's book 3. It's book 3, chapter 12, and it's the second section, 276, right? I got this from was listening to San Antonio's class, and Shamshuan had pulled this. If y'all ain't listening to Virginia's class, if y'all ain't listening to San Antonio's class, y'all are tripping. Virginia is only one class a week, y'all, that gets streamed. Just their Friday class. Y'all should be listening to that. It's 2 hours.
Yeah, especially since, let me just say this about that. Remember, there's a lot more, I do a lot of communicating with Kazaki and Zion. So, and I communicate with Awar also. But a lot of the classes that Kazaki is doing and the classes that I do, that we do, it's more based on what's going on here in Virginia, Rochester. Now, I do a lot of communication with Awar, so not to say that we're not in that same mind either, but we're literally making sure that these classes are dual purposed, actually triple purpose, to actually deal with the Rochester, Virginia, Houston situations and things like that. So it's okay to watch San Antonio, but you got to make sure you're watching Virginia also. Just like they watch, all the classes. Like he said, it's one class a week. There's a reason why we cut down from 4 classes there, 4 classes here, 4 classes in Rochester. That way you're not bombarded with 4, 8, 12. That's 16 classes a week.
Yeah.
Right? That's 16 classes a week. So we try to lower the burden. That way you'll be able to keep up with what's going on in all the areas.
Yep.
All right?
And it's just 2 hours. You know what I'm saying? It's just 2 hours. So make sure that y'all are doing that. Make sure that y'all like, share, and subscribe to Rochester so that Zion can start going live out there too.
Yeah.
Got to get to 1,000 subscribers and then he can go live, okay? So if you got multiple emails, go ahead and do that. But also, like I was saying, I was watching San Antonio's class and Shamshuan dropped this, right? It's Josephus, chapter 12, second section. It says, as for the priest, he prescribed to them a double degree of purity, for he restrained them in the instances above. And when you read above, it shows you all the instances that they got, that they were refrained from doing, right? But this is Moses when he was ordaining the priests. He told the priests the do's and the don'ts, right? But I'm gonna read it again. So Moses told the priests, as for the priests, he prescribed to them a double degree of purity. Purity is just righteousness. Y'all see what I'm saying? So as priestly men and women that's children to priests and wives to priests and doing their thing for the camp, you got to see the Most High. He requires a double purity for you. You put these fringes on, the Most High requires a double purity for you. You see what I'm saying? So what does that mean? You got to make sure that your mind is always righteous. You got to make sure that your actions and your choices is always righteous. So when you look at this, and that ties perfectly in with 1 Timothy chapter 3, if you're trying to be a bishop. We always go over that, right? But when you look at this Judges chapter 16 and verse 18, you got to see the judges that Moses was making and the judges that Moses told us to make in all of our gates. These men were supposed to have a double purity. You see what I'm saying? You shouldn't be able to blame them for anything. They should be able to live up to the 1 Timothy chapter 3. So I just wanted to bring that out just for this point, just to show you. That's why it says, and they shall judge the people with just judgment. With just judgment. Just means correct, righteous. You see what I'm saying? So we can jump back to Deuteronomy.
Deuteronomy, chapter 16, verse 19.
Uh-huh.
Thou shalt not risk judgment. Thou shalt not respect persons.
Uh-huh.
Neither take a gift, for a gift doth blind the eyes of the wise, and pervert the words of the righteous. That which is altogether just shalt thou follow. That which is altogether just shalt thou follow.
Uh-huh.
That thou mayest live and inherit the land which the Most High thy power giveth thee.
And as you can see, this is not what goes on in the earth. Because if you get locked up, then, what's funny is, it seems like the more money you have, if you were to get caught up in a situation, the better your chances of getting out or getting probation or getting parole or just getting the charges dropped, the better your chances is of getting all that. Why? Because now you can actually afford a lawyer. So what does that show you? That the judgment, it can be bought. You see what I'm saying? So we're back in 19 where it says you shouldn't take a gift. You shouldn't take a gift. Like, that's all they do now is take gifts. So let's read on.
But let me just say this real quick. Does that mean that it says to rest judgment? Does that mean that he can't give me something, or he can't give me something, or I can't give y'all something? No, right? There gotta be some balance. Remember, if he gives me, hey, I want you to have the new headband I got, right? The king headband, right? She to be the king for the day, right? But he's understanding that that's not gonna sway my mind on judging matters pertaining to him.
Or I'm not doing it out of trying to persuade him or get him to show some type of leniency or favoritism in judgment.
Right. Like when you got to know who you're dealing with. Why did Jacob send gifts to Esau before he met with him? Remember? Remember before he came back into the land, he was like, let me send these flocks and let me send this and let me send that. What did he know about Esau? Well, he knew his brother's character, that he would be persuaded by gifts. The same man that gave away his birthright in exchange for a gift. You see that? So he knows that it doesn't matter what he gives me. I'm gonna still stand on the Bible and on true judgment, right? That he knows that about me, and I know that he's not giving me something to try to bribe me. There's nothing to bribe. At the end of the day, there's nothing to bribe. Wrong is wrong, right is right. And there's nothing that, if your eye is, it says a gift blind the eye, right? But whose eye? Doesn't it blind a wicked eye? A person that's already halfway in that mind anyway?
Yep.
A righteous man, he's not going to be, listen, Jonathan gifted David things, right? Didn't he give him his whole garment? He gave him his, what was it, his bow?
Yep.
Right. He gave him his bow, his armor. Didn't Saul give David? Right? But was his spirit tainted after that? Like, oh man, I gotta ride with Jonathan. I gotta ride with Saul. I gotta be, show favoritism. Nah. He still stood upright. He still stood on his righteousness according to the Most High's righteousness. Right? So remember, we can get all super technical and over righteous. Like, no, brother hands me, hey, buy me a bag of chips, and he's handing me the chips, and nah, brother, can't take gifts, right? What are you trying to do? Pervert me? Or right? Remember, the law is for the lawless. The law is for those that need it, right? So just keep that in mind.
Yeah.
The law is for the lawless. If it's okay, again, your intentions and the person's intentions. If he's coming to me like, listen, I'll pay you for you to, give me some extra rank, then there's a problem there, right?
A couple more digits.
Or if you leave that school and join our school, we'll make you rank. We'll give you a position.
Oh yeah, that's what happened to brothers. They done been bribed out of the school to get rank and position. Wow. Oh, come on. Israel's a hoot. Right? Israel is a hoot. You would think you see these things in the movies with Esau? Nah, bro. Israel is worse. You get bribed to get from one school to another to get rank, something that you didn't earn, but you'll do it. We've seen it. We've heard of it. Right? So again, it goes to a person's intention. It goes to the intention of both parties. What are we trying to accomplish? Right? So just putting that part in there too, so that there's a balance. Right.
Verse 21. Thou shalt not plant thee a grove of any trees near unto the altar of the Lord thy God. which thou shalt make thee. Neither shalt thou set thee up any image which the Most High thy God hated. Deuteronomy chapter 17, verse 1.
Question.
What's that?
So what would be the purpose of planting, where it says in verse 21?
A grove by the altar?
Yeah, what's a grove?
A grove is like trees and grapes, and basically you weren't going to do your business, any of that type of business, by the altar. The altar was the altar. That wasn't, it's like, what were they doing in the temple in Yahweh Shai's time?
Right,
Selling and money changers and all that. You made the Father's house the house of what?
Merchandise.
The house of merchandise, right? So basically by the altar was to handle that business, the sacrifice and things like that. But you weren't going to plant groves and plant your wine and your corn. That wasn't going to happen, right?
Yeah, then it wouldn't be holy. It wouldn't be set apart. It'd be a commonplace. Like if you're like how he's talking about like the picking your groves and planting your trees around it. Well, then that means men and servants are stomping up and down the area that's supposed to be sanctified, set apart.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So keeping things separate.
Yep. And,
Keeping things separate.
And also the groves, like whenever like you read like in the scriptures, you'll see a lot of the times whenever people were like worshiping other gods,
That's where they would go.
they'll go right to the groves.
Like what did he say? He said in Isaiah, the ones that were going to be destroyed under the trees with the mouse.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you go into your grove or your high place. Why? Because a grove is bushy, overgrown. You can hide.
Yep.
Yeah, you can set up your little imagery, right? You can set up your little. Because I mean, if you, where we at? Deuteronomy what?
16, verse 21.
Right. So check this out. Deuteronomy 16 and 21.
And you know what's crazy about that? While he's looking,
Uh-huh.
is that if they're hiding, that just means they know the law. You know, you're not supposed to be doing it.
Right.
Oh, you
But
know.
it all goes in the same idea, setting up the image, right? What is it talking about? Idol worship.
Yeah.
Deuteronomy 16, right? 21. Right. Thou shalt not wrest judgment. Thou shalt not respect persons, either take a gift or a gift blind the eyes of the wise and pervert the words of righteousness. That which is altogether just shalt thou follow. Thou shalt let thou mayest live, inherit the land. Right. Thou shalt not plant. Right, neither shalt thou set thee up any image which the Lord God hated. Because again, that grove and that image worship kind of went hand in hand.
Yeah.
Right? Where now, again, I'm hiding amongst the trees, eating the mouse. Right? Worshiping my image. Right? So building up my altars. So yeah.
Yep.
Anything else? All right, read on.
Deuteronomy chapter 17, verse 1. Thou shalt not sacrifice unto the Most High thy power any bullock or sheep, wherein is blemish, or any evil favoredness. For that is an abomination unto the Most High thy power. If there be found among you within any of thy gates which the Most High thy power giveth thee, men or women that have wrought wickedness in the sight of the Most High thy power, in transgressing his covenant, and have gone and served other gods, and worshipped them, either the sun or moon, or any of the host of heaven, which I have not commanded, and it be told thee, and thou hast heard of it, and inquired diligently, and behold,
Wait, did what?
inquired diligently.
No, you heard it. And then that was it.
Inquired diligently.
So you had to corroborate the story that you heard. You couldn't just hear something and then run with what you heard. Right? Because that's where you get your slander, that's where you get your false reports. Right? Because a lot of these issues that you might have heard, they were punishable by death.
Yeah.
So like when the Pharisees came to Yahushai with the woman that was found in adultery. It couldn't have been one of them. It had to have been at least 2 or 3 that came to corroborate that story. Because why? That was an issue of blood. Somebody was going to have to die behind that. There was a stoning, right? But diligent inquiry had to be made. So what was it? An investigation, a trial? We had all those things. It wasn't just like, oh, you're an adulteress, stoned. Nah. You put people, we lock people up in ward jails, right? We had that. Remember the man that was taken with the sticks? That was collecting sticks? What did they do? They locked him up in a ward, in a jail. They put him in a place where he was locked up and watched while they went through what the Most High wanted us to do with him. Right? Same thing in these situations. What's that?
It's like the history of Susanna, where you had the 2 elders, and they both made the case against the woman.
Right?
And then Daniel, he inquired diligently on both of them, right? Getting the stories together. But their stories were different.
Right.
So just because they were elders, they could have just been brushed under the rug. There could have been no inquiring into it.
Right. But that's the thing. It goes back to rest and judgment, right? There got to be inquiry into all the situations that are brought forth. All these different cases of, there was imagine the things that was going on amongst the people, just coming out of Egypt, just trying to get their bearings, just getting settled, but constantly moving. So there was always some type of chaos going on. That's why Moses needed these elders to judge these matters. But part of their judgment wasn't, oh, I heard it, so that's it.
Right.
Oh, I heard it, but he done hit me with he done gave me a calf about a week ago, so now I got to judge on his behalf. He done gave me that Babylonian garment. Right? His rib sewed me up a nice headband. So, now I got to judge in his favor. Well, I heard you say it. Well, okay, we got to go off of more than just heard. We have to diligently inquire. Who else heard it? Who else seen it? Who else was there? Where's the witnesses? Right? Before we make these detrimental steps of judging a matter. But remember, part of judging a matter is what? Hearing the whole matter, gathering the info to be able to judge. Right? What does it say? It says, somebody get it. Hear the matter and then rebuke. It's in Ecclesiasticus. Somebody get that. Right? Hear the conclusion of the matter. Judge nothing before it's time. There's a lot of scriptures you can go into on this judgment. Now, again, these things are for our edification. Are we following these things? Are we following hear the matter, then rebuke? Hear the matter and then judge. Right? Who got it? It's in Ecclesiasticus. It's where's Elijah at? Come on, Elijah, where you at? Oh, you ain't in here? Oh, you got it, Elijah? What's up? Come on, man. Get these old men, bro. Get up! Right. Ecclesiasticus 11:7. Come on, y'all let me get in before y'all?
Damn.
I got the worst brain in here. I got the worst brain in here of remembrance, man. And y'all let me beat y'all. Ecclesiasticus 11:7.
The book of Ecclesiasticus 11:7.
Right?
Blame
Blame.
not before thou hast
Examined.
the truth.
Right. How do I examine the truth? Well, I got to hear all the stories and then, okay, do they all add up to the same story? Right? Are they all saying the same things? The details. When people come for counsel, this is one of the reasons why when I do counsels involving 2 parties, I like to have both parties in front of me. We got to stop the cap. Stop the cap. I like to sit people down. So tell your story. But also, what am I looking at? I'm listening to the stories. I'm reading body language. I'm looking at facial expressions. I'm putting all that into the judgment to determine, okay, what's really going on? Is this the situation or not? Right? So a lot of the times when y'all come for counsel, that's why we don't counsel alone either, because boom, 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 right? That way it's not just my opinion or what I see that's going to be the judgment, right? The scriptures say what? What does the scripture say about the way another way you judge matters? Who got it? Come on, it's in the New Testament. Let the elders do what? I gotta know these things. I gotta know these things. Watch. Who got it? Go to 1 Corinthians 14.
Gone.
Go ahead.
This is the book of 1 Corinthians 14 and 1.
No, 14 and 29.
29.
Yeah, 14 and 29.
This is the book of 1 Corinthians 14, 29.
Right?
Let the
Prophets.
speak to
2,
or
3.
3,
Right.
and let the other judge.
Right. We got to deal in 2s and 3s and somebody sitting by and judging. Right? Because I might hear something or I might miss something that he's the backup. He might get that. He's the backup. He might pick something up, or I might be in a mode and they're there to balance out the situation. It's all these things that come into play when you're judging matters. Right? There's been many of counsel where in my mind I'm like, I'm gonna go into this counsel this way. Then I'm like, nah, let me just ask more questions and shut up. Right? And then the more questions you ask, the more you're like, oh yeah, damn, that was the right mode to go into. The more questions, the more information I gather, the better I'll be able to assess the situation and know where to go from there. What's that? Abadiah?
Proverbs 18:13.
Yep.
Go there.
Gone.
Go ahead.
This is the book of Proverbs 18, verse 13.
No, that's not the only one in here. Go ahead, read it.
And he that answereth a
Matter?
matter before he heareth it, it is folly and shame unto him.
Right. He that answereth the matter before he heareth it, it's folly and shame. Right? That's why you got to hear the truth, understand, and then rebuke. Right? Go back to Ecclesiasticus 11 real quick. This is all part of judgment.
Hey, real quick. We got a soldier, a trooper, and Elijah. How the hell is Noah getting these scriptures before y'all?
Y'all tired?
That don't make no sense. Like, if Magun was down there, Magun will probably be the one getting all the scriptures. But since Magun is up here, now, how? I don't get it. Noah, you just turned 9, right? So how is Noah getting the scriptures before y'all? Come on, man.
Go ahead, read it, Noah.
Blame Ecclesiasticus
But
11.
you know what though, Noah?
Keep going.
Get your blessings, bro.
Ecclesiasticus 11 and 7. Blame not before thou hast
Examine.
examined the truth.
Go ahead.
Understand first and then rebuke.
Right. Read on.
Answer not before thou hast heard the cause.
Right.
Neither
Interrupt.
interrupt men in the
Missed.
midst of their talk.
Talk.
Right. You see that? So Answer not before thou hast heard the cause. Right? What caused you to do what you did? But then when they're trying to give you the explanation, well, no, right? You cut them, you interrupt them in the midst of their talk, you'll miss what you're looking for, right? And it's something that we all got to work on, because it's a lot of the time, even when I'm dealing with my rib, I got to always remember, no, just let her talk. I might be jumping to the conclusion before I hear the whole matter, right? And I might misjudge the situation. You will misjudge. You will misjudge at some point, right? Curry don't hit every shot. Even, Steph Curry be missing. He's only 90%. So you're not perfect. You're going to misjudge, even if you think, oh, I know this person, I know where they're going. And you try to jump the matter. Why? That's your lack of patience. That's my lack of patience. So I always got to remember, okay, just let a person just talk. Hear them out. Even the brother that was here yesterday that was going in about the manna being the fish, I just let him bring out his points.
The quail being the fish.
Or the quail being fish, right? Because that's what he was on, quail or fish. I was like, okay, well, let's hear you out. Where you want to go? Oh, you want to go there? Oh, okay, well, read that again. No, let's understand that. Let's break that down. Let's go into it. Let's go back and read it again. Where else you want to go? You want to go to all these scriptures that ain't going to prove your point? Come on, let's do it. Let's do it. And sat back and let him get his scriptures, right? Let him get him in all the translations that he knew. Right? Let him bring out all his books. Right? But you got to hear the cause before you can judge. And guess what? In just hearing them out, what did I get from just hearing them out? Oh, there's a lack of reading comprehension. This ain't even about what knowledge you got. You didn't interpret the first scripture you went to. You didn't even comprehend it the right way.
Yep.
So I was able to pick that up by just letting him reveal himself. Right? By just letting him talk and letting him go here and break it down and explain it. I was like, oh, okay, I get it. You don't understand how the Bible's written. So that was easy. Right? But the more we do those things and follow what the scriptures say, the easier our jobs will be. You'll know who you can, when it goes into now teaching a person, right? Let them talk. Let them put their stance or their position out there, and guess what? They'll more than likely help you.
Yeah, it's coming down.
Dark
Hopefully
out
I
there.
got y'all's windows up. Sunroof.
Dude, God, it was cold in the car.
Dang, okay.
I'm sorry.
What are you going to say with that?
So this on what Quasi saying, right?
Uh-huh.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 5, verse 11. Be swift to hear, and let thy life be sincere.
Where you at real quick? I'm sorry.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 5, verse 11.
Uh-huh.
Be swift to hear, and let thy life be sincere, and with patience give answer.
Nice.
Are you looking at my Bible to take my precepts?
God.
It was Ecclesiasticus chapter 5, verse 11.
Oh man, what a life.
Yeah.
No, I closed it. I'm a sunroof rider. That AC be hitting, I gotta open the sunroof.
Oh, it's really coming down.
Yeah, it's happening. Yeah, but it was closed. Thank the Lord. Where we at?
Ecclesiasticus 11 and 9.
Right. Let's see here.
Good one, McGunn.
That's not done enough of midnight. No, and that's it. Jump back. What do you go to? McGunn.
McGunn, where'd you go?
I went to Ecclesiasticus chapter 5, verse 11.
What does that say?
Be swift to hear, and let thy life be sincere, and
Right.
with patience give answer.
See that? The patience comes from just sitting back and listening. Right? And you'll again, it's something that I gotta watch in my own self. Think about it when a person's trying to explain something to you, you just cut them off all the time.
John.
How is their outlook gonna be towards you?
Can't talk to you. Can't
Right, I can't talk to you. He ain't gonna hear me out. Even if I, even when I come to you, you don't hear me out anyway. Right? It's off-putting to a person. Right? And again, it's something that we all, like, you thought you was the perfect listener? No. You thought you was the the one with all the answers, so what? It wasn't about your answer, or was it about your ability to listen? And we got to get a lot better, myself included, right? At just listening to a person and hearing a person out and hearing out the matter, and then being able to give, because there might be little small key things, man, that has to be brought out for you to really get it. You know? So we just got to get better at that. So what y'all should be doing, like I always do, write your scriptures, right? All them scriptures. Go to Ecclesiasticus 11 and 7, and then you write Ecclesiasticus 5 and what?
5 and 11.
5 and 11. What else?
Proverbs 18:13.
Proverbs what? 18:13.
Yes, sir.
First Corinthians.
What's 1 Corinthians 14:21?
29.
Read it. Did we read it?
Yeah.
With
With
prophesied and
Right.
increase.
Right. Well, these are more direct to this point, so you don't have to put the Corinthians, but these are more direct to that point. So if you needed 3 scriptures to prove, shut the hell up and listen first, there it is.
Keep thy foot.
Right? If you needed 3 scriptures to prove how do you judge a matter, well, the first thing is to listen.
Yeah.
Right? Be ready to give ear, then to speak. Even as people in position, right? You gotta hear people out so that you can really, really fully understand where they're coming from, and then you'll be able to see the misunderstandings in them or the misjudgment in you. We're not above reproach and rebuke, right? As men, as leaders of our households, as brothers, as women, as leaders of children, we all got to fall into this standard of judgment, right? We all got to do it. Think about it. The best salespeople are the best listeners, because you don't have to sell a damn thing. All you got to do is listen to a person talking, and you'll find your entry. And then you'll be able to say, oh, now I know how to present this product or whatever it is to this person without it coming off as a sales pitch, right? Oh, the more I listen to a person, now I know how to come to them with the Bible and with the scriptures. Now, because aren't you not judging that person based off of their position as far as where their mind is? Aren't you not judging a person off their words? But if they only give you if you only allow them to speak a few words, your judgment on them is not going to be, or understanding where they stand is not going to be very concise and clear. Right? So the more they speak, the more you're able to, because you know a man by what? His speech, his walk, his talk, his look, his excessive laughter, all these things you'll know a man by. You'll be able to judge and say, oh, this is this type of person. Oh, this is this type of thinker. Oh, he's this type of this. Right? So again, the men that go to Numbers 16 real quick. Go to Numbers 16 and verse, I think it's 16 and 1. Is my brain working today? Read.
The book of Numbers, chapter 16 and verse 1.
Huh?
Now Korah.
No. Go to 16. It's number 16. Is it number 16 where he said ordained men? We just read it in Deuteronomy, but there's one in Numbers. See, my brain ain't working the way I want it to be. It's Numbers. Where is it where he said ordained elders? Is it Numbers?
They
11 and 16. See how my mind works? I see 16 and then I throw it back. Yeah. Numbers 11 and 16. I'm sorry. Right?
Numbers chapter 11, verse 16.
Uh-huh.
And the Lord said unto Moses, gather unto me 70 men of the elders of Israel,
Right?
whom thou knowest to be the elders of the people.
Why? Because they were old? Think about it. We look at that word elder and we're like, oh, because they were old. No. No. Elder don't got nothing to do. Elder is not always synonymous with age. There is an age factor, but elder don't always mean age. Y'all get this, right? What makes a person more of an elder than a younger person more of an elder than an older person? What would give them that elder statesmanship? Well, it's the way they handle situations, because he said, known to be elders. What was he calling these men for? For their level of judgment and wisdom. You see that? What made them known as elders? Well, how did they judge? Did they sit back and listen to the situations? How was it known? How did they deal in their households? Remember, there weren't 70 judges or 70 elders set up yet. So how would these men be known in the community? Well, people would have to go to them. People went to them to deal with situations. And it might not have been broadcasted like, hey, this is my elder or this is the elder. But remember, why wasn't Korah put up as an elder? See, that's what was in my mind, the Korah thing. Why wasn't Korah and Dathan put up as an elder? Korah was older than Moses.
Yep.
Right? But why was Moses the elder of all those men? Because what? His wisdom. What else? I want y'all to give me deep. What sis?
Okay. The ability to listen.
Whoa, his what?
His ability to listen and hear.
His humility. What else?
His patience with dealing with people.
Patience with dealing with the people. All these attributes that, he's the elder. He's not in it for the money. He's not in it for the fame, the fortune. He don't want to be the man. He's just doing the job that the Most High committed to him, right? But remember, Korah was predicating his eldership on money. I got more than Moses. Well, nigga, what does that matter when money don't mean nothing in the wilderness? What can you buy when we all got stuff? All you did was plunder the Egyptians more than Moses did?
Right.
Well, Moses didn't have time to plunder the Egyptians. He was trying to get the people out. While he was grabbing fine linens and getting gold and necklaces, Moses was ushering the people. So yeah, he gonna be broke. That wasn't his mind. His mind wasn't on the money. That's why he was the elder. Right? Your mind was on the money. What else? Oh, well, I'm old. Well, what the hell does that mean? You got old fools. You got young fools and you got old fools, right? So the age couldn't be it. Who's mature? That's why it says in 2 Timothy 4, let no man despise thy youth, but give attendance to doctrine, to reading, to exhortation. Right? He said if you give attendance and if you meditate on these things, your profiting will be to many. So you could be a young man, but where's your mind? Where is your how old is your spirit? You know, you got some people he got an old soul. Right? Well, really, we all want to be old souls in the spirit. That's what makes a man. And mind you, I'm not sitting up here calling myself an elder. Please don't ever call me that, because y'all don't make me feel a certain type of way, right? I don't want that. And people have done it, and I'm like, nah. They do it to Kazat. Nah, because they're looking at tenure, and we're just like, nah, we ain't there on that level, right? What's that?
Just in that, what you're saying, there's a scripture that talks about out of the abundance of the mouth, the heart speaks.
Okay.
So, like, within their mind, whether they're young or old, is going to give way to
what they're about.
What
Yeah.
path they're on, their intentions.
Their intentions. You know, what else it goes into eldership if you want to deal with these 70 men? Well, experience definitely got to come into play, right? Now, me as a younger bro and a lot of bros in here, y'all got way more experience than me. Look at the grade. Look at the brothers with all the grades, right? Y'all got a lot of experience, right? You got more experience. He's we got to say he's not him young, right? But there's brothers that got more experience in life. There's life experience. Y'all see more, right? And you can never take that away, right? So it's all these things that go into, let's designate these 70 men as elders. Some of the men were older than Moses. But why was he able to? First of all, watch. Read on. I'm going to show you something. Or the Bible's going to show you something. Read on. Because it was something that these men didn't have. Read.
And officers over them.
Right.
And bring them unto the tabernacle of the congregation.
Go ahead.
That they may stand there with thee.
Right.
And I will come down and talk with thee there.
Right.
And I will take of the spirit which is upon them.
Go ahead.
And will put it upon them.
I will do what?
And will put it upon them.
He said, I'm going to take some of what's in you and put it on them, because obviously they didn't have what was in Moses. They didn't have the Moses attributes, some of those things like the humility, the selflessness, right? But they might have had the ability to judge matters. They might have had the ability to have experiences. They might have had the ability to listen and do things in order, but there were still certain things that were missing in the spirit. Y'all see that? So elder ain't just old experience, listening. It's all these righteous characteristics that we try to put into one pot and say, man, this person or this brother or these brothers can be considered the elders to lead, right? Because what they're trying to embody, the characteristic, their intention, right? Not being swayed by gifts and judgment, right? My rib gives me a lot of gifts, right? She gives me a lot of gifts. She makes garments. She does all that, and she still be getting blazed up, right? I'm not gonna rest judgment because she made me a headband that day. I might even look at the headband and critique it and say, nah, that ain't it. I might look at the garment and say, nah, sis, lie. That ain't it. You got to improve that, right? The mind state towards the gifts and judgment, it has to be embedded in the word. What is the intention? What are we trying to do, right? What were the elders at this point? What were they ordained to do? Now when you go into, what is it, 2 Timothy 3? Right? When you go into that and you look at all these characteristics that they were supposed to embody, right? Who is it? Paul didn't make nothing up. He didn't come with a new regimen. He didn't come with a new standard. The standard was already there before Moses' time. When you look at 2 Timothy 3, Abraham embodied every characteristic. When Abraham went to city to city, who was he fighting with? Who was he brawling with? When was he gallivanting through the streets drunk? Right? When was he trying to grab all the women of the city? Oh, I got this dope ass Egyptian. Let me holler at that. Got this dope Canaanite. Let me get with that. Nah, he was like, man, I gotta deal with Sarah. I gotta deal with my household, right? Yeah. Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, they embodied 2 Timothy's the 3rd chapter. 1 Timothy's. They were the standard. You see that? They were those men before these 70. That's how we know, I mean, where do we think Moses got that from? These abilities, right? They were there before it was written that you had to be this way. Y'all get that? Lot, Noah, Enoch, all these men that came before this time, they embodied 1 Timothy 3, they embodied, the things that we're reading about in Ecclesiasticus. They embody what these 70 elders now had to be for the people. Y'all get that? Right, so now it's our turn. It's our turn to all be elders, right? Elders in your own right. And we're supposed to be. Think about it. Anybody you get, I always say it, no matter where you go, you're the smartest person in the room. You're the most intelligent. You're the most diligent. You're the most charismatic, but you're also the most wise. Sisters also. We're supposed to be these things, especially if it's the world and us. You're the wisest person in the room. You're the wisest person at your job, right? You're like, ain't that what it's supposed to be? We step in that mall. We are the light. Y'all get that? So we all are supposed to be an elder in our own right, in our own space, because of the ability that the Most High has given us through His Word to be elders, listen, you're becoming a standard. And you might already have some of the characteristics. Now just add to you the ones that you don't have. That's all it is, right? Just add the things that you don't have, and we in there, right? So go ahead. You can drop that. Go back to Deuteronomy unless there's any questions.
Oh, did you have something good? That's the point.
I can't stand the rain. What's that?
I was going to add to it about covetous men. It was actually Exodus chapter 18, verse 21.
Right, read it.
It says, moreover, thou shalt provide out of all the people able men,
Right.
such as fear the Most High,
Go ahead.
men of truth,
Uh-huh.
hating covetousness,
Hating what?
hating covetousness,
Go ahead.
and place such over them to be rulers of thousands, and rulers of hundreds, rulers of 50s, and rulers of 10s.
Right, hating the covetousness, not resting the judgment.
Right.
Oh, well, I know this is going on over here. I got to judge this matter, but I see your flock is looking real thick, and mine is looking thin. So, how you want me to judge? Your herds is looking real healthy over there, my brother.
Hey.
Right? You know how the sly men come. They come real sly, but hating covetousness. Covetousness, seeing something that somebody else has and you want it. You lusting after another man, coveting another man's household. His wife. Let me judge to be able to get his wife out of his arms and into my arms. Come on, man, think about it. I just watched a video clip. This was in like an Edomite church. I just watched a news clip of a 60. At the time she was 14. Now she's in her 20s and married. Water's coming in. Okay, just grab something and like the mop. Yeah, the mop and just put it against the wall, right? But she basically went up on the pulpit on the stage and basically accused her pastor of rape. Wow. And he resigned right there on the spot. And I'm just like, what the hell?
Really?
It's leaking right here.
Where?
Right here.
Oh, all good. Make sure you give me a quick video of that. Okay. Just go to it, get a quick recording. We can send that to the people. Right? So think about it.
It's starting to like flood in right here.
Yeah. Well, just try to shore it up as much as you can and keep everybody away from that door. There's 2 entrances. Come on, y'all. It ain't that big of a deal. It's a little bit of agua. It's leaking right here, so he's gonna get a video, and then we gotta get a video of that leaking. That way we can get into them. We gotta get that back room right there. That way we can get it to them. They gotta get on that, or else we're gonna have some problems. Yeah, do that. Y'all kids sit down. Hey, y'all kids sit down. Y'all need to be back there. Right? So, what was I saying about the pastor? Right. Raped the little girl, using his power. Bro, you got it. Using his power, right? And then when he's confronted, what does he do? He backs out. He steps down. They trying to cover for him, but this woman literally accused this man of rape when she's like, yeah, you raped me on your office floor when I was 14. And then he came back like, no, it was just adultery. Yeah, I committed adultery with you 10 years ago. She was like, nah, that was 15 years ago. He tried to act like, oh no, she wasn't a legal age. It's things like that the Most High, just think about it. You got pastors out there that they tell the women of their congregation, in order for them to get pregnant, he got to sleep with them all. Let me sleep with you first, and then your man will be able to get you pregnant. There was one on Facebook. He was talking about he had holy semen. That if he slept with the women, then they would be able to conceive. What type of damn pastor is that? Yeah, he's a beast. What's that?
I saw something on the feed where there's like actual attorneys that are focused on if you were raped by your Catholic priest.
Oh yeah.
You can call them and they will, like, literally there's attorneys that are like focused on that.
Like if you call them what?
Well, they'll take your case.
Oh yeah, because that's a huge. Because think about how many boys it's coming out that the Catholic Church done raped everybody. All them little what do they call them? choir, usher, altar boys.
Also, boys, yeah.
What's that?
Man, this lady passed, I think it was in Africa.
Yeah.
That
I know what you're gonna say.
Breast died, long as all the men,
Yeah.
do what they do to her breast, they from the holy milk.
Yeah, holy milk. Yeah, bro. Because you had another one where she was telling all the men in the congregation they got to sleep with her. In order, I forget what it was, but that's the stuff that they be on.
They have this type of erection problem.
Right, if they had an erection problem, they sleep with her. All of a sudden, she can cure their erectile dysfunction. Come on now, but that's what Christianity is pumping. That's what, and then I'm an elder, right? I'm an elder of this church, or we got. But think about it, as the leader of the people, so is the officers. So if you ordaining yourself as this leader, and that's what you're doing, what are the men or the women of the church gonna be about? They're gonna be about the same thing. And then you're gonna have rape, rob, pillage going through the communities where the church was supposed to be a place of refuge, not a place to go get furtherly abused and used, right? But that's why it was very detrimental that the type of men, the type of women, because there were women also that were in leadership positions to guide the children and other women, right? They had to be upstanding people. That there was a standard given that we had to follow, or else you're gonna have all the Facebook, you're gonna have all the popes. You know, all these old ass popes getting accused, they in their 90s on their deathbed, and all these 30, 40-year-old men are coming out like, yeah, they raped me, and they won't even do nothing to these old ass men. Why? Because they're so old. What you gonna do? Lock him up for a year, he dies, and then that's it. So what do? They just give him a pardon, or they bust him down from bishop to cardinal, or whatever the case may be. But just think about it. Think about it. Think about all the sexual deviance that's going on. Think about all the, you can watch all the Tyler Perry shows about how the pastor was sleeping with this man's wife and this man's wife. But where did they get that from?
Real life.
They get that from real life instances that are really happening in the black church, the white church, the Mexican church, the Puerto Rican church, all the churches, right? Now let's be real. Let's be real. We're not exempt from it, because you got Israelite scandal also. I'm gonna say it, yes, and they be putting it all over Facebook. But why? Because you had a man that just threw another man into leadership and didn't vet him, didn't work out the kinks and the quirks, didn't sit with him long enough to see, wait a minute, what type of mindset is he gonna be when he becomes the leader? When he becomes that elder, where's his mind towards the people? How does he deal? Is he looking at brothers' ribs? Is he always trying to sit with the women and give them counsel and going against their husband? All those different things. Is he a drunkard? Is he a woman beater? Does he still have his little habits? Right? You got a lot of Israel just getting thrown into position. And guess what's happening? You got brothers going out there and street speaking on crack. Street speaking drunk, beating their women still, thinking that that's the way to get her in order. Right? Putting all their business out on Facebook. All their broken home syndrome on Facebook. But how can you be the leader if that's what you're doing? How can you be the elder if you're dealing with these situations and not dealing with them the correct way, is what I'm saying. We all gonna have situations, but I ain't never gonna put my drama out there on Facebook. I'm gonna deal with that, my drama, my personal stuff, with brothers, counsel, right? Facebook ain't the counselor. That's how you know a cat ain't an elder, when he's on Facebook airing out all the damn mess, or airing out somebody else's mess. You'll never catch us on Facebook airing out another camp, or going back and forth with another school or another brother or another, like, that's tacky. It's tacky. But if I'm doing that, what does that tell all the people that's learning from me? The way to handle issues is to go on Facebook and blast another person. Or air it out on YouTube, or air it out here, or air it out there, and not follow what the Bible says. Go to that person. We got a lot of work to do even in our communities. We got a lot of work, and a lot of you brothers that you just get your t-shirt and throw it on the man because he rode with you for 2 months, and then you ordain him camp leader or head. You better revamp your program. You better sit down and work with men. I've been sitting with this brother for 8 years. Right? I've been sitting with him for 8 years. 8 years. Think about it. I've been sat with Dahawan, like we've been sat down with for years to make sure. Wait a minute. Where are you at? Oh, you gonna change doctrine all of a sudden? Right? It's gonna be about you doing it for the filthy lucre. What is it? Right? So, man, we can't fall into what we see out there in the lanes, in the Facebook and Instagram lanes. We got to be set apart. The wisdom is supposed to do that. Y'all get that? Con. Let me say one last thing. You brothers and sisters online, right? That I get it. Y'all got that zeal. Y'all want to teach. Y'all want to this. Y'all want to that. But the scriptures say when you all be teachers, you need someone teach you. Again, right? You can have all the Bible. Look, I got 1 book, 2 book, 3 book. I got book, 4 book, 5 book. I got 2 Bibles. I got all these books. But what does that mean if my standard and the way I operate towards people and my standard matched up parallel to the Bible is not there? Books don't matter. Scriptures don't matter. What am I applying and what am I using to guide my house, the people? How am I living? That's what matters. And the only way that's going to be seen is if you get around brothers like-minded, get around sisters like-minded. You can't hide and then want to do things, build up a whole school, but then you didn't eradicate the things in you. It says iron sharpeneth iron, right? Iron. So you need iron to sharpen iron. You can't be the iron and then you cutting up paper mache. That's easy. Because that iron ain't getting worked out. You just cutting things. Iron got to bang against iron to get it right. Y'all get that? Con. Let's jump back. Are we getting everything good? Y'all good? We good with our?
You got it.
Right. Ain't that hard, right? We'll go with it. Okay. Go ahead.
Deuteronomy chapter 17, verse 4.
Obviously, he ain't gonna work on that today. Go ahead.
And it be told thee, and thou hast heard of it, and inquired diligently. And behold, it be true, and the thing certain, that such abomination is wrought in Israel. Then shalt thou bring forth that man or that woman which have committed that wicked thing unto thy gates, even that man or that woman, and shalt stone them with stones till they die. At the mouth of 2 witnesses, or 3 witnesses, shall he that is worthy of death be put to death. But at the mouth of 1 witness, he shall not be put to death.
Right. One person couldn't come with the judgment call of death on another person. You have to have 2 or 3 to be able to corroborate that story and bring it all together. And it's a heavy task. That's a heavy task, but the Most High was trying to prevent wickedness as far as false accusation. I don't like this person, or I want this person. I want this person out the way. Man, his rib is beautiful. Man, what's the only way to get him out of here? I gotta accuse him of something, right? Let me accuse him of something that's gonna be death worthy, and now I get to have his rib, his house, his things, his stuff, covetousness, right? This was one way the Most High was trying to prevent that.
Can I get one?
Yep.
Go to Mark chapter 14, verse 55. Mark chapter 14, verse 55. And this is on the point of, you're going to put somebody to death. And you need that witness. There's a key point, and there's a key point, and even that, there's a key thing that has to happen. Those witnesses have to agree with each other. So, like, he couldn't be like, yeah, I saw it. And then I'd be like, yeah, I saw it too. Because then what will happen is, okay, now you have two witnesses, but now those two witnesses are going to have to be sat down and you know, see if their stories match up.
Yep.
So read Mark 14, verse 55.
Mark chapter 14, verse 55.
You're going to read down.
And the chief priests and all the council sought for witnesses against Yahushua to put him to death, and found none.
You see that? So they found none. The chief priests, they sought for witnesses to put him to death, and they found none. Go ahead.
For many bare false witness against him.
So you see that it's not that they didn't find any witnesses. They did find witnesses, but it's just that they were all bearing false witness. Go ahead.
But the witnesses agreed not together.
You see that? The witness, they have to agree together. So there was a lot of false witnesses that came, but they couldn't find none that agreed together. So because they ain't agreed together, then it shows like even the way they put Christ to death was unjust. It was against the law. So again, if you're gonna put somebody to death, or somebody did something that, you know, requires death, then the witnesses, they would at least have to agree. If they don't agree, then yeah, it's not supposed to happen. Yeah, that was it. We can go back. But yeah, y'all can mark that Mark 14. Y'all can link that, I should say. Link Mark chapter 14, verse 55 through to that Deuteronomy 17 and verse 6. That'll help that out.
She gonna do that. Is it? Go ahead.
Deuteronomy chapter 7, verse 8. And they arise in matter too hard for thee in judgment, between blood and blood, between plea and plea, and between stroke and stroke, being matters of controversy within thy gates. Then shalt thou arise and get thee up into the place which the Most High thy power shall choose. And thou shalt come unto the priests, the Levites, and unto the judge that shall be in those days, and inquire. And they shall show thee the sentence of judgment. Verse 10. And thou shalt do according to the sentence which they of that place, which the Lord shall choose, shall show thee. And thou shalt observe to do according to all that they inform thee, according to the sentence of the law, which they shall teach thee, and according to the judgment which they shall tell thee, thou shalt do. Thou shalt not decline from the sentence which they shall show thee, to the right hand nor to the left. And the man that will do presumptuously, and will not hearken unto the priest that standeth to minister there before the Most High thy power, or unto the judge, even that man shall die. And thou shalt put away the evil from Israel. And all the people shall hear and fear, and do no more presumptuously. When thou art come unto the land which the Most High thy power giveth thee, and shall possess it, and shall dwell therein, and shall say, I will set a king over me, like as all the nations that are round about me. Thou shalt in any wise set him king over thee, whom the Most High thy power shall choose. One from among thy brethren shalt thou set king over thee. Thou mayest not set a stranger over thee, which is not thy brother.
All right, so y'all see that this verse 15. Somebody close that door. That verse 15, it shows you that you don't vote. It's pretty much a scripture that we'll use to show like you don't vote. Why? Because you're going to be voting for somebody that the Most High don't ordain, and then two, you're going to be voting for people that ain't your nation. More than likely, you're going to be voting for a lot of Edomites that have this rule and this power over you. So, especially right now, they got midterm elections, I think, going on right now. A lot of midterm stuff. So, if you're an Israelite, you don't need to partake in that. All right, go ahead.
Thou shalt in any wise set him king over thee, whom the Most High thy power shall choose. One from among thy brethren shalt thou set king over thee. Thou mayest not set a stranger over thee, which is not thy brother.
Go ahead.
But he shall not multiply horses to himself, nor cause the people to return to Egypt, to the end that he should multiply horses. For as much as the Most High have said unto you, ye shall henceforth return no more that way. Neither shall he multiply wives to himself, that his heart turn not away. Neither shall he greatly multiply to himself silver and gold.
So you see that? This verse 17, that's what Solomon ended up doing. He multiplied the wives, and then wives is an influence.
Yeah.
So he got older, and as he got older, these wives from these different nations, they turned his heart away from the Most High, just like verse 17 said it would. Sis, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I'm sorry. If we could just go back to the voting verses. I just
Oh.
kind of note that.
Oh, verse 15. Read Deuteronomy 17 and verse 15. You read verse 14, yeah.
Deuteronomy chapter 17, verse 14.
Uh-huh.
When thou art come unto the land which the Most High thy power giveth thee, and shalt possess it, and shalt dwell therein, and shalt say, I will set a king over me, like as all the nations that are about me. Thou shalt in any wise set him king over thee, whom the Most High thy God shall choose. One from among thy brethren shalt thou set king over thee. Thou mayest not set a stranger over thee, which is not thy brother.
Con. One second, let me see something real quick. It was even an evil thing for us to ask for a king when you read in 1 Samuel's, because at this time, Yahushua, of course, was our king. But because we wanted to be like the other nations, that's why we started asking for a king, for a ruler. But Yahushua was always our ruler. Yeah, nah, that's it on that. And we can go back.
Verse 18. And it shall be, when he sitteth upon the throne of his kingdom, that he shall write him a copy of this law in a book, of that which is before the priests, the Levites.
That's it for you? Okay. All right, let's get the next brother. Michael, Shabbat Shal Yahweh, Bon Yashar Allah, Ben Abizar Amadim, Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai Barakatam.
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai Barakatam. All right, so real quick, sister asks, what does an Israelite do about jury duty? Y'all can let me know if I'm wrong on this, but don't the only way you can get selected for jury duty is if you vote? Am I right or am I wrong? Yeah, so in the case of I've never been chosen for jury duty, but a couple people in the class said, you can correct me if I'm wrong, sister, online, but I think the only way that you can get selected for jury duty is if you register yourself to vote. Right? That's not true? So you can still get selected for jury duty. So her question is, what does an Israelite do about jury duty? So if you get chosen for jury duty, you try your best to not have to go to that. Why? Because you're gonna be judging off of America's what?
The code.
Yeah, you're gonna be judging off of America's code. You see what I'm saying? You're gonna be judging off of their laws, and you ain't judging off the Most High's laws at that standpoint. So you try your best to get out of that. Anybody know in class how to get out of jury duty? What's up, Abadiah?
So when you're chosen for jury duty, they give you like several different reasons why you either can't go, work, help, no childcare, stuff like that will get you out of it. And then when you actually go, if you can't change that, because I've done it, when you go, when you actually get there, they also ask you more questions when you get there, similar to like situation scenarios. And if you answer the scenario like if I was a judge, this is what, you know, my thoughts or my opinion about something like that, they strike you from it if you're not.
So you got a finesse. So real quick, I don't know if you heard. She said pretty much. The sister Abadiah was saying pretty much they're gonna ask you a whole bunch of questions on why you wouldn't be able to go, like you have no child care, your job, business, maybe transportation. So if all that fails, then when you actually go there, they're gonna ask you about, like, you know, pretty much what you would do. They're gonna ask you some questions on what you would do if you was a judge. So in that instance right there, you would just have to finesse your way out of it. And what I mean by that is you're gonna have to tell them some stuff that they don't want to hear, so that they won't choose you for it, so they can strike you out. I'm one, and then the brother.
I was gonna say, just don't show up, because there's all these rules saying that they'll get you in trouble and all that. I never showed up. I called them, told them I missed it. It was like a month later. They said, "Oh, don't worry about it. We just reschedule you." I didn't show up to that one either. So,
all right.
I'm just letting them know straight up, you know. So, and they'll reschedule you again. So just don't show up.
So another brother said that the way he did it was he didn't show up, and then he called and was like, "Hey, I missed it. I'm sorry." And it was like, "Oh, okay, we will reschedule you," and they didn't reschedule you, right?
They rescheduled me, but I never showed up.
Oh, okay, yeah, he's truants. What would you say?
I told him I was a criminal.
Another brother said he just told him he's a criminal. That worked?
That worked.
So a brother said he told him he's a criminal. The brother's not a criminal, y'all. But he said he told him he was to get out of it. Sis?
Now, if she has younger kids, that is one of those questions on the form that she can definitely get out, because when I've got them, I got them only when I had received them when my children were young, and that was how I always got out of it, so it kept me from lying and all that.
Yeah.
But I haven't had any since then.
So another sister said she got him when she had young children, and the young children, that was what she used to get out of it. Shemayala.
Let me give y'all the best way to do that.
All right, he ready.
Listen to this since I've been gone. Okay?
I hope you can hear him.
Security thing. Let me tell you something. If they do call you, say for you have voted folks. I'm not a voter, but if you do vote and they do call you up there, once they get you there, they do the selection. Just give them the answers they don't like.
That's what, see? That's what Shemayala said. That's what Abadiah said. So Abadiah and Shemayala, who's both gotten to that point where they had to ask you questions, you just give them the answers that they don't want to hear. All right?
So, can I just say this? I just Googled, and it says that you can be fined if you do not show up and you don't reschedule. You can be fined.
So you can be fined if you don't show up and you don't reschedule.
If you don't reschedule, there can be fines. Now, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, like,
So-
there's so many people in the system. I'm sure.
So you can be fined if you don't show up or you don't reschedule. So just to move with good wisdom, this is what I will say to do. If they choose you and you end up going up there, then I will choose Shemaiah Allah and Abadiah's route, which is just give them the answers that they don't want to hear. You see what I'm saying? Give them the answers that they don't want to hear, and then that alone is going to make them be like, okay, we can't put this person up here.
All you gotta say is you saw the course on the case on TV. That's it.
Yep.
All you gotta do is say, "Oh, I seen this in the news." Once you say that, you're out of there, because now your judgment, they're gonna think your judgment is swayed towards the media. Yep.
All right. So, all right, sister. Hopefully, we gave you a lot of different
Let me
things.
see. Oh, let's see.
Sorry.
They still. What does jury duty? You gotta render unto Caesar what's Caesar's. They can lock you up for not doing jury duty.
Yeah, contempt of court or fines.
Yeah, just show up. Show up, and more than likely they'll just dismiss you anyway. You know, but I'm not a registered voter.
I'm not either, but I think they go by like your driver's license, because I've never registered to vote, and I've been picked twice.
Yeah, you don't have to.
It's been years.
Yeah, you don't have to register to vote either.
Yeah, I've never been registered to vote.
Yeah.
I thought you had to be a registered voter.
No, that's not a law.
I literally think it goes by, because if you have a valid or a driver's license, I think that's how they pick you. I think I asked about that once before, because I've never registered to vote. I'm 55 and I've never registered to vote. And I've been picked, and this was years ago.
Yeah. I'm tired of getting picked.
For jury duty?
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta give Caesar his due. It's like paying taxes. You don't pay taxes, what happens? They lock you up. Yeah, they lock you up. So you gotta answer subpoenas and things like that. You gotta, right? Unfortunately, in certain aspects of life, obey the powers that be, obey the law of the land.
You know, I ain't gotta worry about them. See, they don't like me no how, because I've been down there in their system. So they're not gonna choose me no how.
Right, somebody just said when they ask you to, can you be sworn in, you tell them it's against your way of life and religion, and they let you go. Yeah, it's like little things like that. Like, no, I don't want to be sworn in on the Bible, right? And in some cases, they swear you in on the Quran. They do that now, right? But I don't believe in the Quran, right? What you gonna swear me in on, right? Hmm. What you mean? Right? So, I mean, y'all see that, right? Yeah, where we at?
This book of Deuteronomy chapter 17 and verse 19. And it should be with him, and he shall read therein all the days of his life, that he may learn to fear the Lord his God, to keep all the words of this law and these statutes to do them, that his heart be not lifted up above his brethren, and that he turn not aside from the commandment, to the right hand or to the left, to the end that he may prolong his days in his kingdom, he and his children in the midst of Israel. Deuteronomy chapter 18 and verse 1. The priests and Levites and all the tribe of Levi shall have no part nor inheritance with Israel. They shall eat the offerings of the Lord made by fire and his inheritance.
You see that? So the priests ate the offerings, whatever we offered, right? The only thing that we didn't eat, that they didn't eat, was the burnt offerings. But everything else was fair game. Go ahead.
Therefore shall they have no inheritance among their brethren. The Lord is their inheritance, as he hath said unto them. And this shall be the priest's due from the people, from them that offer a sacrifice, whether it be ox or sheep. And they shall give unto the priest the shoulder, and the 2 cheeks, and the maw. The first fruit also of thy corn, of thy wine, and of thine oil, and the first of the fleece of thy sheep shalt thou give him. For the Lord thy God hath chosen him out of all thy tribes to stand to minister in the name of the Lord.
So that, think about it, that feast of first fruits or Pentecost, where did that all go? Where did it all go? Read it again. He said the first fruits of your... Read it again. Right, it went to the priest. That's what, you see why do you see why the high holy days were so significant? Because yes, you were showing obedience to the Most High and celebrating things that he wants, but what was the spirit behind it? It was to take care of the ones that, first of all, they were taking care of one part. I got your back, so now we have to have their back. And if we had their back, they would continue to have our back. Perfect system, perfect ebb and flow of the priests do their job, and then we take care of them with our job, and everybody is on an equal playing field. What's that?
Will we still do that today?
What's that?
Like, if we have fruits, would we still
Well,
do that today?
I mean, you would, I mean, today is about, bro, taking care of the school, right? Today is about how do we, like, let's say we wanted to do that's a good question. Let's say we wanted to do let's say we wanted to do some type of food storage. And I think I mentioned it. I know me and Awar have talked about it. Me and Kazaki have talked about it. I think they're actually doing it in VA, where it's like, well, let's do like a food pantry, right? And everybody gather things. I mean, it would be more for the school, but then really, what is that for?
Everybody.
It's for everybody to be able to pull from. I remember there was a time, man, when we had a lot of stored up food in the school, and the homeless cats that would slide through, we'd throw them a few cans of food, some water. We'd be able to supply them with things. And then when these hurricanes and things like that hit, who came here and got toilet paper from the school? I know I did, because it was here. We had the whole Costco things full of toilet paper. I came and grabbed a few rolls, right? I've taken water from the school in the time of need, and because that's what it's there for, right? So really, to answer your question, we should all be bringing things, myself included, all bringing things to be able to store up for a person that might need it, or in a time of, we get hurricanes here. Y'all see how it just rained out there? It did that yesterday and today. 2 more days of this and everything's flooded. That's Houston, right? Nobody can get anywhere. But if we could all say, hey, go grab something from the school. As soon as this happens, you already know how they do in them stores, right?
Yeah.
They run through everything. Also, look at the prices of the prices of things, and the availability of things is going to go down. But if we can gather things here, water, just things that are non-perishables, and bring them, right? We're basically serving ourselves, right? We're storing up the things in case we may need them or somebody else. So
that's a good thing to do because it's a bad moon rising.
Say it again.
I said it's a good thing to do because there's a bad moon rising now.
Yeah. I mean, it is a good thing to do, and we should be. And maybe I got to speak about it more, right? And it's not a panic thing, but it is a faith without works is dead, right? You do have to put in some work and do some form of, storing things, and hey, let's have a few provisions, because we don't know what's going to happen, right? The next major storm they've been talking about, like, man, Houston been getting away with murder for the last 2 years. Houston been getting away with everything, like all these storms, like Houston, nope, Louisiana. Houston, nope, Louisiana. Houston, no, Florida. Houston, no, Mexico. That's been happening for the last 2 years.
Right.
So what happens when that big boy hits?
Oh yeah, it's one gonna hit it.
The Most High gotta hit this wicked place. But what are we gonna do? Like, do you have even water? Do you have water in your own house? You got canned goods in your own house. I got 9 people in my house. Do I have enough water to sustain 9 people for even a week? Not the way they drink water, not the way they waste water, right?
That is true.
My God, wasters. So
do this and then leave it and get another one.
or pour the whole cup full of water,
Yeah.
leave it 2 days, you come back and it's just full of dust.
Ew.
Somebody got to drink that.
I gave my kids water bottles, like with lids on them, that they use strictly at the house.
Yeah.
So if they fill it up, it lasts. It's clean, no dust in there for several days.
Foolishness is bound in the heart of a child. They got water bottles, they got water cisterns, canteens, this, that. They still find a way to waste. You know what I'm saying?
I believe Esau not Esau, but the Most High uses Esau to warn us.
Yeah.
I was listening to a text this morning where the Edomite was saying that before this year is up, we're going to have a very, very bad financial crisis. We need to get together and do something.
I believe it. Kiyosaki, Robert Kiyosaki, he was saying the next 3 months something gonna hit. And he's a financial genius. He studies these markets and all these different things. You know, you just got to look at the temperature of the world and what's happening throughout. When this country, a country that's so dependent on everybody else, when they're so dependent and then those things are being cut off, like we talk about all the time, they're gonna freeze in Germany. They're gonna freeze in Ukraine. Russia is about to turn the lights off. But who you think is gonna affect next? There's only so much reserve. There's only so much. Let's go to electric powered batteries and all this crap.
Hey, you want to know what's funny? You want to know what's happening? They told California that they gave them a deadline year where they can't have no more gas cars out there.
Yep.
And so that means that California, which is one of the biggest populations in America, right? One of the biggest states in America, right?
Yeah.
Think about this. Now everybody's going to be on the power grid charging their cars. So what's going to happen?
To the power grid that's already whack.
Blackouts.
Exactly.
So
yeah,
everybody gonna be charging their cars, and now you're gonna have blackouts.
Well, I see.
Go ahead, Shema.
I see some on World News what he talking about the year 3035. It ain't gonna be no more gas cars.
Yeah.
No more.
Yeah. They're trying like Dodge. This is the last year, so if you want to get one, get you a Challenger, a Charger, or this is the last year they're making them. This year was the last year. They're going to be all electric. They're not making those vehicles with the V8, the big boy. Just look at all the cars they're making now. They're downgrading the engines to smaller engines. They're taking away the gas. But he says something very key. The Esau is the indicator of what is to come. All you got to do is look at how many people are turning their homes into homesteads. Where now I got to rely on solar, water. I got to gather my rainwater. I got to get my own chickens. I got to grow my own food. Bro, it's wild out there, but they know what's going on, right? It tells you, it says Esau is the end of the world or the end of a generation. And we're the ushering in of a new generation. But they know that their time is coming to an end. That's why they're going back or trying to go back to the beginning, as retarded as it sounds. They're trying to go back to the base things where the world was pure and where things just did its own natural course. They're trying to go back to, again, let me farm some chickens, let me gather some goats, let me let the land and the earth work for me to provide my food and do this and do that, right? And not be so dependent on, the power grid and live off grid. That's what they're trying to get back to, but why? Because all them inventions, all that technology, as good as it is, bro, that's what's destroying. That's what's going to destroy them. That's going to be part of their downfall is I am God, right? I can produce food in a lab. It's only going to last so long, right? So they're showing you the times just by the way they're moving.
You know they're producing the babies now without women in the labs?
I heard about that. I
thought that would mix you up there.
Oh wow. Mm-hmm. Well think about it. If you can inseminate or what is it, embryo? You can simulate an embryo. That's what they're doing, right? They're just simulating the embryo and they get the sperm, the egg, and they throw it into like an incubator.
That's what they're doing.
Yeah. I mean, I listened to this podcast. This is wild. I listen to these weird I listened to this one podcast, these gay women talking about having babies. But they're the ones that they go get like the in vitro or the turkey baster method and the things that they have to go through just to get pregnant. The amount of money for one vial of semen. Listen, semen is one of the most expensive things on this earth. Think about it. One vial is like $1,000.
Wow.
One vial maybe this big. I don't know how big a vial is. They charging them $1,000 for a vial. That's one shot to get pregnant. It don't work. Got to come back for another vial. $1,000. When you go get you a man. Thank you. Well, because humility. Humility. You got to pay a price for humility. There's a price associated with that. To have that man and be humble. You gotta shut down that gay pride and all that stuff. That gotta be out the door. They rather pay for what a man can give you for free. They'd rather just pay for that to not deal with a man and live their lifestyle. Right? Because what does it go back into? I am God. I am a God. I don't need you. That's the push to get rid of men. To get rid of masculinity. It's all toxic males and come on, man. Yeah. That's the push, but that's the product of feminism strikes again. Right?
All that, like you said, like the money and all the weird methods. That's why the Most High said it was he'll lead them to do things that's inconvenient.
Yeah,
inconvenient. Like inconvenient.
Unconventional, unseemingly. Yeah, but just even going back to the point of the way things are going, we just gotta look. All you gotta do is let. Esau is one of the greatest teachers of what to do and what not to do. He knows everything. He's the man of the field. He's a man of the world. Right? When you up in the house, what you do is throw on YouTube. Throw on YouTube and see what people are out there really doing. They're filming it and recording it for a reason. Right? They're filming it and recording it. You got Esau, they'll fly up into a damn a propellered seated chair. They'll put a damn fan on the back of a chair and go up into the atmosphere, and you'll be like, oh, damn, they lied. Sun is right there, moon is right there, stars are right there. Looks like a flat plane to me. Right? But they don't know what they're doing, though. They're just flying around being a man of the world, but what are they teaching you? All the things that the Bible already said, just in their adventurous spirit. There was a guy I was watching, he would literally strap a fan to a chair, turn it on, he pulled the cord like a lawnmower, right? And that thing will start up. He would sit in the chair, run, and take off. And I'm like, what the?
Like a kite.
He literally had a glider on the thing, and he would run. I promise you, he would run, and that fan and that thing, he just hop in the chair, and I'm like, hell nah, he ain't got no chair with a fan on it. Bro, and he's sitting there and he's recording, and he's talking about how it's so cold up there. The atmosphere is so cold when you get a certain level. It's so cold that he could feel the frostbite through his gloves. He couldn't even barely hold the phone stick. His hand is doing this, and he's like, I gotta put the phone stick away, I'm gonna drop it. Then he had to figure out, okay, I gotta mount it to the thing. Right? It's freezing up there, but if it's broad daylight and the sun is blazing, how is it cold in the upper atmosphere?
Yeah.
Oh, well, because you went above where the sun is at. You went up into the uppers, right? Where he's and then you see the sun down. You're like, damn, the sun is down there. What's he doing?
Wow.
But then he can only go so far up because the equipment will fail. His gas-powered whatever will stop spinning. You can only go so far up into the atmosphere with that oxygen. Oh man, I used to sit there every morning and watch this guy, and I'm like, this dude's really doing this, and he's flying above birds. Remember, he's in an open vessel. He's flying. You see his feet, and he's filming everything, and you're like, whoa, this dude's really telling the truth without even knowing it. Esau will tell you some things and show you some things. They'll teach you because they're the ones going out there with the resources to do these things. They'll show you how nature works and try to mimic it on their farms. That whole back to Eden method and permaculture. Look into permaculture and you'll understand the ecosystem of the world just through animals and humans. That you ain't got to do too much work to be able to have a farm and all these things. The animals do the work for you.
That's true.
Just through their natural living. Esau's teaching us that. They teaching me that. Ain't no black people doing that. Niggas is killing each other. That's it. Guns and butter. Esau's out there trying to grow food and live like we back in Adam and Eve time. Growing lentils and stuff, right? Wow. Yeah, but they're teaching all these literacies, all the literacies that we are illiterate in. What are they doing? Filming it and then putting it out there for you to learn, and you're like, oh damn, this thing is really about to end. It's really about to end because the way they're trying to go about to do things, the rush, the exodus, it's almost like it's an exodus for them. You know what I mean? So, just, he said crazy Esau. Yeah, she said crazy Esau. Yeah, they crazy, but, bro, All you gotta do, a white man will teach you a lot about this world.
I love it because
Huh?
I love it because I know what he do, I'm not gonna do.
That's it. He gonna be the one to go out there and take the chance, right? And then bring back the info. Right? I'm gonna let you take the chance and bring back the info on that.
If you make it back.
If he makes it back. But guess what? For one white man that fails, there's 10 more that's gonna try to do what he did to up him. Right? And somebody is gonna be somewhat successful. Come on, they're trying to launch a fake rocket to the moon. Most High been shutting that down. Did it launch today?
It's supposed to. I don't know if
No, if it's supposed to, that launched. If they did it, it was 7 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, if it doesn't, they're gonna try, I think, on Labor Day.
But think about it. They've been trying since last Monday. The Most High been sending lightning and hitting their towers and hitting their equipment. Literally sending lightning. He was hitting that ship with lightning. Like, nah, y'all ain't gonna do this. But guess what? They're gonna keep trying and keep trying and keep trying. They're gonna get up there, or they're gonna lie about getting up there, right? However they do it.
I was finished with Esau, and I seen one of them had half his leg took off, and he put an artificial one on back on and went back in there looking for the shark again. I was going right there.
Like, we gotta study this shark,
Yeah.
right? And they'll tell you, sharks don't attack people. And they'll stand right there with the shark and float,
Yep.
and the shark should just do this. Doo-doo, doo-doo, and then take off, and you're like, damn, sharks don't attack people. Let me go swim with them. Hell nah. Hell nah.
Yeah, there was a woman. Is that the
That's the dude.
Nothing.
Flying 17,500 feet. Yeah.
He was cooking for that.
There's a woman, she
This
was
is my
splashing
guy.
around in the water, and she was like, yeah, this is how you get a shark attention, and how the reason why they would come attack you. And she's like swimming away from it, and she's like, but in order to deter the attack, this is what you do. And she's splashing, and the shark's like about as close as Benai is to me, and then she turns around, and she's like, and like just reaches out and touches its nose.
Yeah, they touch the
and
nose.
pushes it down and glides it away.
Because if you touch a shark's nose, they'll freeze. Did y'all know that?
Wow.
You just touch them. It does something. They got a lot of senses here. When you touch them, they'll freeze and they'll stop for a moment and pause right there. Everything will stop. Boop.
When I want to get my hook, I would call him. When I want to get my hook out their nose, that's what I do.
Yeah.
Get my hook out their mouth, I touch him on the nose, and he just sit there, and I take my hook.
Yeah, something with their nose but who learned that? Because they was down there swimming with sharks. Like, let's see what's up. Oh, let's run. Let's touch him. Oh, every time you touch his nose, somehow he just stops.
Wow.
Who's out there tranquilizing tigers and the most wild beasts on the earth? Let's tranquilize them and study them. Right? Let's go in their mouth and go in their anal, and let's do all these things to see how they live. And it's the white man doing that. And then he brings that information back to you like, oh, see, look, they carry this disease and they do this and they do that. We ain't doing that. We ain't got the technology to do that. We don't got the resource to do that. So they will teach you some things.
This part tastes like vanilla.
Man of the field.
Man of the field, bro. Man of the world. Cunning hunter. Everything he traps, he studies.
You know why I know you're a cunning hunter too? Because you could be driving somewhere. I be seeing people run lights. I said, let me run that light. He going to fall out the tree. Because see, that shit right there, no, they will. When I see other people do that, but if I go do it, he come out the tree somewhere. But I look at how they
He come out the tree?
Yeah, they do. They'll fly right about that tree on you. Probably not. But look, I see a lot of them, man, they can hide themselves so good. They can disguise themselves so beautifully, man. You don't even see them ran right up on top of them. You know?
Been there.
Yeah.
Cunning hunter.
Cunning hunter. Oh, yeah. Come on. Speed traps, this trap, that trap, money trap. They know how to get what it is they want.
It's an area over there where on my way home, and I'm, and I call, I guess it's every time, because the Lord truly wants me. And one time, Paul, I don't even know where that officer come from, but they're there all the time. They be catching folks like you wouldn't believe. And I'm like, wow.
How's it 26 degrees up here?
Trail.
Right. And he's directly in the sunlight, but it's 26 degrees. Y'all gotta, when y'all get a chance, you gotta watch this Edomite. He's in the chair with a big fan on his back.
Wow.
You gotta watch him. I'm telling y'all thought I was playing. And he got a parachute up there. His YouTube is Chucky Wright. You just look up Chucky Wright, or you Google him, right?
No. I did it from YouTube. I just did a Man with the Fan.
Oh,
Flying or something.
there it is. Yeah.
Well,
Yep.
I was playing when he said NU is 2 million people. Two different nations.
Right. One of the world and one of the house. I'm in the house. I watch you on YouTube do that. I let you go out there and be adventurous.
Man.
Come on, man. Like, just look at the way they move. But again, they will show you. You know, I be listening to a lot of these podcasts, and they go into this whole political system, and they talk about how Trump, the things that he's doing, and really exposing the political system. And I always said, once the political system starts to gnaw at each other, that's how you know a society is really on its downcline. You watch Republicans, you watch Democrats. They all are about the same thing, but they act like they're not. And they literally, they literally have the people out here going to people's houses and threatening them. All them people that voted, you had like 13 Republicans that voted for Biden's Build Back Better bill. You got people rioting at their houses and picketing at their houses and threatening them. Mm-hmm. Part of that bill had an $80 million stipend in there for the IRS. Yeah. You got people fighting the IRS, beating up the IRS and threatening the IRS. They got to put in a whole new security mandate because they're thinking that the IRS is going to send out armed guards to their house to collect funds and do all these different things. When you only have, you got a few IRS agents that even carry weapons, right? They're a different part of the IRS. But they're literally fighting their own people, their own systems that are put in place for them to prosper, right? The taxes ain't for us. That's for America to prosper. But you got Americans, white Edomite Americans, fighting against the IRS and fighting government and the whole Capitol riot, things like that. That shows you that it's time. That's one of the signs. One of the many signs that, oh, it's time. We step back away from that, and a house divided can't stand, right? Satan can't cast out Satan. So what's our job? Well, the voting and all that stuff, we ain't got no parts with that. You know, unfortunately, since you are part of the census and you are part of this and part of that, and you do work, they got a way to find you to say, hey, you got to come sit on this jury. We need a jury of this man's peers, right? But there's still ways out of that where you don't have to be a part of that. Absolutely. So all you got to do is just watch them, man. Let them tell you the story. And then read your Bible and let it all add up. You know what I mean? So, yeah, jump back. What happened?
Book of Deuteronomy, chapters 18 and verse 5. For the Lord thy God hath chosen him out of all thy tribes to stand and minister in the name of the Lord, him and his sons forever. And if a Levite come from any of thy gates out of all Israel, where he sojourned, and come with all the desire of his mind unto the place which the Lord hath chosen, then he shall minister in the name of the Lord his God, as all his brethren, the Levites do, which stand there before the Lord.
Where you at? I'm sorry.
Deuteronomy 18 and verse 7.
Right.
Going to verse 8. Mm-hmm. Verse 8. They shall have like portions to eat, beside that which cometh of the sale of his patrimony. When thou art come into the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, thou shalt not learn to do after the abominations of those nations. There shall not be found among you any one that maketh his son or his daughter to pass through the fire, or that useth divination, or an observer of times, or an enchanter, or a witch, or a charmer, or a consulter with familiar spirits, or a wizard, or a necromancer. For all that do these things are an abomination unto the Lord. And because of these abominations, the Lord thy God doeth drive them out from before thee.
So if you ever go to New Orleans, don't I mean, it's not just in New Orleans, but don't go to none of those places. Don't go to no psychic. Don't go to no palm readings. Don't let nobody read your palm. Don't the little crystal ball thing that they do. Don't let nobody tell you your future with the cards and all that. Tarot card readings. Don't call Miss Cleo.
Call me now.
Yeah, don't do none of that.
Yeah. I remember one time I was at the fair in Arizona, and one of the vendors, I didn't, she was a, just rapping over where you from. She was from Romania, and she grabbed my hand and said, "Let me read your palm," and I had to snatch my hand back. I'm like, "Nah, you ain't reading my palm. You're not doing that. You ain't gonna put no damn curses on me." Right? So you can't. Don't let you got to be careful who's trying to touch you, because they'll grab you and they'll touch your hands and oh my God, and they feel energies and all this crap that no weapon formed against us shall prosper. But at the same time, in the position. You don't want to be in that predicament. You got to be careful who's touching you. Yeah. Right? Oh, let me pray for you. Hell no, you ain't praying for me. Man. You ain't praying for me. You know what I'm saying? I got my brethren to pray for me, right? Yeah. So even that, like, I'm not afraid to be like, nah, I'm good. I already prayed this morning. Or I got spiritual advisors that do that for me. I'm not afraid to do that, because you got these evangelists that'll come up to the cart, especially in the mall. They'll come up like, Jesus told me to share this word, and brother, can I pray for you? No. I've told them straight up, nah, you can't. You can't pray for me. I got people doing that already. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't know what type of demons they're going to try to put up on you. Or put around your area or around that cart, or just set a demon right by you and just leave. It's real. Sorcery and necromancy, it's real. And the more people believe in it, the more real it becomes. The more they rub their stones together, the more those demons come out. The more their ring lights up, the more demons come out. The more they give into that idea, the realer it gets.
Also, like, you can always, all you have to do is just look at the person. Usually people that's into that, usually they're kind of messed up.
No.
Usually, like, their spirit is like really off, and they carry themselves like a certain type of way, like a weird way. And usually you'll be able to just feel that off of them. You'll be able to feel that vibe and that energy off of them. Like, oh yeah, man, I'm not messing with you. So yeah, that stuff is definitely real. You ever watched? I got you. You ever watch like Chris Angel? And you seen the way Chris Angel moves? Some of those things, were camera tricks, but then some of them was like a little real.
The magician?
Yeah. Chris Angel.
Yeah, demons on him.
And that's what I was gonna say. A lot of the times when these people, like say you go to a fortune teller or whatever, and they tell you your future, a lot of the times it's not necessarily that they're telling you your future. They're just telling you what they're about to let happen to you now. You see what I'm saying? They'll tell you. They'll be like, hey, so this is gonna happen to you. But they could tell you this is gonna happen to you because now the spirits that they put on you is gonna make sure that happens to you.
But remember when Saul conjured up?
I was thinking the same thing.
Was it Samuel's spirit? Yeah, and he got checked. But think about it: for him to be able to go to a woman, a soothsayer, to conjure up that spirit, just in itself, that was negative. But then even the Most High was like, "Here's a message from me to you through your negative." So those things, it's real, man. Listen, good is set against evil. Right? It says that we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but spiritual wickedness in high places, casting down imaginations, right? Because those things are out there. They're real. There's spiritual wickedness out there that's so high, it's almost unfathomable. It's like, they really doing that? Yeah, they really are. Yep. Animal sacrifice, human sacrifice. Right? That's on the left side. We know that we did our sacrifices to do what? To show honor and piety to the Most High, right? We did all our sacrificing and our feast days and all the things that He commanded us to do to invoke His spirit. But there's things that invoke demons, right? There's things that invoke demons. Yep. So we got to understand, well, wait a minute. The people around me, what are they trying to invoke? What are they on? Yep. You see that? So you got to be careful. you gotta know what you're you gotta know what you're giving yourself to and what you're around.
Yep.
Right? All that, again, remember back in the day they made it fun for you to check your tarot reading and your
Play the little Ouija board.
Horoscope,
right? It would just pop up on your phone randomly. Oh, like damn. So today you're gonna be falling into good fortunes. And
like on the newspaper.
the newspaper, you be checking it, right? They got the website, but you give into that, now you start to chase what that daily horoscope says. So I gotta get a good fortune today. How am I gonna get that? Well, I gotta now go gear my life towards that. Now it's about what the horoscope is telling me. Or these rocks and these stones, if I keep them in my purse, they're gonna protect me from certain things. But what about the Most High protecting you? Right? It takes the faith away from us because now you lean to this idol worship. So we just gotta be careful, man. You don't know what man got planned up his sleeve, his intention, and it's not always good.
Okay.
It's like working at the mall, you meet all those weird people. I've met people who are like, I'm a witch and I'm a wizard, but I do certain things, like it's not your typical one. They're like, yeah, I devote everything to this one demon and this is his name, and I give myself to him in my sleep so I can do stuff when I'm awake.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Con.
Yep. It's real, man. It's definitely real. You know, if y'all ever watch those for those that have kids, like everything on Disney Channel is all witchcraft. Like think about like the whole, even like Mickey Mouse. Mickey Mouse waved around the little wand, right? So if you look at like all the Disney kids movies, like check this out real quick for those that have kids. You got Raya, she dealt with this little crystal thing. You got Encanto, Bruno dealt with he was like a fortune teller. He'll tell you your future, right? You got Frozen. They were witches. I mean, the list goes on. Princess and the Frog. You had the voodoo. That was based off of New Orleans. You had all the voodoo that was going on. I mean, the list goes on, but everything, like even down to Lion King. Everybody watched Lion King, right? The little
monkey.
Baboon. He did his witchcraft. You see what I'm saying? So
Rafiki. Right, Rafiki. So they put it. That's something that they put in us since we were kids, man. And you grow up and you watch it and you think nothing of it. And then you get older and then you had That's So Raven. You had all these other shows that they'll pump on Disney. And now when you get older, you can see why things are so accepted. That's true. And look at the ones that play those parts. Look at their lives.
Yep. Bro, everybody from That's So Raven is messed up.
Oh boy, Orlando.
Bruh.
Finished. Gone, all the way gone. All the way gone. Raven, what's her name? Raven Simone?
Yeah.
Done. But not just her. If you look at all those shows, they're all coming out with the producers of the show, they sexually abuse me. Yeah. Or some type of drug use, some type of suicide. You got these kids committing suicide. Yeah. Right? A lot of these Disney show people, look at Britney Spears. She was at Mickey Mouse Club. Justin Timberlake, Mickey Mouse Club. Yeah. Miley Cyrus, Mickey Mouse. Like you go through all of it, and you're like, dang, man, these demons, they played these parts, and they didn't know how to protect themselves from these demons, and it manifested in their real life. Britney Spears looks like a goblin.
Yeah.
If you look at her, she looks like the Green Goblin. She is finished, gone.
Yeah.
What's that?
Remember, like a couple of weekends ago, we were talking about when people get into these roles, they have to embody. Well, when they're children, they have no idea how deep they're getting.
Yep.
Their parents do, and I'm sure the adults do. The children don't. They think, oh, well, I'm pleasing my parents, or I really want this, but they have to embody.
Man.
And at a young age, they're so pure
impressionable.
And so impressionable that it's easy for those spirits to jump on them because they don't have the magnitude or the fortification to understand what they're doing.
Yep.
I mean, that those impressionable ages.
One of
0 to 5 years old, and look how young they get them.
One of my, y'all know Zendaya?
Yeah.
I remember when she stepped on the scene, and I looked and I was like, oh yeah, she's done. And this is before
Spider-Man.
the movies, Spider-Man, Dancing with the Stars. This is before all that. I just looked at how pure and wholesome she was. And now when you look at her, when you look through that TV screen into her eyeballs, you're like, oh wow. Yeah. And then the things they got her doing, like that Netflix show she did.
Euphoria. Yeah, she's on that.
But there was one that she did, the movie she did with like the dude she was dating. They were in the room or in the house together during the pandemic. You gotta watch it. That like just overly sexualized. Remember, she came on the scene young. She was like 14, 15. They already had her doing Dancing with the Stars at like 16.
She did a dancing show on Disney.
Where
The one you talking about with that movie in the pandemic, that was Lenny Kravitz's daughter.
Oh, that was Zoe?
Yeah. That was Zoe Kravitz. And
Oh, yep.
when she stayed, she would stay in the house.
Oh, okay, I'm tripping then. I mean, her too, right?
Yeah.
But the point is, they suck that purity out of this woman. When you look at her, she looks like a dry old woman. Zendaya is not even 25 years old yet. She's probably what, 21, 22? She just looks like a washed up old white woman with a bunch of makeup on. Remember, she's a black young girl. Right? Her dad is a Judite, mom's Esau. They took away all those Judite features that she has, the nose, the lips, and they throw the makeup on to thin out her nose, color her skin, thin out her hair. Like you can see it and you say, man, this Hollywood, right, is ruining. They get them young and they ruin them for life because they don't know what they're embodying. All that overly sexualization. I know somebody was touching on her. You could just see it. You can tell. You can see the abuse in her eyes. Yeah. You know? So, yeah, man, we got to be careful. All these soothsaying, witchcraft, witchery, how are they trying to manifest it to us? TV and movies.
A lot of these rock groups, way back in the 60s, they've been talking about this.
Yeah.
Like Mick Jagger, he got a song called Symphony to the Devil. Just straight out telling you, we are the devil.
Damn. Symphony to the Devil. Damn. Yeah. I mean, you listen to a lot of those, like Queen and a lot of those bands, and you're like, what the hell's going on here? Huh?
The song, I don't know what it says, but pleased to meet you, I'm a man with wealth and taste. Keeps on going further into it.
Hope you get my name.
There you go, there you go.
That's cold, bro.
Because like I said, listen to the white man, he'll teach you. He'll tell you what he's about. Like, you got all, and it kills me because you got all these Israelites, oh, the white man ain't the devil, the white man ain't this, the white man, well, he's telling you who he is. If he's telling you who he is, just believe him. When a person tells you who they are, believe him. Right? He's telling you through his music. He's telling you through his movies. He's telling you through his industry, through his technology, what he's about and who he is. Why do we keep trying to make him something else? Why do we keep trying to make him the savior or the counterpart, the contemporary? He's none of that.
Right.
What's that? And then
I was just telling my real girl we was watching this Western, right?
Hey, you got to make them kids.
I said, look who,
Somebody.
who?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Who writes the Western? Who writes those scripts? Esau.
Oh, the westerns.
The movie I told I said Esau writes.
Yeah.
Well, what did he write in this script? He tell them and say, white man fuck tongue. White man no good. Hey, well, Esau wrote that. He told y'all to say that about him.
Yeah.
Because that's what he is.
Yep. He tells the truth. He tells the truth, man.
I just want to say, in that particular song, he said, I hope you guess my name. What's confusing you is the nature of my game.
Ooh.
Wow.
Ooh, his words is smoother than butter, but in his heart was deceit. I hope you guess my name, but what's confusing you is the nature of my game.
Wow.
That's a playeristic.
It's actually a good song when you hear it. It makes you think a lot. You know,
Talking about putting.
Make you move around too.
it does.
What song is this?
The Rolling Stones.
Yeah, the Rolling Stones song.
What's the name of it again? Symphony of the Devil.
Symphony of the Devil. Oh yeah, I'm definitely about to bump that in the car. I gotta listen to that. Let the white man tell him himself.
He's talking about Jesus Christ and everything.
I was there when Jesus was crucified. I was there with this and that.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Whoa!
Is this a real movie?
No, this is a song.
It's a song.
By Rolling Stones.
Symphony of the Devil.
That's a
Yeah.
There's a movie called American Satan.
Oh yeah.
I was there when they
I'm about to store this in the playlist. I hate to hear it because I want them to tell who they are. They tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I made sure that Pilate washed his hands.
Yeah. I made sure the pilots wash his hands. and stuff like
Symphony of the
Wow.
Devil.
that.
My.
You listen to it, you're like, oh.
Symphony of the Devil. I want this.
My. I done heard it all.
No, you haven't.
Well,
gotta listen
actually,
to-
you're right.
There's a lot more to come.
No, you're right. You're right. Cause I said something out the other day saying I thought I seen it all, but I haven't.
Oh yeah. I want to see these lyrics.
Oh, they cold-blooded.
They cold-blooded. I want to see these lyrics, man.
If you listen to classic rock and listen to rock music, that's
Yeah, it's all in there.
It's all.
Yeah, it's all in there. Because that's what my dad used to listen to, is a lot of classic rock, a lot of, and soft rock. And you're like, what the hell? What the hell are they talking about? You listen to like Hotel California and welcome to the Hotel California. When they start going in, you're like, what the? Right? What's one? There's a lot of them that they tell you.
Yeah, U2 is.
U2 with Bono and them? Yeah, they go in. They go into who they are.
Yeah, when they used to have the record players, and some of the songs you can play them backwards, you can push it backwards.
And it's like,
you saying words.
I worship the devil. Yep.
I can't think of it. I think it was the song was Stairway to Heaven, and we played it backwards. This was back in the 80s. They said, I'd rather rule in hell than to serve.
Sir? Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. Yep. No, yeah.
I'm gonna look that up.
Yeah. They could. A lot of albums on wax. There was a lot of hidden messages when you played it backwards or slowed it down, and you would get a lot of that. Bro, they was on Demon Time.
It was called Backward Mask.
Backward masking. Demon Time, man. That's what I call it. But yeah, they put those hidden messages.
So millions.
Like Obama saying, yes, we can.
Yes, we can. But what is it?
Thank you, Satan.
Oh wow.
Y'all never heard that?
No.
When Obama would say, yes, we can.
I did hear that.
Backwards, it was thank you, Satan. So there was, whenever he'll give a speech, and he'll be like, yes, we can. And then the crowd will be like, yes, we can.
Thank you,
When
Satan.
you played it backwards, it was always thank you, Satan.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Hashatan.
Satan.
Thank you, Hashatan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take us.
Yeah, go ahead.
Wow.
Yeah, where we at?
Book of Deuteronomy chapter 18 and verse 13. Thou shalt be perfect with the Lord thy God. For these nations which thou shalt possess, hearken unto observers of times, and unto diviners. But as for thee, the Lord thy God have not suffered thee so to do.
Right, that's what the Egyptians were on, right? Every time the Most High hit them with a plague, what did they go do? Let's go get the magicians to try to mimic, until they were even hit with the shame of the plagues. When them boils hit, and they couldn't even stand before Pharaoh, that's how you know your magicianry is done, right? The Canaanites and all these other nations, what do? Well, they give into the soothsaying. The Egyptians were really big on the predestination of your birth, when you were born, what was going to make you a king. They were into the what's the word I'm looking for? You know, the tarot readings.
Tarot cards.
They were into the tarot, and what's the other one? Your sign, numerology. They were into all that stuff. Astrology. They were into those things. Then all this horoscope. That's it. Your horoscope. Then the Romans and the Greeks took it and added to it. But the Egyptians started that. Your horoscope, when you were born, was going to be determined on how great you were as a man, right? So we weren't supposed to be doing those things, right?
Verse 15. The Lord thy God will raise up unto thee a prophet from the midst of thee, of thy brethren, like unto me. Unto him ye shall hearken.
Right.
According to all that thou desiredest of the Lord thy God in Horeb in the day of the assembly, saying, let me not hear again the voice of the Lord my God, neither let me see this great fire any more, that I die not. And the Lord said unto me, they have well spoken that which they have spoken. I will raise them up a prophet from among their brethren, like unto thee, and will put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak unto them all that I shall command him. And it shall come to pass that whosoever will not hearken unto my words, which he shall speak in my name, I will require it of him.
Mm-hmm.
But the prophet which shall presume to speak a word in my name, which I have not commanded him to speak, or that shall speak in the name of other gods, even that prophet shall die.
And I mean, throughout history, have we not seen that come to pass? All our so-called black leaders, if you just deal with that aspect, all our black so-called leaders that I come in the name of God, but then they have a whole different message. What happens? Most High done put them all to death, man. Because you're not going to come with some different message. You're not going to come with a whole different prophecy. You're not going to come with your own. You're not going to come with your own thing and try to X me out the equation. It's just not going to happen. Go ahead.
And if thou say in thine heart, how shall we know the word which the Lord hath not spoken?
Right.
That's my question.
Right. Is that it? Next reader. Oh.
Is it the second?
Tom.
Try me. Who's coming up? Mm-hmm. I'm one Isaiah Shabbat the Shah Yahweh Ban Yashala Men of Israel I Majim Barak
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Brakatham.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Brakatham. I had a friend tell me that they did witchcraft and put weeds and stuff in jars and doing spells. I cut her off the moment she joked saying she gonna curse me. I knew she was joking, but I wasn't. Yeah. That's why you gotta be careful. Listen, I what was I listening to where they were like, they were asking the woman, like, why do you burn? She was like, I burn all my toenails. Like my toenail, the fingernail clippings. And they're like, why do you do that? She's like, because people use those to put spells on you. They'll take your fingernail clippings, they'll take your hair lock, they'll lock up just a lock of your hair, something with your DNA on it, and do what? Create spells. Try to put hex on you, try to do these different things. Remember the women with the blood in the spaghetti?
Yep.
Yeah.
Right? They call it witch's brew.
Yep. Go bury it behind the backyard.
Huh?
Get some of their belongings and go bury it in the backyard.
Yeah, voodoo dolls. Y'all gotta watch the show. Man, it had Chadwick, not Chadwick. It had Omari, the dude from Power. Him and his family was flying in the airplane and it crashed. What is it? Spell. Yeah, they were flying in the airplane crashed, and they end up in like the backwoods or somewhere in the country. And they end up in this woman's house, and she basically put a spell on this man. on his whole family, where he's having illusions and bro, it was wild. I don't remember the movie, the whole premise of the movie, but didn't she have like a doll of him? She had the Ouija doll, not the Ouija doll, what's the doll called?
Voodoo doll.
A voodoo doll, right? She had the voodoo doll. She had him as a prisoner. She drove a nail through his foot. He thought she had him she had him so messed up he didn't even know the nail was in his foot because she was blowing like some type of magical dust in his face and keeping him hallucinating and, bro, craziness. But that stuff is out there. The Most High said stay away from those things because they can manifest. Right? So go ahead.
Deuteronomy chapter 18 and verse 22.
Right?
When a prophet speaketh in the name of the Lord,
right?
If the thing follow not,
right,
nor come to pass, that is the thing which the Lord had not spoken.
And we talked about this the other day. How you know you had a prophet among you? Well, when he speaks, the thing happens, right? The thing, what he speaks on is going to come to pass. Go ahead.
But the prophet hath spoken it presumptuously. Thou shalt not be afraid of him. Deuteronomy chapter 19 and verse 1.
Right, so y'all understand that, right?
When the Lord thy God hath cut off the nations whose land the Lord thy God giveth thee, and thou succeedest them, and dwellest in their cities and in their houses, thou shalt separate 3 cities for thee in the midst of thy land.
Right. So this is going to go into the cities of the slayers. If you killed a man, you were able to go to these refuge cities. If you killed a man by accident, you went to these refuge cities so that way the avenger of blood wouldn't fall on you. Go ahead.
Which the Lord thy God giveth thee to possess it. Verse 3. Thou shalt prepare thee a way, and divide the coast of thy land, which the Lord thy God giveth thee to inherit.
Right.
Into 3 parts, that every slayer may flee thither. And this is the case of the slayer, which shall flee thither, that he may live. Whoso killeth his neighbor ignorantly, whom he hated not in time past.
Right, but how would they know that? How would they know when a man died that it was out of ignorance and not out of hate? What would they do? We read about it earlier. What?
See if there was witnesses.
Right, that's one. What else?
Diligently inquire.
Right, they would diligently inquire. They would look for the witnesses. They would go back and say, well, how was your interaction with this person? Or, hey, did you ever see them interact? How were their interactions? Did they have any bad blood between them? Were there any situations prior? Right, it's kind of what they do now.
Yeah, see if it was premeditated.
Premeditated. It's what their whack criminal system is based on now, but then they deviate from it. Because it doesn't matter what witnesses they have. If they want you to be guilty, you'll be guilty. Right? They can have you on camera doing something that don't matter. Right? I was watching another story. The boyfriend, he went to the house and literally would knock the door down of the front door to the girlfriend's house. The dad was home, and he was like, listen, get off the porch. They had him on the Ring camera. And he's kicking the door, and da-da-da-da. And the dad shot him, right?
I've seen that.
The dad shot him, but it's like the camera is showing you all that's going on, but they still have to do an investigation to really, because if you just go by what you saw in the camera, well, there could be something else added to that, right? So they had to still do an investigation. They brought him in, they sat him down, sat the father, sat the daughter down. What was going on with y'all? Y'all broke up? Oh, so this was an enraged boyfriend mad over a breakup, right? And they had the Make My Day law. So that didn't help the boyfriend's case. So the father was, they let him off. But then you got the boyfriend's sister like, no, it's wrong that they killed him and did this. But it's on video that he broke into somebody's house. So What do you do in that situation when you don't understand a person's intent? You breaking down my house door. Right? You breaking down the door with intent to do what? I don't know. I'm telling you, get off the porch and you like breaking down the door. To break down somebody's front door, you gotta have some demons on you. Yeah. Right? To barge through somebody's front door, you gotta have some type of intent. What is that? I'm not in danger, so you're not coming to rescue me. Right? So even in those situations where there's video evidence, they still do an investigation to make sure the video lines up with the testimony of the people. We didn't have video evidence back then. All you had was word of mouth, right? All you had was somebody's word, and their word was supposed to be their integrity. So those things had to match up. Like how we read in that Mark. They looked for witnesses to speak against Yahushua, but all their reports were false. They didn't line up with each other. Same case here. Oh, so you were swinging the axe, the butt of the axe flew off and killed him? Were you swinging the axe towards them, or were you chopping wood? Did you let everybody know, hey, get out the way? Like, you know when you golf, what do they yell?
4.
4! Right? Everybody look where the ball's going and where is it coming from? Where is it going? That way you don't get pegged with a ball. Right? It happens. You watch baseball, you watch those sports, and they sit in the stands. Yeah, so baseball comes at 100 miles an hour off the bat and gives them a concussion because they ain't paying attention.
Or death.
Or they die. Whose fault is that? Ugh, well, you should have been paying attention. You sitting off in the foul section. Bruh.
You had the one lady that got hit in the head, and they wheeled her out on a stretcher, and while she's getting wheeled out on the stretcher, she got hit again.
Are you serious?
That's serious.
Right? Lightning does strike twice.
I didn't like her, huh?
A foul ball does hit you twice. It's hilarious. But the point is, diligent inquiry to make the proper judgment according to the situation, and not just off of what you heard or what you saw, but going deeper into the matter. Right? Go ahead.
What they had her hand.
Oh, what's that?
Even the video, like, though, you can play it off. You know how to play off videos. I was witness to this a bar fight one time, right? I'm not gonna name any names, but we were all there, and there was a person there that the people I were with didn't like, and the angle of the cameras and how the enemy was moving. The enemy was caught on the camera like leaving and then coming back with multiple people. So in the end, like, my people ended up being victims, even though they weren't necessarily a victim, because the other person just looked sketchy at the angle of the camera coming back with 3 people to start fighting.
It's just like there was y'all know Zero, the rapper?
Yeah.
He got into an altercation like 2 weekends ago, and the video that was out was showing a man standing over him and just pounding him, some little old dude. Zero's a tall, big guy. And you would think like, oh, this dude just got whooped on by a small cat. That was the video. This morning I wake up and I see the whole video from a different angle.
Oh,
and it shows 7 dudes, his size and smaller, jumping him. But he said it. He said that he got jumped. But if you didn't get the other video, or if you weren't there, you wouldn't have seen it. But they was jumping, they jumped him. Then, by the time the other angle starts to record, that's when the little dude is standing over him and punching him. And all the other dudes had backed up. So again, video evidence is not always, we talked about the woman in Atlanta that
it's cold.
They were in the park.
That's his cousin.
They were in the park, and what happened? The cop comes, hey, y'all are in the park after hours, here's this citation. Oh, I ain't gonna sign that. Right? But all we get is the video of the friend that she was with. But then when the police cam comes out, you see the whole altercation, and you see her disrespect, her being rebellious, and why the cop had to arrest her. But if you went off the first video, you like, oh no, that's over excessive force, and that's this and that's that. Why is the black man doing that to the black woman? Right? See, y'all are supposed to be our protectors, blah, 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 right? But then when the whole video comes out and you see her being disrespectful to the cop and like, oh, I ain't signing that. And then he warns her like, miss, if you don't sign this, I can physically arrest you. No, I don't care. What's your badge number? What's your name? Right? So video evidence is not always clear cut, because when did the person start recording? Right? How long they've been recording? Did they get the whole incident? So that's not always reliable. That's why it's important to get things that corroborate that video or that word or what was seen, right? So go ahead.
Yeah, Trey the Truth is his cousin.
Yeah, that's what he's beefing with. That's who called him over there.
Crazy.
Like, hey, let's talk, and then he said he sucker punched him.
But you know what's whack is Trey the Truth he tries to come off now like he's a black activist.
Yeah, a philanthropist, yeah. But you jumping a cat in the middle of the street.
Yeah.
Deuteronomy chapter 19 and verse 5.
Bro, what did he say?
Oh,
As when a man goeth into the wood with his neighbor to hew wood, and his hand fetcheth a stroke with the axe to cut down the tree, and the head slippeth from the helve, and lieth upon his neighbor, that he die, he shall flee unto one of those cities and live, lest the avenger of the blood pursue the slayer, while his heart is hot, and overtake him, because the way is long, and slay him, whereas he was not worthy of death, inasmuch as he hated him not in time past.
Oh, and this verse, the verse 5, where it talks about the accidental death, Black Rob almost did that to McGunn.
Oh.
I don't know. Yeah. Black Rob almost did that to McGunn.
It's true. Was it a machete?
It was a machete. And the blade came off the handle and flew towards McGunn's head.
Yeah. we was doing some work in his backyard. This is when we were gonna have the Passover at your house when COVID first started, and we was chopping down some things on the side, and I went back, went like this with the handle to come forward. When I went like this, and it's funny, like think about it now, like when you go like this, like you going back with a force too, almost the same force that you will come this way with. So when I went like that, the blade on the machete came by and just. Yeah. So yeah, that's real.
And the funny thing about it is, we just talked about the scripture right before that happened.
Yeah, we did. Definitely did. It's crazy.
Verse 7. Wherefore I commanded thee, saying, Thou shalt separate 3 cities for thee. And if the Lord thy power enlarge thy coast, as he has sworn unto thy fathers, and give thee all the land which he promised to give unto thy fathers, if thou shalt keep all these commandments to do them, which I command thee this day, and love the Lord thy power, and to walk ever in his ways, then shalt thou add 3 cities more for thee, beside these 3. Verse 10, that innocent blood be not shed in thy land, which the Lord thy power giveth thee for an inheritance, and so blood be upon thee. But if any man hate his neighbor, and lie in wait for him, and arise up against him, and smite him mortally that he die, and fleeth into one of these cities, then the elders of his city shall send and fetch him thence, and deliver him into the hand of the avenger of blood, that he may die.
So you couldn't just kill somebody and then run to one of these cities of refuge. If you kill somebody on purpose, how the scripture says in verse 11, you lied and waited and did it, then the elders of that city will send for you and deliver you to that person, to the avenger. Go ahead.
Verse 13. Thine eye shall not pity him, but thou shalt put away the guilt of innocent blood from Israel, that it may go well with thee.
So yeah, so your eye couldn't pity. Your eye couldn't pity him because you know how it says it will go well with thee. The reason why is because if you don't go ahead and take it out, then that spirit will linger, and if it lingers, then it's going to start to spread. And then it's just like when the scriptures talk about you're not supposed to prostitute you're not supposed to prostitute your daughter, lest the land fall into whoredom. Because if the land falls into whoredom, if y'all ever walk down Bissonnette and see how that land is, it's not just prostitution that goes on there. It's prostitution, it's crack, it's heroin. I'm sure fentanyl is there now. There's it's just a lot of madness that goes on there. That area it's funny. If you drive down Bissonnette in the area towards our old school, on the right side of Bissonnette, that's a blood territory, and on the left side is a Crip territory.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so it's a lot of Bloods that's there, but on the left side was Crips, on the right side was Bloods. That's if you're driving down Bissonnette headed east. That would be east. So everything is there. Gangs is there, pimps, prostitutes, drugs. Of course, y'all know murders, robbers, all kinds of stuff is there. But the land fell to whoredom. That spirit got invited there. So think about it. The basest things of the earth is always gonna be right in that area. So when it talks about in verse 13, like your eye is not supposed to pity him, read verse 13 again.
Deuteronomy chapter 19, verse 13.
Go ahead.
Thine eye shall not pity him.
Yeah, because if you start pitying a murderer, a person that commits premeditated murder, then where's your mind at? You see what I'm saying? Go ahead.
But thou shalt put away the guilt of innocent blood from Israel, that it may go well with thee.
Yeah, but that way it goes well with you. Because if you start pitying a murderer and you let this murderer go free just because you like the murderer, then more than likely that murderer is going to keep murdering. But he didn't open. If that man can commit murder, then what can't he do?
That's true.
You see what I'm saying? Read on.
Verse 14. Thou shalt remove thy neighbor's landmark.
Thou shalt not.
Oh, thou shalt not remove thy neighbor's landmark.
Go ahead.
Which they of old time have set in thine inheritance, which thou shalt inherit in the land that the Lord thy God giveth thee to possess it.
And man, Esau is great at this. But that's why Esau is going to get judged so harshly, because it's not just, we be thinking it's just like the violence that he did towards us, but Esau broke every law of the Bible. Every law of the Bible Esau broke. So even this one, you're not supposed to remove a neighbor's landmark. Esau does that. And even the thing that we just read, having pity towards somebody that's guilty of blood, Esau does that too. Read verse 15.
Verse 15. One witness shall not rise up against a man for any iniquity, or for any sin, in any sin that he sinneth. At the mouth of 2 witnesses, or at the mouth of 3 witnesses, shall the matter be established. If a false witness rise up against any man to testify against him that which is wrong, then both the men between whom the controversy is shall stand before the Lord, before the priest and the judges, which shall be in those days. And the judges shall make diligent inquisition. And behold, if the witness be a false witness, and hath testified falsely against his brother, then shall ye do unto him as he had thoughts to have done unto his brother, so that thou put the evil away from among you.
You see that? So again, you gotta have more than 1 witnesses, and if you end up being a false witness, then that judgment that you was trying to get put on somebody else, that's going to end up happening to you. You see that? And you know, when you read these laws, man, and you see these different things, and you see the judgments of the laws, you could see how these things would have been so rarely, it wouldn't have been something that happens as much as you see it happen in America. It wouldn't have happened like as much as you see here.
Right.
These would have been rare events. Why? Because who would want that? Who would want to get stoned? Who would want to get put to death out in the street? You know? Read on.
Verse 20. And those which remain shall hear and fear, and shall henceforth commit no more any such evil among you. And thine eye shall not pity, but life shall go for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot.
So if y'all ever wonder where that scripture came from, this is where it comes from. Life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot. Right? But of course we know Yahweh Shai came, gave us a better way. And that better way was, you know, you don't always have to resort to that. You know what I mean? Somebody can always take low, somebody can always be humble. You know, so let's go to, any questions on chapter 19? All right, let's jump to verse, chapter 20. Where are you reading to?
Right there, 20 and verse 1.
Oh, damn, okay.
Deuteronomy, chapter 20 and verse 1. When thou goest out to battle against thine enemies, and seest horses and chariots, and a people more than thou, be not afraid of them, for the Lord thy God is with thee, which brought thee up out of the land of Egypt.
All right, that's it? All right, let's get in this reader. Benaiah Shabbat Shal Yahawda Ban Yasha'Allah Ben Avizar Amadim Barak
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua Barakatam.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua Barakatam. Fourth reader.
So Shabbat.
You're going to pick up Deuteronomy, the paper's right there. You're going to pick up Deuteronomy chapter 20, verse 2.
Deuteronomy chapter 20, verse 2. And it shall be, when ye are come nigh unto the battle, that the priest shall approach and speak unto the people, and shall say unto them, Hear, O Israel, ye approach this day unto battle against your enemies. Let not your hearts faint. Fear not, and do not tremble. Neither be ye terrified because of them.
Go ahead.
For the Lord your God is he that goeth with you, to fight for you against your enemies, to save you.
Go ahead.
And the officers shall speak unto the people, saying, What man is there that hath built a new house, and hath not dedicated it? Let him go and return to his house, lest he die in the battle, and another man dedicate it.
So this is talking about when we're about to go to battle. We're about to go to war. You're gonna have the priests. They're gonna go. They're gonna remind us, don't be fearful. The Most High is with you. He's the one that fights for you. It don't matter how much greater the army that we're about to go against looks. Don't matter if they're all 8 feet tall, fast and strong. It doesn't matter. As long as the Most High is fighting for us, there's no way we're gonna lose, right? So verse 5 is talking about how if you have any man that built a house, he ain't get to dedicate his house, that man, he has to return to his house and dedicate his house. Why? Because think about it, you just built you a house, you ain't get to enjoy your house. You're gonna be out on the battlefield thinking about what? Like, damn, I just built this house and I can't even live in it. I can't even enjoy this that I just built. You see what I'm saying? So the Most High already seen that, so he was like, okay, you just gonna go home. That way your mind can be 100% focused on the war that's at hand. Read verse 6.
Verse 6.
And what man is he that hath planted a vineyard, and hath not yet eaten of it? Let him also go and return unto his house, lest he die in the battle, and another man eat of it.
So if you planted a vineyard and you ain't even get to enjoy the fruits of your labor, Most High was like, go home. Most High was like, go home. Why? Because you're not going to be on the battlefield thinking about how you planted your vineyard and you ain't even get to, you're going to be there like, damn, I ain't even get to taste one grape. Damn, I ain't even get to taste my apple tree that I just planted. You see what I'm saying?
Or like, I wonder how they're doing.
Yeah.
If someone's, are they being taken care of properly?
Yep. Verse 7.
Verse 7. And what man is there that hath betrothed a wife, and hath not taken her? Let him go and return unto his house, lest he die in the battle, and another man take her.
See, and this will be a big one. Why? Because you'll go to war, you'll be betrothed to this woman, you'll go to war, and you'll be like, damn, like I'm about to go to war, I'm probably gonna die, and I ain't even get to lay with this woman, I ain't even get to enjoy my wife. So the Most High already seen all that, he ain't want none of that going on. Why? Because if you at war, you're supposed to be focused. It's life and death.
Can I get it? 2 Timothy 2 and 4. And just ask yourself this. Is it wrong for these men to think about the things that they have outside of the war? No. What would be the worst thing for everyone else to see when dealing with these men? If one man was worried about his rib, another man was worried about his house, and he's gonna go in there and talk about a man that's fearful. What would be the worst thing when you're in the midst of a war for others to see?
Your weaknesses?
No, because we all get weak. What?
A man in fear.
No, what is that fear gonna bring on?
Well, it spreads like a plague.
Right? But what is it that they're gonna do thinking about these things? What?
If one man runs, other man will follow.
Right, they leave off the battle. That's the worst thing you can see in war, is another man leave the battlefield. Run away from the battlefield. The war is that way and they run that way. What are you gonna think? You're gonna think that, wait a minute, this war is not winnable. Read that real quick.
2 Timothy chapter 2, verse 4.
Right.
No man that warreth entangleth himself with the affairs of this life.
But you know the coldest thing about this scripture, it's not saying that, first of all, it's not saying that you have to war. This is letting you know you can't be entangled with two things at the same time. Yeah. You can't be entangled with the affairs of this life and expect to fight the battle, the war. Either you are entangled with the affairs of this life or you're warring. That's it. That it's one or the other. No man can serve two masters. Right? You can't split your thoughts down the middle and say, I'm going to give half my brain to the war and half my brain to the worldly affair. It just doesn't work like that. If you guys need to use the restroom, go through this kid's room right here. Don't go this way. It's too wet. All right? Y'all hear me, kids? Everybody? Con? Please respond. If y'all got to use the bathroom, go through this front door right here. It's too wet. I don't want nobody to fall, get hurt.
Can I get one real quick too?
But it's the Most High didn't want you to be there with your brethren and then you leave. And then they got to sit back and deal with why did he leave? The battlefield. You know what I'm saying? How am I going to be able to war now without this person being there? Without part of the army, right? Remember the movie 300? What was their whole function? To have each other's back. But if one man peeled off, that's one less person that got their back covered. But it's the same thing that we do in this war. Yeah, everybody got to fend for themselves, but at the same time, bear ye one another's burdens. But if you run away and you're not bearing my burden, then why should I bear anybody else's burden? I should go run away and go do my own thing, right? So he was trying to stop, not the fear itself, but the thing that causes fear, or the thing that is caused from fear, which is the running away in the midst of the battle. That weakens a person.
Yeah.
Right? What'd you have?
Let's go to 2 Maccabees real quick, chapter 15 and verse 27.
This is one of my favorites. Yep.
Look at 2 Maccabees chapter 15, verse 27.
Go ahead.
So that fighting with their hands and praying unto God with their hearts.
You see that? So, in every war that we would go into, of course you'll be fighting with your hands, but the key thing is that we're praying to the Most High with our minds.
Where's your mind at? It can't be entangled in your woman and praying to the Most High.
Yep.
It can't be entangled with your household and trying to pray to the Most High. You can't be entangled in the flesh and try to do a spiritual thing. It just doesn't work.
Yep.
Doesn't work. It won't work.
Yeah.
Right?
And think about it. If it's life and death, of course, like if you're a man and you're out there on the battlefield, of course you going the thought of like, damn, I could die and like never see my family again. Of course that may hit you, but see, that thought will hit you, but the thought that'll drive you even more is like, damn, let me make sure that we win. Let me make sure that I survive so I can go home to them. You see what I'm saying? Let me make sure that we win. That way they don't become captives. You see what I'm saying? So you'll understand that'll be the full purpose of the war anyways. But then you'll see like, I can't win this if the Most High ain't on my side. I'm not going to survive if the Most High ain't on my side. So let me do everything I can do, mentally, make sure that my mind is fortified while I go out here. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, your mind wouldn't be able to be worried about your family, worried about your wife, worried about your house, worried about your work, your job, your vineyard, whatever it is, whatever possession it is that you have. You would have to be focused in on what you're dealing with right now.
You got to start at 26. Read 26 on that.
Verse 26. But Judas and his company encountered the enemies with invocation and prayer.
Yep.
See that? It wasn't about the weaponry. We never had the best weaponry or the biggest armies, but we always had the Most High. And it's proving through history. Look, it's hundreds of years removed from the wilderness, the time of the Maccebees, and look, it's the same mind state, prayer, knowing that the Most High is going to battle that battle and be there and overcome that enemy for you. Go ahead.
So that fighting with their hands.
Because you do got to fight with your hands. That's the work. Go ahead.
And praying unto God with their heart.
That's the faith. Go ahead.
They slew no less than 30 and 5,000 men.
30 and 5,000. 35,000, no less.
Greatly outnumbered too.
Because faith without works is dead.
Yeah.
Right? So there's a lot of different messages, but you got to have both. You can't, like, oh, I'm strong, but then not have the faith to execute, to go through with it. Because it ain't about your strength. We read in the scriptures the other day, how many kings were delivered because of their strength? Or because of their army? None. But their faith in the Most High and the army and all that coupled in one. You gotta show up. Unfortunately, you gotta show up to the battle. But then you gotta have the faith to show up and the will to fight. Those things gotta be hand in hand. Go. Was that it?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Jump back. Right.
Oh, I got one.
Okay.
Zachariah chapter 4, verse 6.
Con. Zachariah chapter 4, verse 6. Then he answered and spake unto me, saying, This is the word of the Lord unto Zerubbabel, saying, Not by might, nor by power, but by my spirit, saith the Lord of hosts.
Yeah, it's by the Spirit of the Most High that we're able to do anything. That's why Paul said, he said it great when he said, when he's weak, then am I strong. Because when you're at a point to where you can't rely on you, well, you got to rely on the Most High. It's not by our strength, but it's by His Spirit that we're able to accomplish great feats in life.
Oh, man. See?
Just like what he just got accomplished for him.
It's a dowdy with a bottle of. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? But
of sparkling water.
Yeah.
That was online.
Yeah.
Y'all need to stop.
It is water.
That agua of life. Where we at? y'all get that, right? That Maccabees story is actually a real good one. When you ever get a chance, jump in them Maccabees, and man, they was going through a lot of battles. They was going through a lot of trials. That, like, remember the woman with the 7 sons?
Yeah.
She couldn't be entangled with the affairs of this life of being a mom and all that. She understood that the battle for her was to let her sons be that sacrifice. And that was going to show where she really stood with the Most High. You know what I mean? She had to let that happen. She said, listen, you're going to be destroyed here, but I'll see y'all in the heavens. And look how you read that story, and look how she pushed them and urged them to go through what they had to go through. And not be entangled with being here on this earth. Right? But being with the Father in the heavens. And then she said, I'll see y'all later, basically. I know I'm going to see them again. Right? But we're going to stand for what we got to stand for. Yeah. So a lot of these Maccabee stories, man, are very good. Straight up gems. Straight up gems of what our people, they was going through just for just to keep the laws, man. Remember, he said it, you have not suffered unto blood, striving against sin. We ain't got to go through these things because we already had the examples. We just got to, not that we're not going through things, but we're not going through the level, right? We're going to go through our battles, but just battle. Fight. You don't have to, nobody has to bleed. Nobody has to be sacrificed. Nobody's getting thrown in the hot furnace, right? We just got to fight. So, where we at?
Deuteronomy chapter 20, verse 8. And the officers shall speak further unto the people, and they shall say, what man is there that is fearful and faint-hearted? Let him go and return unto his house, lest his brethren's heart faint as well as his heart.
Because you're right, fear is a wildfire. It's like a cancer that spreads quickly. Yeah. And fear only breeds fear. Fear only breeds fear. You know what I mean? So the Most High didn't want that in these times of war. He didn't want that. But think about the parameters that the Most High went through for us not have to fight. Send a priest, declare peace on this place. Oh, they ain't rocking with that? Okay, now we got to fight. Right? So it wasn't that the Most High was always just trying to go to war with everything. Right? When Og and Sihon, when they came out, and we were like, look, we just trying to pass by. Let us pass by. And they came out with swords. Well, the Most High wasn't trying to fight war and put us through war right off the bat. He wanted us just to pass by. But y'all coming with swords? Okay, so let's do it. Yeah. Let's make it happen. Right? But we were trying to avoid those things. So, the Most High is a man of war, but not in every situation. He got balance. Right?
Can I get one?
Yeah, what you got?
Can we go to Ezra real quick? The book of Ezra. Y'all know where I'm going. We just talked about fear. Ezra. Yeah.
No, that's Wisdom of Solomon, 17.
Oh, that's why I couldn't find it.
Yeah. Which that goes, or 18, one of them, but that goes into the darkness. When they were talking about the fear in the darkness, we just read that.
Oh yeah, God. It's 17 and 12.
Yeah.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 17, verse 12.
All right.
For fear is nothing else but the betraying of the succors, which
secures is just security.
Yep.
Your security blanket. What is our security blanket? When we get fearful, what are we literally betraying? What are you betraying? What's our security blanket? Yeah, the Most High, His ability to save. Is my arm slack that I cannot save? Have you not heard? Have you not seen?
Yeah.
Right? Think about if we would have betrayed our secures when we had the Red Sea and the Egyptians behind us. If we would have betrayed the Most High, He would have let us get swallowed up by the Egyptians. But having faith in the Most High, He allowed that Red Sea to be open when we walked on dry land.
Yeah.
Imagine if we would have betrayed our secures
while we're walking through it.
While we're walking through it.
Yeah.
Or even when the Egyptians was putting that bondage on us.
Yeah.
And we didn't call out to the Most High, and we betrayed our secures and said, you know what? We're going to go free ourselves. But we'd still be in Egypt. We'd still be in Egypt under slavery and bondage. Right? But the secure is the thing that Remember, I went through that confidence class on Wednesday. The secure is the thing that you can put complete trust in, and trust in its fidelity, meaning that it's not going to betray you. What's the one thing we know that will never betray us? The Most High, not by accident and not on purpose, right? You'll be betrayed by man, by flesh, even by accident, because man can't accomplish everything that you want. Man can't save you out of every predicament, but the problem is, once you put your confidence in that another man is going to secure you based on whatever he can bring, then you kind of already failed. You already forsook your security blanket, which is the Most High. Think about it. The Most High said, "Forsake not the physician," right?
Yeah.
But do you trust in the physician, or do you trust in the Most High that gave him his abilities? Because a lot of the times when the physician fails you, who do you blame? These doctors are whack. And well, nah, wait. The Most High gave him the power. He said, honor him, right? Don't forget him, right? But then now you got to go back and say, well, damn, why did I fall into the hands of the physician? Ooh, because him that sinneth against his maker falls into the hands of the physician. So who does it always go back to? The Most High. You can avoid the physician by doing what? Humble thyself before thou be sick, right? Well, humble to who? Oh, wait, the Most High. See how it always goes back to the Most High? If you let it. If you always let him be your security blanket, then guess what? He will be. But as soon as you betray him, as soon as you forget to cleave unto me, unto him, he won't cleave to you. What you got?
Just on that position and sickness and stuff like that, and a great example of what he was saying. Give me 2 Chronicles, chapter 16 and verse 12 and 13. Like when I hit this, I didn't highlight it when I hit this in my reading.
The seat bangs.
Right here.
Go ahead and read that.
2 Chronicles chapter 16, verse 12. And Asa, in the 39th year of his reign, was diseased in his feet, until his disease was exceeding great.
So he was diseased in his feet. It was exceeding great. It was bad. He needed a doctor, right? He needed somebody. He needed some type of ointment, some type of cure, or maybe he needed amputation. Who knows how bad it was? It just said it was exceeding great. Go ahead.
Yet in his disease he sought not to the Lord.
He did what?
He sought not to the Lord.
Go ahead.
Because what did he do? Read.
But to the physicians.
But to the physicians only. Now you can't just have
complete faith in the doctors.
Yeah, complete faith in the doctors. Yeah, you gotta put that couple together with the faith in the Most High. Okay, pray, fast, supplications, forgive me, and
remove this demon, right?
Right.
Thrice did I beseech the Lord.
Look, then you go to the physician and pray. Put me to the right position. Guide his hands. Help me alleviate this ailment of my body. Look, when I had neck surgery, some of y'all know, some of y'all didn't. But I had neck surgery. I had a herniated disc pressed on my nerves, and half my hand was completely numb. Doctor said I could have been paralyzed from the neck down. That's how bad it was. Look, I was praying, fasting. You know, hey, if I ever offended you, please forgive me, because I'm going into surgery.
You're making amends with everything. You over there.
Yes.
Jubileeing, letting debts loose, everything.
I even took all the money that I had into my account, everything that I had, and I put it into my rib so she don't have no problem accessing it in case something happened to me. I was like prayed up and just ready. Like, hey, Most High can take me. But he didn't. I'm here. But that's not what Asa did right here. He trusted solely in the position.
And then when you deal with what's the king that Elijah told to go bathe in the river, Jordan? Who was that?
King from it was a heathen. Yeah, it was a heathen.
But he told him, he said, listen, go bathe in the river. And he was like, I ain't doing that. Like, that's it? That's all you got for me?
Right.
I'm a man of the Lord, ain't I? Does it got to be something all extravagant and crazy for you to follow? See that? So you gotta. It's we have to make sure that we're.
Oh,
Remember, you said it wasn't herb or mollifying plaster that restored him to health, but thy word, O Lord.
it was Naaman, not Ammon.
Right. He said, go bathe in the river Jordan. Like, that's it. But when he did it, it said his skin was smooth like a baby's bottom. Right? Because that's the Most High trying to give him that security. We can't betray the Most High and lose confidence in his ability to save us. Remember, he's the one that's bringing you to that fire just to see if you're going to flinch. Just to lift you up into his arms and walk through it. Right? One of the coldest lines, I remember there's this DMX song. And he'd always do these songs like with him and the Most High. And there was a part where he said when I only saw one set of footprints. And the voice, he was like, that's the time I carried you, my son. Because we tend to go through these things and we think that we're carrying ourselves. Or when we see, like you say, I only see one set of footprints. Well, you forget that the Most High, he walked you up to this and he's going to walk you right through it. Right? So, but once you lose the security in him, you think you're the one walking. You think you're the one that's carrying you. And we gotta stop that. You think you're the one that's going to make you better. You think you're the one that's going to get your mind right. You think it's you. Like the bro that was here yesterday. Y'all, another part of what he was on was we make the distinction of what's clean and unclean. When? Because if I put 10 brothers in the room and I line up 10 hoes, 10 harlot women, and say which one is a wife, they're going to say all of them.
Not Israelite brothers.
Not Israelite
Bro,
brothers.
you just line up 10 men. Yeah. Right? You line up 10 men. And you say which one, and you line up 10 women that in a harlot's attire and all the things that the Bible characterizes as a harlot. And you say which one of these women is a wife. Every man is going to find a reason why each one of these women is a wife material and not a harlot based off of his own level of what's clean and unclean. Right? But the Most High gave us the parameters, clean and unclean. What distinguishes a clean thing from an unclean thing? It's not up to us. We don't make the distinction, we just follow the blueprint. And then we make the distinction by understanding what the blueprint is and saying, oh, now I can identify the unclean thing. Now I can identify a harlot. Now I could identify what a Proverbs 31 woman. Now I could identify this, a righteous man, an unrighteous man. I could identify based on what the Most High gives us. We don't make the blueprint. We got to stop it. We don't control anything. We barely control ourselves, man. But fortunately, we do have control over our own spirit, right? And part of having that control is knowing who to confide in. It's a lack of self-control when you give your confidence to something that's not going to save you. Y'all get that, right? Right. Right? Where we at? No, go back to Wisdom of Solomon 17. You didn't finish that real quick. Betraying is nothing but it secures that by which what? Go ahead.
Which reason? Offer it.
Wait, right. By which reason? See, the reasons that we can come up with to betray the secures, every man has his own reason. Why not to follow the Most High or why to stay faithful to the Most High? Reasons pop up and then those reasons are going to show your infidelity towards the Most High. Bottom line. Things pop up and it's going to show where is your faithfulness at? Where's your faith at? Where's your infidelities? Are you an infidel? Right? Infidel just means cheater. Or a person that's going to betray. That's all it is. But again, we go to Ecclesiasticus 2 and 10. Right? Look at the generations of old. Anyone that confided in the Most High, who did he betray? Did he betray Moses?
No.
Did he betray David?
No.
Did he betray Noah? No. He told Noah, listen, if you build a ship, you'll live. Noah lived and his family. Moses, if you lead the people out, you'll live. Right? He led the people out. He led everything that the Most High said. Abraham, if you move from this land to the other, guess what? I got you. Father of nations. Sarah, if you do this, mother of nations. Right? Yahweh Shai, you do this, I got you. You're going to sit on the right hand. Right? All the men and women, the Most High, you could never say like, oh, damn, see, the Most High didn't live up to his agreement. That nigga, man, bruh, can't have me out here doing all this madness. And look, even Moses not going to the promised land was on Moses. Wasn't on the Most High. Right? Most High did his job. Go talk to the rock. I'll give you all the instruction. Moses didn't do his. So the infidelity is not on our side, or not on the Most High side. That comes from us, man. The betrayal, right? In the last days, men shall be lovers of themselves, truce breakers. They should betray one another. But we betray the Most High a lot. We give up on the security blanket, the thing that's been holding us down. Right? So jump back. Retry. I know that God did. Even the rappers is rapping. God did. Even these worldly rappers is realizing. God did. DJ Khaled came out with a whole album called God Did.
Yeah.
Right? Got a song, God Did. Right? You got Eminem singing, you got Eminem and Kanye singing gospel. Talking about believing in the Most High and all this stuff. I'm like, man, what the hell's going on here? But even the devils tremble. Right? They give the Most High that respect. They know what's up. They know the power. You know? So.
You know, Kanye losing his mind again.
Nah, Kanye ain't losing his mind, though. He's not losing his mind. Kanye is finally seeing what the whole world been telling Kanye. Stop dealing with these white women. Stop dealing with devils.
Well, she's going back to Pete. She's going back to Pete, so he's losing it again.
Nah, he ain't losing it, bro. He's trying to get his kids, like he said, to not be in the porn industry. They got his kids all over Snapchat. And he said it. What you think? You got power over my black kids because you half white or you white? He put that on Instagram. But he's finally seeing that your money and none of that stuff matters. You could be the most billionaire all you want. When the devil wants control of you, he'll take it. And if you don't get that power to the Most High, that's the only thing that's going to save. Kanye West is a billionaire. And all his billionaire ties, they going against him. He said, how's Adidas having meetings about me without me? Because that's what they're doing. He's seeing that you get in bed with the devil, you can't be mad when he starts biting. You can't be mad when he shows you that he's the devil. Right? But what is Kanye going to do? He's going to stay in bed with the devil. That paycheck is glorious. That deal with Gap is a $945 million deal.
Dang.
$1 billion deal just to make a bunch of loose clothing.
I think he's worth like $3 billion now, huh?
Yes, but I'm just saying the deal with Gap is just, that alone is worth $1 billion for him. Gap is going to make like $10 billion. The deal with Adidas is worth billions. 4 million, something crazy, some crazy amount of money. But what it is that he can't escape the curses as a black man. As much money as he got, he can't escape what the Most High said was going to be these curses. You're going to see your children and be reaching out for them and you can't get them. He beefing with his wife where the kids going to go to school at. She trying to put him in Catholic school. He's like, oh, they're going to go to Donda Academy. Nigga, they going to go to wherever the white woman says they going to go. You can fight on Instagram and act like that's going to be the sounding board all you want. That don't matter. You better get at to the Most High, like you claiming, right? The Most High is not mocked either. You can't claim the Most High and all of a sudden you gospel Kanye, you gospel Jesus, you Jesus.
One album, huh?
He's like 3 albums deep now on it.
Oh, okay.
But you can't claim all that and then not live it for real, for real. Kanye talks about the 12 tribes being black. He said it in many raps, even before this whole gospel thing. He said it 10 years ago in a rap about the 12 tribes being black. All these rappers, all the ones that claim that, guess what? They get hit with the worst child support cases. Nas, $100,000 a month child support. He been talking about the 12 tribes black. He been on that. $100,000 a month child support. Why? Because you can't mock the Most High, man. You can't claim it and then not live it. And then claim Kemet and God, Son, and this and that. All, nah, it ain't working like that. Right? So, Just know that God did. Go ahead. Oh, I love it. Go ahead, where we at?
Deuteronomy chapter 20, verse 9.
Right?
And it shall be, when the officers have made an end of speaking unto the people, that they shall make captains of the armies to lead the people. When thou comest nigh unto a city to fight against it, then proclaim peace unto it.
Do what first?
When thou comest nigh unto a city to fight against it,
Right?
then proclaim peace unto it.
Yeah, if at all possible, whatever lieth in you, be at peace with all men. Stop running. Be at peace with all men. Right? Proclaim peace unto it. Our whole intention ain't to go just war with things. It's peace, man. The Most High is about peace. Yahweh Shai, the peaceable one, the Prince of Peace. Go ahead.
Verse 11. And it shall be, if it make thee answer of peace, and open unto thee, then it shall be that all the people that is found therein shall be tributaries unto thee, and they shall serve thee. And if it will make no peace with thee, but will make war against thee, then thou shalt besiege it. And when the Lord thy God hath delivered it into thine hands, thou shalt smite every male thereof with the edge of the sword. But the women and the little ones and the cattle and all that is in the city, even all the spoil thereof, shalt thou take unto thyself, and thou shalt eat the spoil of thine enemies, which the Lord thy God hath given thee.
And don't get it twisted, because I've heard that, oh, see, this was talking about us fighting us. No, we're not our own enemies. And especially not at this time. The Most High wasn't giving us laws to go fight each other. See, this applies in the time when Benjamin was wilding out against all the tribes. Bro, the Most High wasn't setting us up for failure. He wasn't giving us laws so when we go fight each other. That would defeat the purpose. Don't make no damn sense. But I've heard this broken down like, see, no, this was talking about when you went to go fight each other, then you could take the spoils and the women and this and that. Man, stop. The Most High was not setting us up with laws to execute against each other in this manner.
That's like America saying, that's like America doing that.
Yeah, basically.
That's retarded.
It just doesn't make sense. It's not feasible.
The nation divided against itself can't stand.
Can't stand, bro.
So,
go ahead.
Verse 12. And if it will make no peace with thee, but will make war against thee, then thou shalt besiege it. And when the Lord thy God hath delivered it unto thine hands, thou shalt smite every male thereof with the edge of the sword. But the women and the little ones, and the cattle and all that is in the city, even all the spoil thereof, shalt thou take unto thyself, and thou shalt eat the spoil of thine enemies.
Because if you go through that logic, that means that the Most High was setting it up for us to wipe each other out. You killed all the males in that city, you would end up wiping out a tribe. So was he setting us up to wipe each other out? Nah. So this couldn't, the reason why I'm bringing that up is I've seen this broken down, and the brother was like, yeah, this was pertaining to when we fought against each other. But he said, take out all the males. So what if all the males of that tribe were there? Was the Most High setting us up to wipe out Benjamin? Or Benjamin to wipe out Judah? Nah, that wouldn't make sense. That wouldn't make sense. So go ahead.
Which the Lord thy God hath given thee. Verse 15. Thus shalt thou do unto all the cities which are very far off from thee, which are not of the cities of these nations, but of the cities of these people, which the Lord thy God doth give thee for an inheritance. Thou shalt save alive nothing that breatheth.
Wait, what? Kill it all.
Nothing that breathes.
Not even the cattle, not even the horse and the donkey you saved.
Not my Jesus.
Right? Not my God. Go ahead, read.
Verse 17. But thou shalt utterly destroy them, namely the Hittites and the Amorites, the Canaanites and the Perizzites, the Hivites and the Jebusites, and the Lord thy God hath commanded
Right,
thee.
those 7 Hamite tribes. Namely, he said, these 7. Right. Go ahead.
Verse 18. that they teach you not to do after all their abominations which they have done unto their God.
Because remember, he said the reason why he was giving us the land was not because of us. It was because they were in the land defiling the land. Remember that last week? Right, go ahead.
So should ye sin against the Lord your God.
Right.
Verse 19. When thou shalt besiege a city a long time in making war against it to take it, thou shalt not destroy the trees thereof by forcing an axe against them. For thou mayest eat of them, and thou shalt not cut them down. For the tree of the field is man's life, to employ them in the siege.
Right, you see that? So the food on these trees was going to be there to keep us nourished in the time of battle. Think about why there's no fruit trees just freely planted in certain areas of the United States. Places like Florida, places like Houston, places like, the southern, Mississippi, Alabama, these southern areas that, New Mexico, Arizona, California. Why don't they just throw fruit trees up?
You would think, right?
You would think. Throw them up, let people eat. And even if you deal with the upper United States, throw up a tree that can be overwintered, and then it'll fruit in the summer, and people can eat. You would literally end starvation. But ain't no money in that. Ain't no government funding in that. Right? It costs less to maintain a tree than it does to open up a homeless shelter or a food bank. Right? Let people eat. Plant vegetation that people can eat. Or educate people on things that is edible, that just grows freely. Wildflowers and wild berries and all these different things, right? But it just shows you what type of war America is waging on us. They got food wars, water wars, air wars, right? There's all different stages of war that America is waging on the so-called blacks and Hispanics, and their people are being affected by it too. Go ahead.
Verse 20. Only the trees which thou knowest.
Mats, go sit down, bro.
Verse 20. Only the trees which thou knowest that they be not trees for meat, thou shalt destroy and cut them down. And thou shalt build bulwarks against the city that maketh war with thee.
Right, that's what they use you would use those to knock down walls, like a battering ram.
Yeah.
You would build up a bulwark, and you would use that as some type of battering ram to knock down the city's walls. But only the trees that didn't bring forth fruit. Go ahead.
Until it be subdued. Chapter 21, verse 1. If one be found slain in the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee to possess it, lying in the field, and it be not known who hath slain him, then thy elders and thy judges shall come forth, and they shall measure unto the cities which are round about him that is slain. And it shall be that the city which is next unto the slain man, even the elders of that city, shall take an heifer, which hath not been wrought with.
Right, a heifer that hadn't been plowed with or any type of work.
Right.
Go ahead.
And which hath not drawn in the yoke. And verse 4. And the elders of that city shall bring down the heifer unto a rough valley, which is neither eared nor sown, and shall strike off the heifer's neck there in the valley.
Right, so somebody had to give up some blood for that blood that was shed. That innocent life, or that life that nobody claimed. Let's figure out how close it is to whatever city. And the elders of that city that's closest got to do that sacrifice in a space that wasn't aired or sown, because you drop it, you spilling blood. So you wouldn't go do it right on your farmland. You take it outside, right, to keep that land clean. Go ahead.
And the priest, the son of Levi, shall come near. For them the Lord thy God has chosen to minister unto him, and to bless in the name of the Lord. And by their words shall every controversy and every stroke be tried. And all the elders of that city that are next unto the slain man shall wash their hands over the heifer that is beheaded in the valley. And they shall answer and say, our hand have not shed this blood, neither have our eyes seen it. Be merciful.
Blood oath. This is another blood oath. You shedding blood, so you wash your hands and you say, hey, we haven't seen it, we haven't done it. Most High gonna hold you to that. So now if you see that city start to implode and crumble, all of a sudden some strange plague or whatever the case may be, you know, okay, somebody was lying. Somebody was lying. Somebody pledged a blood oath, and the Most High, he cashed that check. Go ahead.
Verse 8. Be merciful, O Lord, unto thy people Israel, whom thou hast redeemed, and lay not innocent blood unto thy people of Israel's charge.
So what was this showing here? What was this showing? That even if there wasn't no witness, there was always a witness, right?
God.
Most High is the witness.
God.
Eyes 10,000 times brighter than the sun, but beholding the ways of man. Right? You like just because there wasn't nobody around, there still had to be some sacrifice given, some atonement at this time given, and the Most High would execute the judgment based on the truth or a lie. You know what it shows? That a lot of the times we try to justify ourselves, and you don't have to justify yourself. You try to. The scriptures say suffer wrongfully, right? But you try to justify and try to exonerate your own self, or I gotta go get somebody that's gonna corroborate my side of the story. But the ultimate judge is the Most High. He's gonna bring it out regardless. If a person is lying on you, guess what? It's gonna be made manifest, some way, shape, or form. If you're innocent in a matter, guess what's going to happen? It may take some time, right? It may not be on your time, but it's going to happen. It's going to be brought out. But again, what does that go back to? Who's in control? Who do I put my trust in? Is it this man that's going to exonerate me, or the Most High that's going to exonerate or find me guiltless in the eyes of man?
Yeah.
Right? So a lot of things happening. Go ahead.
And the blood shall be forgiven them. So shalt thou put away the guilt of innocent blood from among you, when thou shalt do that which is right in the sight of the Lord.
In the sight of who?
The sight of the Lord.
Yeah. Yep.
And then from there, we're going to...
Any questions on that?
Isaiah chapter 51. And we'll start at verse 12. Isaiah chapter 51 and verse 12. I, even I, am he that comforteth you.
Go ahead.
Who art thou, that thou shouldest be afraid of a man that shall die?
Yeah, this is a cold piece of reading, because when you understand what was going on here, Isaiah was warning the people of the coming destruction, right? But it was a mind that the people got into, where they're like, wait a minute, we're more afraid of the oppressor than the Most High. Some of us are like that now, though. You more afraid of what the white man's gonna do than what the Most High is gonna do. Didn't he say? Fear not them that can kill the flesh, but fear him that can kill the flesh and the spirit in hell.
And soul, yeah.
The body and the soul in hell. But too much of us fear them that can kill the flesh, and really we put the fear for the Most High to the side. So Isaiah was reminding the people, and there's things that you'll do to accomplish that fear for your oppressor. Watch, go ahead.
And the Son of Man, which shall be made as grass, and forgettest the Lord thy Maker, that has stretched forth the heavens, and laid the foundations of the earth, and has feared continually every day, because of the fury of the oppressor, as if he were already destroyed. As if he were ready to destroy. And where is the fury of the oppressor?
Yeah, like really, how strong is he? Think about it. Who gave the oppressor the power? So he's really only as strong as the Most High allows him to be. Right? The white man is really only as strong as the Most High allows him. He's going to cut him off at some point. We know that Esau went real far in their oppression of us and their wickedness. Right? But the Most High got something for that. It can only go so far to the Most High. It's like, yep, gotcha. But what are we thinking on? We thinking more on, damn, he gonna get us. Well, we should be thinking more on, man, how do we get saved out of it? What do I got to do to stay out of his crosshairs and be saved? Go ahead.
The captive exile hastening that he should be loosed.
He does
that
what?
He may be loosed.
He does what?
Hastening.
Go ahead.
That he may be loosed.
Right.
And that he should not die in the pit.
Yeah, you start to get worrisome in captivity. What it say? You start to get worrisome in captivity. Man, how do I prevent myself from dying in captivity? And what do I got to do? Well, what does most of our people do? They join up with the captors, with the captor. Can't beat them, join them. Right? You can't beat them, join them, because if I'm joining him, then he's gonna look at me as a counterpart. He's gonna make me an equal, right? The more I vote, the more I invest in their infrastructure and their industries, and the more I give myself to the oppressor, the less I'll be oppressed. Woo! Damn. Who lied? Who lied to us?
That's right.
It's like the more you give, the more they take. The more you give, the more they're like, oh, well, got him. You give them an inch, they take the mile. Right? So we got to be aware of what's going on. If they were dealing with this in this time, what are we dealing with in this captivity? Well, the same ideas, the same mind state. Go ahead.
Know that his bread should fail.
Right, you trying to worry about how I'm going to get fed, how I'm going to eat. Well, who's giving us the bread in captivity? No, your enemies. You say you're going to go to your enemy for the bread, the drink, the food, the clothing, right? But I got to cozy up to my enemy to get the best bread. Because that raggedy bread that y'all eating ain't good. I got to get the most delicate breads.
And that Hawaiian roll.
I got to get that. Ooh.
Oh, I haven't had one of those in a minute.
I got to get that Hawaiian roll.
And that sweet
Y'all eating that dry, that dry Walmart bread. Y'all eating that Walmart bread.
Wonder bread.
Right? Y'all eating that dry wheat bread. I want them Hawaiian rolls, sweet and delicate. Soft. You ain't gotta warm them up.
You don't even gotta bite it. You
just melts in your mouth. You worried about the bread failing, right? But you worried the bread it's not just bread. It's all the things that you need in life to keep life going. We worry about our lights. We worry about this. We worry about that. We worry about the bank account. We worry about the vehicle. We worry about all these things failing us. But we forget that the Most High never failed us.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Verse 15. But I am the Most High, thy power.
Right?
That divideth the seas.
You gotta go all the way back to Egypt on us. Always. Who got that Red Sea divided? Go ahead.
Whose waves roared.
Right?
The Lord of hosts is his name.
Mm-hmm.
And I have put my words in thy mouth. And I have covered thee in the shadow of my hand, that I may plant the heavens and lay the foundations of the earth, and say unto Zion, thou art my people. Awake, awake, stand up, O Jerusalem, which has drunk at the hand of the Lord the cup of his fury.
So he's letting us know all that oppression and all that's from his hand. He said he covered us in the shadow of his hand, but then we drank from the cup from his hand. The Most High is dope. That hand can come down and just press you out of the game. Right? But it hasn't done that. Because even though we're tasting this affliction, right? The Most High is still not letting it get to the point of total decimation of our people. He got to teach us the lessons. Go ahead.
Thou hast drunken the dregs of the cup of trembling, and wrung them out. There is none to guide her among all the sons whom she hath brought forth. Neither is there any that taketh her by the hand of all the sons. Let me read that again. I'm trying.
What are you trying to do?
I'm like putting my own words like the way I feel like it should say.
Oh. That ain't right.
That ain't right.
That ain't right.
There is none to guide her among all the sons whom she hath brought forth. Neither is there any that taketh her by the hand of all the sons that she hath brought up. These two things are come unto thee. Who shall be sorry for thee? Desolation and destruction, and the famine and the sword. By whom shall I comfort thee? Verse 20. Thy sons are fainted, and lie at the head of all the streets, as a wild bull in a net. They are all full of the fury of the Lord, and rebuke of thy God. Therefore hear now this, thou afflicted and drunken, but not with wine. Thus said the Lord God.
Because what are we drunken with? So we're full of the fury of the Lord, and we're drunk. We're drunk with that. Literally that butt whooping, man. All our people can think is, man, God don't love us. Why us, right? And that fuels a lot of people's hate. Like, why would God let this happen to his people or to any people? Right. So that, but that fuels a lot of people in this rage against the Most High. But they're supposed to fuel us more in the, let's get up out of that. Let's not keep drinking this cup. Right? Let's get that liberty. Let's get that freedom. But they said they're not drunk with the wine, man. They drunk with that. It's like the Most High, we do something, the Most High does his thing, and then you get upset. It's like you get mad at your parents for beating you when they told you they were gonna. Now you hate your parents. Now you're drunken with rage. But all you are, you're just a wild bull caught in a net. You don't know where to run, you don't know where to go, you just stuck. Sporadic. Erratic. That's our people, just stuck. Moving every which way. Everywhere is a pitfall. Not knowing where to go, who to turn to, but the blame goes to the Most High. Go ahead.
Thus said thy Lord, the Lord, and thy God that pledges the cause of his pleadeth the cause of his people. Behold, I have taken out of thine hand the cup of trembling.
See, he's going to take that cup out of our hands. Go ahead.
Even the dregs of the cup of my fury.
That fury is going to be put somewhere else.
Has to go somewhere.
It got to go somewhere. He ain't going to be furious with us forever. Go ahead.
Thou shalt no more drink it again. But I will put it into the hand of them that afflict thee.
And that's what we got to realize, right? He's going to put it in our oppressor's hand. Now they got to drink. Double to them the cup that they gave unto us. Double it unto them. Go ahead.
Which have said to thy soul, bow down, that we may go over. And thou hast laid thy body as the ground.
See that? Bro, you gave yourself. He said you laid your body as the ground for the oppressor to walk over.
Yeah, they come up saying bow down, and you bow down.
You more than bow down.
You lay
down and said, no, just walk all over me. Take me. Say, you thought thinking what? That's going to save you? You became their pathway, their walkway. You became, let's just think about it. Aren't we the nation's come up?
Yep.
Did we not lay down and let them build on top of us? Go ahead.
Excuse me. And as the street to them that went over.
Go ahead.
Chapter 52.
Man, you just gotta look at this, bro. We're the pathway for the world to accomplish anything. They gotta walk on us to get anywhere.
That's right.
But the problem is when you willingly bow down and let them do it, that's the issue. When you willingly say, you know what, I get it. It's about my bread, it's about this, it's about that. Just walk all over me. Just take me. But either way, it goes. No matter how it goes, the Most High said they're going to have to get that payback. Go ahead, read.
Isaiah chapter 52, verse 1.
Right?
Awake, awake.
Why? Because you sleep. Because you American dreaming. We've been American dreaming so long. The Bible, the Most High got to tell you to wake up. Wake up out of the slumber. Stop letting them walk on you. Stop letting them put you in the mind of fear of them. You can't fear the oppressor. He's doing his job.
Come on.
But the Most High is going to do his. Read.
Put on thy strength, O Zion.
Right. Cast not away your confidence. Don't betray your secures. Read.
Put on thy beautiful garments.
Right. He said, put on your strength, your garments. What is that?
Righteousness.
But what was taken from us in Jeremiah 17? Your what?
Our heritage.
Your heritage. That's part of your strength. The garments. When they see that, we went over here just now to the little office to see if their little spot was flooding. And in the middle of the talk, she's like, hold up, what are you guys wearing? It's so cool. Right?
Are you performing?
Yeah, obviously they was going to that. He's the king, right? King Thot, right?
King Thot.
King Thot. No, that's not good. King Thot. No.
That's the same thing
But think about it. Our strength is in our heritage, man. Our language, our custom, the law. Go ahead.
O Jerusalem, the holy city.
Right.
For henceforth there shall no more come unto thee the uncircumcised and the unclean. Shake thyself from the dust. Arise and sit down, O Jerusalem.
Yeah, get up out that lower state. Stop letting them walk on you. Go ahead. That lower state of mind, that lower level thinking. Our people got a low level of thinking. Yeah, give us 40 acres and a mule. Oh, so you want to take us right back into slavery.
That's true.
40 acres and a mule means get your ass to work, boy. That's what 40 acres and a mule means. You gonna give me some servants with that? I'll take 40 acres of mule and a few servants. I'm not plowing that field. What you think? 40 acres and a mule means get to work. So we got to get a higher level of reparations. Means what? You have to pay more taxes, right? Oh, you guys getting reparations? Well, we're gonna tax that half, 51%. That's like winning the lotto. Why people don't think?
That's true.
It's a lower. We have a lower intellect and a lower level of thinking when it comes to even our affairs. Go ahead.
Loose thyself from the bands of thy neck.
Right. See, we try to. It's like let me get out of one condition of slavery to get back in a different condition of slavery. Most High said loose the bands completely. But you got to raise we have to raise our thinking levels, our level of thinking, our level of comprehension, reading. We saw that yesterday. Reading comprehension is so key in the Bible, right? It's so key in everything, but it'll make you comprehend. Once you get your reading comprehension down, you'll be able to comprehend it. You're reading through contracts, you're reading through all this, you're reading through that. I remember the kids came the other day, right? This is second grade homework. And the way it was worded, it's a little confusing. So they're helping the kids with the homework. She comes out with the paper. She's like, Dad, what does it say? And I'm like, oh yeah, it's just saying to take the number and make two numbers out of it. 10 minutes later, here comes Justice with the same homework for Jada. And I'm like, y'all don't get this? And I'm like, all it's saying is this. And she's like, huh? And I'm like, they're like, how'd you understand? I'm like, because when you can comprehend the Bible, the white man's words is easy. Math problems, it's easy. Right? When you get your comprehension up, it elevates your thinking though. What are you meditating on? What are you thinking about? What are you musing upon? Are you musing upon the words of the Lord? Are you entangled with the affairs of this life and musing on those things and letting those thoughts weigh us down? So, it's all these different things that we gotta, they tell you to go meditate and to empty your head. Well, that's retarded, so think about nothing. You're gonna become nothing. You'll be nothing if you think about nothing. As a man thinketh. So it is hard, so is he, right? So if we think on spiritual things, we'll embody more spiritual things. We think on carnal things, we'll embody more carnal things. You think on nothing, you'll embody nothing. You'll just be a blah. Go ahead.
O captive daughter of Zion.
Right.
For thus said the Lord, ye have sold yourselves for naught, and ye shall be redeemed without money.
Right.
For thus said the Lord God, my people went down aforetime into Egypt.
Go ahead.
To sojourn there.
Right, talking about in the time of with Joseph and Jacob. Right, go ahead.
And the Assyrians oppressed them without cause.
Right, and we also got into talking about that Assyrian captivity. Right, just showing you the things that we went through. Go ahead.
Now therefore, what have I here, said the Lord, that my people is taken away for naught?
For what?
For naught.
We sold ourselves for naught. We do it today for naught. You're taken away from the Most High for nothing. Vain things, vanities. Right? The new, I've been watching these things about the BBLs, the Brazilian butt lifts. And man, it's crazy. I feel like the CIA dropped that off in the hood like crack.
Yeah.
Bro, that's like a CIA drop off. Bro. The Instagram model starter pack, big lips and a BBL.
Yep.
And every black woman has one. You know what the craziest part is? The regret. How many of them are regretting doing it? They're regretting it. You know, but it's you selling yourself for something that they say that has the higher mortality rate than any cosmetic surgery out there.
Wow. What?
Yeah, the BBL. Higher, but you selling yourself for what? To look like the Kim Kardashian? To look like Khloe? To look like them? Leave that to them.
When they was trying to look like you.
When they were doing it to look like you. All you gotta do is hit the gym, right? You got all these women coming out like, yeah, I did that, and I lost all my volume, like volume, so it shrunk. All that fat dissolved. Now they left with scars and dimples and pain.
God.
Yeah, and if you go to the wrong place, one dude, man, he went to jail because he was injecting the chick with cement.
Yep.
What?
Yeah.
Bro, cement, silicone, like Lysol. Bro, it was crazy. You got to see this woman. She died in 2012. She died. She was in jail. Her face was all messed up. Her body. Crazy, bro. But that's what our women sell out for.
Goodness.
They sell out to look like a roach. They got the BBL, the long claw nails, the dirty weave that comes all the way down, the makeup. It's like you selling out to be what? In Halloween, 24/7? What is the bro selling out for? The men. They selling out for that woman. That ain't even herself. And then when you get her and she strips all the plastic off, all the makeup, all the hair, you like, damn, that's what I signed up for? I always say it's like whoever watched I'm gonna get you some. I'm gonna get you.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna get you second.
I'm gonna get you second.
Yeah, she started pulling off the arm, the leg, the wing. He was like, ah! Right? Like, come on. You sold your soul for somebody that sold their soul. So it's just selling out, selling out. You sold your soul. Go ahead.
They that rule over them make them to howl, said the Lord.
Mm-hmm.
And my name continually every day is blasphemed. That's it.
Where'd you leave off at?
Verse 6.
Isaiah chapter 52, verse 6. Therefore, my people shall know my name. Therefore, they shall know in that day that I am he that doth speak. Behold, it is I. How beautiful upon the mountains are the feet of him that bringeth good tidings, that publisheth peace, that bringeth good tidings of good, that publisheth salvation, that saith unto Zion, thy power reigneth. Thy watchmen shall lift up the voice, with the voice together shall they sing. For they shall see eye to eye, when the Lord shall bring again Zion. Break forth into joy. Sing together, ye waste places of Jerusalem. For the Lord hath comforted his people. He hath redeemed Jerusalem. The Lord hath made bare his holy arm in the eyes of all the nations, and all the ends of the earth shall see the salvation of our power. Depart ye, go ye out from thence. Touch no unclean thing. Go ye out of the midst of her. Be ye clean, that bear the vessels of the Lord. For ye shall not go out with haste, nor go by flight, for the Lord will go before you.
Right. What happened? Did you mess up?
What verse was this on?
That's Isaiah 52.
Let's go to verse 12.
Yeah, that's what he did.
Okay. I'm just passing down. So
Right.
see where he's going.
For you shall not go out with haste, nor by flight, for the Lord will go before you. So who knows what this was going into? Because when you read it, you'd be like, wait a minute. We don't go out with haste. We don't go out by flight. Remember, in the context, you got to read this in the context. He's going into, this wasn't talking about in the end time. This was talking about when we were going to be exiled during the time of Cyrus. He was going to do what? Who knows what King Cyrus did? You read in Ezra. Do y'all know? What did King Cyrus do?
He actually made it that we could build the temple again.
Right. He freed us from the captivity and allowed us to go back. Whoever wanted to serve the Most High, go back and rebuild that temple. So that's what was being referred to here. Right? Was that you weren't going to go out in haste or with fear. The Most High was going to go before you. Cyrus was going to let us go. Remember, the Most High called Cyrus his anointed. His anointed king.
Damn.
What was Cyrus? The Persians? Yeah. You see that? Most High don't deal with the nations. Oh, well, I mean, damn. He called King Cyrus the anointed. Isaiah 45:1. He called him his anointed.
Even called Nebuchadnezzar the same thing.
And how did he use Nebuchadnezzar? To capture us, but then to destroy Egypt for us, just for him to get destroyed. Like, the Most High definitely uses these nations, right? But he used Cyrus to get us out that captivity, and he even funded, to read it in the Apocrypha, he even funded the temple out of his own treasury. He funded the temple. He brought back a lot of the artifacts that were taken. He brought a lot of those artifacts back. He tried to replenish the thing like it was new, right? So that's what that was going into, right? And then you know what I like? Remember I was talking about it last night. You know, we read Isaiah 53 and we know it's talking about Christ. We start at verse 1, but really the next verse, that's the next verse. You read verse 13, that goes in. Behold, my servant shall deal prudently, and he shall be exalted and installed and be very high. That's going into Yahweh Shai. That ain't talking about Cyrus. That's changing topic. Right? Then it goes into 53, so pretty dope, but you can read that. As many as were astonished at thee, his visage was marred. You know, we don't always go there when dealing with those chapters. We usually just start at 53 and 1, but you could add 52, 13, 14, 15 down into that Isaiah 53. Right? So where we go now?
We're going to go to John chapter 14 and verse 1. The book of John 14 and 1.
Yeah, y'all gotta make sure that y'all are looking into the history a little bit. Right? I'm not prolific in it, but I like history. I like times, dates. Yeah, it can be a little confusing. Well, you know what confuses me? The counting down before the BC. Bro, I'm looking at the date. I'm like, why is it? And I'm like, oh yeah, it counts down to 1 and then it goes up. And sometimes for me that could be a little bit. It throws me off a little bit. I got to remind myself they're counting down here. You know, so. But you know, history is good to know. History is good to know, man. We're gonna, like I said, go through some of these captivity classes, get some of that history down. John?
Yep, it's actually 14 and 9, I'm sorry.
Yeah, John 14.
John 14 verse 9. It says, Yahweh Shai saith unto him, Have I been so long time with you, and yet hast thou not known me? Philip, he that hath seen me has seen the Father. And how sayest thou then, Show us the Father? Believest thou not that I am in the Father, and the Father in me? The words that I speak unto you, I speak not of myself, but the Father that dwelleth in me, he doeth the works. Believe me that I am in the Father, and the Father in me, or else believe me for the very works' sake. Verily, verily, I say unto you, he that believeth on me, the works that I do shall he do also. And greater works than these shall he do, because I go unto my Father. And whatsoever ye shall ask in my name, that will I do, that the Father may be glorified in the Son. If ye shall ask anything in my name, I will do it. If ye love me, keep my commandments. And I will pray the Father, and he shall give you another comforter, that he may abide with you forever. Even the Spirit of truth, whom the world cannot receive, because it seeth him not, neither knoweth him. But ye know him, for he dwelleth with you.
Yeah, the whole world ain't dealing with it. Again, that's why the bro was like, man, the Holy Spirit got to be in you. And I was like, so you ever had the Spirit? He said, nah. So then why are we here? If you ain't never had the Holy Spirit on you, then what are we doing? Why are you trying to argue spiritual things if you ain't never been in the Spirit? Doesn't make sense. But see, the world knoweth not the Spirit of the Lord. Why? Because they're not dealing with that. They're dealing with what? All that is in the world is what? Lust of the flesh, lust of the eyes, pride of life. What I know, knowledge puffing you up. That's what's in the world. That's what the world is about. Right? They're not all going to be dealing in the Spirit of the Lord. Wisdom, knowledge, understanding. Right? Quick, righteous judgment. We talked about judgment earlier. Judging things righteously, not by the sight. He will not reprove off of the hearing of his ears or the sight of his eyes, but he will judge righteous judgment. Well, what's righteous? Well, get 2 or 3 witnesses. You heard it, but who else heard it with you? You seen it, but who else seen it with you? Right? Oh, well, you know what? In this matter, we just got to let the Lord judge. Nobody's seen it? We've had those situations. So what's your side? Oh, well, you know, he said, I said, da-da-da-da. Okay, what's your side? Well, he said, I said, da-da-da-da. Well, who was there with y'all? Nobody? The Lord be the judge. The Lord will judge betwixt this matter. Right? That's righteous judgment. Leaving it in the hands of the Most High as far as the say-so. Letting the Most High bring it out. You know? So, that's part of having the Spirit on you, knowing what to say, when to say, or backing off it and saying, you know what, the Most High got to deal with this one. He got to bring it out in his time. Right? Go ahead.
Excuse me. And it says, for he dwelleth with you and shall be in you. Verse 18. I will not leave you comfortless. I will come to you. Yet a little while, and the world seeth me no more. But ye see me, because I live. Ye shall live also. At that day ye shall know that I am in my Father, and ye in me.
I am the Father?
I am in my Father.
Right.
And ye in me.
Right.
And I in you. Which makes, that was the end of that. But I mean, this verse 20, I like it. Because when they say that the Father and the Most High is one.
Oh, he kills it right here.
He kills it right here.
To show. Because that means that, are we God?
Exactly.
Are we Christ?
Exactly.
This right here, this very verse shows you what that 1 John 5 is going into. The agreement. The Spirit. Agreeing on the Spirit. That if the Spirit guides, we'll all be within each other. We'll all be doing and thinking the same things and trying to do the same works. Right? But really, what is that? Going back. He said, he started it. If you love me, keep my commandment. You see that? So if we're all trying to do that, we in the same mind. We in the same spirit, the same judgment. Yeah. And then that's going to just lead to these greater things.
All right. Let's jump to Wisdom of Solomon. Going to jump to Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 18, verse 1.
Noel, shalom. Yes, sir.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 18 and verse 1. Give me a comment, y'all got it?
Yes, Spirit of truth. Yeah, the world be dealing in that damn spirit of lies, man. I'm ready to see this moon thing. Did anybody get word on that? Did they launch that rocket?
I did not get any word of it.
This morning they were making the excuses for why they ain't launched it yet.
And that's what they've been doing. Like, oh, our equipment, are they? Oh, there was a gas pocket. Cause they supposed to launch last Monday. So what did they say this time?
This time it was, I think it had to do with the weather and then some there was some kind of off the wall stuff like that. And it had something to do with like some flights or something like that. I don't know.
So they're gonna try to do it on Labor Day.
It's just gonna be excuses because they know they can't get to the moon. They never did.
Yeah.
And now there's too much information to where they can't. They know they can't get there and they never did.
Bro, my thing is this. You can't give me reliable cell service, but you was able to send a signal from the moon 50 years ago, and that shit was crystal clear. Like,
Nixon was on a landline.
right, on a land, that's what I'm saying. You wasn't even on no sat phone. You wasn't even on no sat phone, you was on a landline. Crystal clear from the moon, but I can't get T-Mobile to cover me down 45. I get in the mall where there's a T-Mobile store, and it's like, everybody knows, and this is the saying, oh, you must be in the mall. We all know that, we know that amongst each other. You must be in the mall, Con, I hit you back. And you gotta get to the sweet spot in the nook and cranny in the mall, like underneath the cart to get, or right up in T-Mobile's roof to get service.
Yes.
But they was getting phone calls from the moon.
Clear.
50 years, come on, bruh. Stop the cap. Anyway.
I talked to a NASA guy, this dude worked at NASA when I was over at Baybrook Mall. He said, listen, man, he held up a cell phone. He said, you got more technology in your cell phone than the greatest supercomputer in 1969.
Which was as big as this room.
Yeah, he said, can you launch a rocket with your cell phone? I said,
Yes.
He said, I said, no, you can't launch no shuttle to the moon.
Oh.
He was like, so you didn't launch no shuttle to the moon in 1969.
Wow. Yep.
Yeah. Let's jump to Wisdom of Solomon. We could bang on that all day. But there is a video out there. I seen this video a couple of months ago. Very, very good video. It shows the moon in the daytime. I tagged you in it. On Facebook, Koresh.
I couldn't get to it.
Really?
Yeah.
Because I couldn't get to it either. That's weird. But I seen this video on Instagram a while back. And basically, it's like somebody's taking a video of the moon, broad day. You know how you can see the moon white? So all they did was what you can do with any phone, right? Like this right here got 100 times zoom. I'll never leave this phone side. When I want to zoom into that moon, I can see every nook and cranny off this camera in that moon. All they did was zoom in. And you can see what appears to be chariots gliding across, and then all of a sudden it's gone. Zoop. Then you see a few of them come from behind that dark side of the moon that we never see. Whoop. And they just floating across and then just fading into the, yeah. And I don't question the authenticity of it because I'm like, unless that's a deep fake. We already know that there's chariots out there. Most High says the moon is the army of the angels. So I don't, I see that and I'm like, that's the Most High doing what? Showing that if the moon was so far out, how can I zoom into that? I want to find this video, man. I wonder if it got to be out there. It got to be out there.
You got it on your page?
Huh? Facebook. Watch. I'm gonna try to get it for y'all. Yeah, I seen this video a while back on IG, and I was like, dang, it's like a good little, I think the brother put like a short clip, but it was like a 10-minute long video.
You seen that post I just put up, that I just shared, the two cosmonauts?
No, I haven't been on here.
One was a Russian one, the other was a Polish one. And they both said, if anybody tell you we've been to the moon, they're lying.
Yeah, bruh. Buddy, what's the dude that Buzz Lightyear?
Buzz Aldrin.
Buzz Aldrin, yeah.
Buzz Lightyear.
He He said that they didn't go.
The dude that supposedly put the first step on the moon, he said they didn't go.
Yeah, Yeshaya sent me a video of one of the NASA cats saying that they didn't go to the moon. He was like, the little girl like asked him something. He's like, yeah, because we didn't go.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
That's the one that actually supposedly walked on the moon.
Yeah, is that him?
Yeah.
Damn. Oh, here it is. Let's see here. Hey, whose child is that?
Yours.
Somebody beat him to death. I'm joking. Somebody beat the cry out of him. I'm gonna have to go back there. Shut him down. I can't find it. Oh man, I had tagged him in there. But it's all good. Go ahead. Read on. Where we at? Wisdom of Solomon?
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 18, verse 1. Nevertheless, thy saints had a very great light, whose voice thy hearing, whose voice they hearing, and not seeing their shape, because they also had not suffered the same things. They counted them happy. But for that they did not hurt them now, of whom they had been wrong before. They thanked them and besought them pardon for that they had been enemies. You take that.
What verse am I at?
Verse 3.
Verse 3. Instead whereof thou gavest them a burning pillar of fire, both to be guide of the unknown journey and the harmless sun, to entertain them honorably. For they were worthy to be deprived of light and imprisoned in darkness, who had kept thy son shut up, by whom the uncorrupt light of the law was to be given unto the world. And when they had determined to slay the babes of the saints, one child being cast forth and saved to reprove them, thou tookest away the multitude of their children, and destroyedst them altogether in mighty water. Of that night were our fathers certified afore, that assuredly knowing unto what oaths they had given credence, they might afterwards be of good cheer. So of thy people was accepted both the salvation of the righteous and the destruction of the enemies. For wherewith thou didst punish our adversaries, by the same thou didst glorify us, whom thou hast called. Like when you go into like the flood, right? The water punished, the water destroyed the world, but 8 people were saved by that water. Just as an idea of how he's given us the things that punish the enemy is what was our salvation. Where did I jump off at? Enemies for what it was called. For the righteous children of good men did sacrifice secretly, and with one consent made a holy law, that the saints should be alike partakers of the same good and evil. The fathers now singing out the songs of praise. But on the other side there sounded an ill according cry of the enemies, and a lamentable noise was carried abroad for children that were bewailed. The master and the servant were punished after one manner, and like as the king. So what is this going to go into? The Passover. What was going on? Well, all the firstborn sons, the children of the Egyptians, anybody that didn't strike their doorposts with that the blood of the lamb, they were killed. The master and the servant were punished after one manner, and like as the king suffered the common person. So they altogether had innumerable dead with one kind of death. Neither were the living sufficient to bury them. For in one moment the noblest offspring of them was destroyed. For whereas they were, man, the Most High is cold, bro. That's one of them. But think about it. It said there was not enough sufficient to bury the bodies. They had to sit around with their dead children and dead firstborn just there. Talking about smack in the face. Whereas they would not believe anything by reason of the enchantments upon the destruction of the firstborn, they acknowledge this people to be the sons of the Most High. For while all things were in quiet silence, and that night was in the midst of her swift course, thine almighty word leaped down from heaven out of thy royal throne as a fierce man of war into the midst of the land of destruction. Not my not my Jesus. He don't, my Jesus don't kill babies.
Find out.
Got the wrong Jesus. Yeah, that white man, he don't kill him, he molests him.
Yeah.
Right? You're right.
Nah, he does kill him. He molests him, he kill him.
And brought thy unfeigned commandment as a sharp sword, and standing up filled all things with death. And it touched the heaven, but it stood upon the earth. Then suddenly visions of horrible dreams troubled them sore, and terrors came upon them unlooked for. And one thrown here and another there, half dead, showed the cause of his death. For the dreams that troubled them did foreshow this, lest they should perish and not know why they were afflicted. Ew. Ew. Oh, man. So before I kill you, I'm going to give you the dream on why I'm going to kill you. Right? I think this is where they kind of get like, oh, your light flashes before your eyes before you die. The king of terrors, man. The Most High is the king of terrors. Think about that. Before I put you to death, before I dead you, I'm going to give you dreams. And you're going to see all the filth.
Is he not a just God?
You're going to see the way you die. Bro.
Let you know why I'm doing this to you.
What verse? 20. Yea, the tasting of death touched the righteous also. And there was a destruction of the multitude. So this is going to skip. A multitude in the wilderness, but the wrath endured not long. For then the blameless man made haste. So this is after we got out, after the Red Sea parted, everything's done. We get into the wilderness, what do we start doing? Murmuring. What did the Most High do? Fiery serpents. Right? For then the blameless man made haste and stood forth to defend them, and bringing a shield of his proper ministry, even prayer and the propitiation of incense, set himself against the wrath, Moses, and so brought the calamity to an end, declaring he was thy servant. So he overcame the destroyer, not with strength of body nor force of arms, because that wouldn't have worked, but with a word subdued he him that punished, alleging the oaths and covenants made with the fathers. So what did Moses remind? What was that talk? Remember, the whole point of you bringing us out of Egypt wasn't to destroy us, so the Egyptians could say something. Yeah. Okay, you're right. Go ahead and make the caduce. Yeah. Make the caduce fire the serpent on the stick. Whoever looks at that, they'll be healed. Right? For the dead were now fallen down by heaps, one upon another, standing between. He stayed the wrath and parted the way to the living. For in the long garment was the whole world, and in the 4 rows of the stones was the glory of the fathers graven, and thy majesty upon the diadem of his head. Unto these the destroyer gave place, and was afraid of them, for it was enough that they only tasted of the wrath. Finn. The whole there's a whole documentary and videos on how they made up the whole thing on the moon. Cameras reflecting, the helmets, the lights. Man, you gotta watch, there's a James Bond that I watch. I love James Bond movies. But there's one from the 60s. One of the newer, it's one of the older ones. And he went to like Area 51 or something like that. And basically, they had like a whole moon set up. A whole moon landing set up. I think it's James Bond Moonraker. I think that's the one. It's one of them, but they had a whole setup and they're chasing him around the whole setup, and they got the fake moon and the cameras and the fake suits and all the stuff, bro. It's crazy. I'm like, bro, if Esau don't be telling on themselves, if they don't tell on themselves, if you don't believe when they tell you something, come on, man. Especially when they tell on themselves. That whole moon thing. Yeah, I want to see, what does it mean that they prepare for? What does it mean that they prepare for me earth and water in Judith 2 and 7? Let's go there real quick. If y'all got questions, you can answer them. Is anybody going to stand up and show us that the manna was fish? No, I won't be missing. Oh, bro, you missed it.
Chicken is unlawful.
Cat was like, quails are fish. Ain't that what's the first thing I told him?
You heard that before.
I said, bro, I already seen this 5 years ago. 5 years ago. We had the nerve to go into the Septuagint and try to, and I'm like, you read Greek? He was like, nah. I was like, okay, argument done.
He's like, you never heard about this.
He's like, yeah, you ain't never heard this one. I'm not claiming I know it all or seen it all, but I've seen a lot. And chicken's unlawful and manna. The manna one I never seen. I ain't never heard nobody say that quails were fish. I ain't never heard that.
Yeah, it says because quails ain't indigenous to that area or something like that. But it was fish that came out of the sky and translated.
And you know, my question is this. I forgot to ask him. So when all the fish weren't gathered, what happened to those said fish? All the ones that we didn't, because it said gather enough for your eating.
Yes.
So everything wasn't gathered. Right?
That's the stuff they can't explain.
Yeah, like what happened to that daily? Like we just had rotting fish? Or we just had beasts coming out of nowhere into the camp? Because it was out there close to the camp for us to go get it.
Yeah.
So we just had wild beasts eating fish right by the camp, dead guts and fish leftovers, and the smell.
Right.
Most High didn't even want to smell doo-doo. So we had fish smell everywhere. Y'all ever smell roe from a fish? You know the roe, the eggs? Anybody ever clean a fish? Scale it and roe it?
Yes.
Very stinky. Just roe itself has and fish gut has a very, very distinct smell.
Right.
It don't even smell fishy. It smells like, you know, something that makes you nauseous? Yeah, I remember doing that as a kid. I made a mistake and went to the fish store. Mom sent you to the fish store, get the fish. Didn't tell him to clean it. Took it home, and she was like, well, you clean it. I'll never forget that smell. And all the scales and all. Anyway, different topic.
Yeah, if it was fish, I would have brought on the 10 plagues.
I mean, bro, if it was fish, there would be no need for the manna. You could have just went and fished. What does it mean that they prepare for me? Where we at?
Judith 2, 7.
Right? Go ahead.
I went over this one a few weeks ago.
Go ahead, read it.
Judith chapter 2, verse 7. And thou shalt declare unto them that they prepare for me earth and water. For I will go forth in my wrath against them, and will cover the whole face of the earth with the feet of mine army. And I will give them for a spoil unto them.
Oh, okay, so I think we gotta maybe read that. I'm not getting it.
Well, what was happening was, Nebuchadnezzar, he was pretty much about to go and like take over the whole earth.
Right.
And anybody that didn't want to serve him was pretty much going to get put to death. So he was going to get Holofernes. It's the book of Judith.
Right, Holofernes, right.
So he's going to get Holofernes. He had him and three trusted people go with him. And this was pretty much what they were proclaiming to a land. when he came. That's why it says, "Thus saith the great King, the Lord of the whole earth."
Right.
This is Holofernes speaking. "Behold, thou shalt go forth from my presence, and take with thee men that
trust in their own strength.
Of footmen and 120,000, and the number of horses, and with their riders 12,000. So he coming with an army, and thou shalt go against all the west country, because they disobeyed my commandment. And thou shalt declare unto them that they prepare for me earth and water. For I will go forth in my wrath against them."
Right.
And will cover the whole.
Right. It's like what kings do, right? So basically the king was decreeing to the people, like you just said it, land and water, resources. Just like when we haven't read it yet. What did we leave off in Deuteronomy?
28.
Right, so we're going to go next week, we're going to read in the chapter where it says about the king. He should have multiplied horses, he should have multiplied this and multiply that, and gold and this and that. But what does a king do when he needs to go to war?
What was going on when you read down? When you read down, he was pretty much telling them to prepare earth and water, because your bodies is about to be laying on the earth. So verse
read down.
Yeah, verse 7. "And thou shalt declare unto them that they prepare for me earth and water." He's pretty much talking mess. "For I will go forth in my wrath against them." So the same people that he's telling them to prepare earth and water, he's going to come against them in wrath. "And will cover the whole face of the earth with the feet of mine army, and I will give them for a spoil unto them." So he's telling the people, prepare earth and water for my army. They're about to come and pretty much kill you, so that their slain shall fill their valleys and brooks. So their bodies was going to fill the earth, and their bodies was going to fill the waters as well. "And the rivers shall be filled with their dead till it overflows."
Got you. Okay,
So he was like talking mess.
I retract my first statement.
"And I will lead them captives to the utmost parts of the earth."
What were you gonna say?
No, he did it in the movie 300. It was simple. He brought earth and water as a pledge that you weren't going to be against him, or else there was a threat also.
Yeah.
He was going to kill everybody and fill up your brooks and your earth with dead people.
Right, because if you have,
He said, "Bring me earth and water," and that was the symbolism. There is that, listen, our land and our resources are dedicated to you.
right.
Against you.
So don't fully retract.
So I don't fully retract. Right, he cleared it up. Right, what's that?
It's even on that. It's Oxford, right?
Right.
And it says, "It was a Persian practice to demand earth and water from foreign states as a sign of submission."
And in 300, that was the Persians. Yeah, 300, that was the Persians and Medes. That was Darius. What was that, Darius?
Darius.
Right, that was Darius. So, read it one more time.
It was a Persian practice.
Samara, it was a Persian practice. Go ahead.
To demand earth and water from foreign states as a sign of submission.
Right. So if you submitted to the Persians, a sign of submission was to demand earth and water. So when you read this story, well, what's going on? Well, Nebuchadnezzar is demanding. Remember, because they put him up as the god, the king of the earth. So he's demanding submission from all the other kingdoms. So prepare earth and water as your sign of submission. I gotta pee real bad. She got another question. So hopefully, everybody get that? Psalm 78.
All right, so her next question is the book of Psalms, chapter 78, verse 51. And she says, "I have another question. Understanding on Psalm 78 and 51, what does it mean by the tabernacle of Ham?" So somebody can get that?
Psalm chapter 78, verse 51.
Hold on, give them everybody a chance to get it. Psalm 78 and 51.
Psalm chapter 78, verse 51. "And smote all the firstborn in Egypt, the chief of their strength in the tabernacles of Ham."
And her question is, what does it mean by the tabernacles of Ham? Look up tabernacle real quick. This means house. Tabernacle just means tent. Tent or a place of worship, a sacred place, a movable building. So it's like a tent or a place of worship. So verse 51, and smote all the firstborn in Egypt, the chief of their strength in the tabernacles of Ham. So when you look at the Hamites, a lot of times when you look at the Hamites, who's like the strongest nation that came out of Ham? Egypt. So when it says, and smote all the firstborn in Egypt, the chief of their strength in the tabernacles of Ham. So when you look at the house, tabernacle meaning house or tent. So Egypt was like the strength of Ham. Yeah. Egypt was like the strength of Ham, the chief of their strength in the tabernacles of Ham. So it's just saying, and smote all the firstborn in Egypt. So Egypt is about to get smote, the chief of their strength in the tabernacles of Ham. So Egypt is like the chief, like it says, Egypt is the chief of their strength in the houses of Ham. So in Ham's house, the lineage of Ham, Egypt is the chief one. Egypt is the strongest one. So they're the ones that's gonna get smoked. It's like saying this. America. It's like saying America has the strongest military. That's something that they like to say, right? So they say America has the strongest military in a way of kind of, what's the word I'm looking for here? Like when you describe America, it's like a description of them. So when you look at Egypt, it's like a description of them too. When it says the chief of their strength in the tabernacles of Ham, it's like it's describing Egypt at this time too. So, well, yeah, Dawam, you got anything on that one too? This Psalm 78:51.
Yeah, just clearing it up a little. The Egyptians were known as Mitzrayim. So Mitzrayim would be child of Ham. So when you go back into like, I think it's Genesis 5 or 6 or something like that. You're reading them as Mitzrayim. The word Egypt would be Mitzrayim or Baltazarian.
Yeah.
And he would be one of Ham's children, but he would be the chief among the children, like the firstborn.
Yeah. Yeah. So hopefully, I know the mic is over here. So Dawam was saying, Egypt, their name is Mizraim, and Mizraim comes from Ham, one of his sons, of course, and it's just saying that pretty much Egypt or Mizraim is the strongest out of all the sons. That's why it says the chief of their strength in the tabernacles of Ham. So like the strongest out of all the people that came from Ham, pretty much.
And they are.
Yeah.
When you look at Egypt, their society, I mean, they were one of the most bustling societies in history. You can't deny that.
Yeah. Nobody talked about really goes back and talks about any other country in Africa like they do Egypt.
Yeah, it's like the way that is worded too. What does it say in annotated?
Same thing.
Same thing.
I have this one where it says, Psalm chapter 78, verse 51. He struck down all the firstborn of Egypt, the first fruits of manhood in the tents of Ham.
Yeah. If that clears it up a little bit.
There's also the multi-translation. That's the different. It's the brown one.
This one? No, not that one. It's like the word, the way it's worded. Weird. But I mean, Dawam answered it though.
You want to do something with it? Bro, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
What'd you call that one? Somebody get that.
Genesis chapter 10, verse 6. And the sons of Ham, Cush, and Mizraim, and Phut, and Canaan.
Cush was Ethiopians. They became the Ethiopians. Mitzrayim became Egypt. What else did it say?
And foot.
Foot would be the North African.
Yeah.
State.
Yeah, Put was the North African.
South Africa.
You said what? Oh. Oh, I thought you was asking. Right. You got done with that?
Yeah. I'll read this one. It's the Amplified Bible. It's Psalm 78:51. Who gave us this?
Let me see.
Damn. I like this.
Who gave that to us?
This is dope. It has like 4 different translations here.
Oh wow, it's like a,
Yeah, it says
nice.
Psalm 78:51. It says, this is in the Amplified Bible. It says, he killed all the firstborn in Egypt, the first and best of their strength in the tents of Ham. So again, tents just means house of Ham. So out of the house of Ham, Egypt or Mizraim was their strength. It was their best. It's almost like you look at Esau. Who's the strength of Esau? Out of all his house, it's Amalek.
Right.
Amalek is the one that's on top. So I'm gonna just use Amalek just so y'all can kind of get an idea. Verse 51. It will be like he said, he killed all the firstborn in Amalek, the first and best of the strength of the house of Esau. If that kind of clears it up a little bit, not trying to, you know. Yeah. Damn, where'd you get this?
Amazon.
How much?
37.
It's my price range.
Oh, right. So the next one. Also, why did they put ashes upon themselves in Judith 4 and 11?
Judith, chapter 4, verse 11. Thus, every man and woman, and the little children, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem, fell before the temple, and cast ashes upon their heads, and spread out their sackcloth before the face of the Lord. Also they put sackcloth about the altar.
Right. Go ahead.
And cried to the God of Israel.
Yeah, they were. What was going on? Well, the decree was sent out that the land was going to be taken over. So, how else do we get the Most High's attention? What does He want? That broken spirit, that contrite mind, right? But we put the ashes. We wore the sackcloth as a symbolism of humility, as a symbolism of mourning, right? Trying to get the attention of the Most High. Go ahead.
The God of Israel, all with one consent,
right?
Earnestly.
And we came in that one mind and one judgment. That's very significant also. We came in the same mind to, the same mind of humility for the situation that was at hand. Go ahead.
That he would not give their children for a prey,
right?
And their wives for a spoil, and the cities of their inheritance to destruction.
Right, go ahead.
And the sanctuary to profanation and reproach, and for the nations to rejoice at.
Go ahead.
So God heard their prayers.
Right, so not only was it the sackcloth and the ashes, but we prayed it and we fasted. Go ahead.
And looked upon their affliction.
Right.
For the people fasted many days in all Judea,
right,
and Jerusalem, before the sanctuary of the Lord Almighty.
Right. So it was just a sign of, I mean, you throw them ashes, that sackcloth, mourning, humility, right? Putting yourself in that lower estate, that fasting, afflicting your soul, all designed to get the attention of the Most High. Cleave unto me and I'll cleave unto you. Right, and really, just read over again the first few chapters up to this point, and you'll understand why they did it. If it wasn't clear, but just understand what was going on. It's funny, man. We did more sackcloth and less Versace. If we did more ashes and less makeup, Most High probably hear our prayers a lot more. But we too busy trying to look good in captivity. We're in captivity trying to look good. They were not trying to look good for the coming captivity. So, it's just a mind state also. Got to be a mind state attached to those things. A lot of service for the understanding. Right. Anything else? Gotta make sure, man. Y'all reading that Greek. You gotta read Greek. Coming with that Greek stuff, you gotta read Greek.
You know what I was thinking about on that too? The scripture, it shows what your foundation is.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If you have to go to something else other than the Bible to check the words of the Bible all the time, it shows that your foundation is not the Bible. Whereas the Bible should be your foundation for everything. So then if something isn't coinciding with the Bible, then it's like you always just go back to your foundation. You see what I'm saying? But when you look at yesterday, it was like, no, let me check something else to see what the Bible is really saying, or what that means that the Bible is not your foundation. Yeah.
Right.
It must be your foundation.
It looks like it's not. Right. That's the deception. All right. Is that it? Just a few reminders, brothers. Garment money. Y'all are doing tawab on that. I'm keeping good account. I'm about to send some of that over to VA so they can start getting that together. Remember, feast day on Monday, along with the Trumps.
That's this Monday?
No, the 26th of September. We got the summit in VA. Remember that? November 18th, 19th, and 20th. We're trying to. We already looked at the Sprinter van for like 12.
It's gonna be like from what I've seen so far. I'm gonna check it again. But the Sprinter van, for those that want to go out, I got a 12-seater and a 15-seater. You could say the 15 passenger is $1,200 to rent. The 12-seater is gonna be about $1,000.
$1,500 plus gas, $1,000 plus gas.
So, when everything gets when all the money gets put together, then those that want to come, it's gonna have to get split.
In the next week, what we're gonna do is, in the next few days, we're gonna figure out who's trying to go to the summit in VA, and then we'll be able to base off what level of vehicle we need, and then we'll know the price. So we'll be doing that. I'll probably do that tomorrow. Figure out who's all going and get that out the way. So if you want to roll, make your provisions now. It's 3 months from now, so you got time. Well, that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing.
That's what we say.
Let's see if we're gonna get one or two.
Well, the thing is, it didn't always work like that. To just get one big vehicle, it didn't always work like that. And there were other reasons behind that. Like me, I'm going, but I'm not driving in the vehicle with y'all because I got to be back here by Sunday. You see what I'm saying? So I can't drive that trip. Else I would have just drove with y'all, but I can't. I got to fly. You know what I mean? It's just different situations. We got that. What else?
What were we gonna say, Shaq?
No. He was.
Oh no, I was gonna say, man. For those that's online, again, please subscribe to the Rochester channel, ISBHPK Rochester. Subscribe to that channel. Let's get them to 1,000 views so that they can start going.
1,000 likes.
No, it's 1,000 views.
No,
I'm sorry, 1,000 subscribers.
That's what we both wrong.
Yeah.
1,000 subscribers.
I'm like
1,000 likes. 1,000 likes. You were wrong too. 1,000 views.
I was closer.
No, we were
I was
both
closer on my wrongness. But nah, you're the judge. Who was closer?
None of y'all. 1,000 subscribers to be able to go live. You see, he's been posting the classes on there, which are good. He's been putting some good classes out there. So, let's get that channel up so we can,
If you got multiple YouTube things,
just
with multiple YouTube accounts, just switch over.
Hit
like. I'm sorry,
subscribe.
subscribe. My bad.
Yeah, get that word out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, we got Tabernacles coming up in October, right?
It's usually after Memorial.
Yeah, it's like
usually
October.
Not too far.
So keep on the lookout for that. It's not on there. But it's in October. I think we're gonna try to definitely do the San Antonio thing. Slide out there with them bros and
Like last year?
yeah, like last year. So again, I'm throwing these things out early so brothers and sisters can be aware of what's going on. I know I don't want to spring things up super late and it's like, oh, you didn't tell me, we didn't hear in time. So let me see here. It's real quick. So what month is this? August, September? Right, Memorial blowing of the Trumps, sundown 26th to sundown the 27th. Right, we got Tabernacles in October. Oh, we have the Day of Atonement. So we got the Day of Atonement on the 4th of October. Then we got Tabernacles on the 10th, which is a Monday, and it goes to the next Monday. That's October. Nothing in November, so I guess that works with the summit. In December, what do we got? Feast of Dedication or Hanukkah?
Damn, so we got Hanukkah and
Which is on December the 18th.
So every month we have something.
Basically. Jam-packed schedule.
So September, Memorial, October, Tabernacles,
And
and
Atonement.
Atonement.
Right.
November, Summit.
Usually this part is the most busy for feast days and yeah. On top of the businesses, on top of their Christmas, on top of the chaos, on top of this, on top of that. So these last 3 months is always busy.
And then right after that, we go right into preparing for Passover.
Preparing for Passover, right? Preparing for Passover.
All right.
So, yeah, just giving y'all a glimpse.
The future.
Purim coming up in March. Yeah, so make us down preparations. We'll announce things early, like we've been, so brothers and sisters can be on top of whatever they wanna, whatever you're able to attend and be a part of. It's all good. We get it. Like, bro, it's not cheap. It's not cheap to do anything. You know what I'm saying? But I gotta be everywhere. So no excuse. That it? I might give upon y'all condom. How we get thin at the end of class? How we always get thinned out? It was packed in here.
It was.
Y'all ain't ready for these marathon classes. Y'all ain't ready for these marathon classes. Start taking y'all till 7. No. My back is tight, man. So he's over there working on the truck right now?
No. I don't think so. I told him I need another day.
What did he say?
When I was talking to him and all that, it was pregnant.
Right.
Maybe he did go over. I'll talk to him afterwards. Yeah.
Stop.
Alrighty. Yahweh Shem Yahushai.
Yahweh Shem Yahushai.
Baba Koshai.
Baba Koshai.
Shemai.
Shemai.
Nawa. Shalak. Ma'aka Allah.
Ma'aka Allah.
Waha Alahayim.
Waha Alahayim.
Yashmar Al.
Yashmar Al.
Barak.
Barak.
Rapah.
Rapah.
Hagun.
Hagun.
Magun. Wa. Aishai.
Aishai.
Kazak.
Kazak.
Ha'ain.
Ha'ain.
Yashar Allah.
Yashar Allah.
Gum Shalak.
Gum Shalak.
Lanawa.
Lanawa.
Rab.
Rab.
Hakamad.
Hakamad.
Rab.
Rab.
Ya'ait.
Ya'ait.
Rab.
Rab.
Bayana.
Bayana.
Rab.
Rab.
Sabalan.
Sabalan.
Rab.
Rab.
I'm a one.
I'm a one.
Rab.
Rab.
Chadwat.
Hadwat.
Wa.
Wa.
Rab.
Rab.
Ahab.
Ahab.
Racha.
Racha.
Alahayim.
Alahayim.
Wa Salach Nawa.
Wa Salach Nawa.
Chatzayimyan.
Chatzayimyan.
Yahushai.
Yahushai.
Ba'a. Mahayar.
Mahayar.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Ba'ata.
Ba'ata.
Yachol Nawa.
Yachol Nawa.
Yad.
Yad.
Wa.
Wa.
La'aywalaniyim.
La'aywalaniyim.
Aman.
Aman.
Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, please listen to us right now. Send Michael and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Israel, send unto us also much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahweh Shai come quickly, for in thee is our hope, always and forever. Amen.
Amen.
Barakatah Yahweh. Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh. Bahashem Yahweh Shai. Award. La Ra'ah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh. Bahashem Yahweh Shai. Ha'ayom. Ha'ayin.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh. Bahashem Yahweh Shai. Shaman. Zayat. Lamashat. Yashar Allah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
And of course, we will anoint at the end. This is Psalms chapter 92. It is a good thing. To give thanks unto Yahweh. And to sing praise unto thy name. O Most High. Show forth thy loving kindness in the morning. And thy faithfulness every night. Upon an instrument of 10 strings. And upon the psaltery. Upon the harp with the solemn sound. For thou, O Yahweh, hast made me glad with thy word. I will triumph in the works of thy hand. O Yahweh, how great are thy works. And thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not. Neither doth a fool understand this. When the wicked spring as the grass. All the workers of iniquity do flourish. Is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Yahweh, most high forevermore. Below thy enemies. O Yahweh, below thy enemies. Shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horde shalt thou exalt. Like the horn of a unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. My eye also shall see. I desire my enemies. And my ears shall hear. I desire the wicked. That rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh Shai shall flourish from the courts of Yahweh. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourish. To show that Yahweh is upright. He is my rock. And there is no unrighteousness in him. This is Psalms 133. Shayar. Hamalawat. Hana. Matzawab. Na'ayam. Shabbat. Akim. Gum. Yakai. Hashaman. Hatzawab. Ayel. Hara'ash. Yerad. Ayel. Hazakon. Aharon. Shayaran. Alpayah. Marawakluah. Katol. Kamran. Slakia. Chumran, 1.
One.
Shayarad, Al, Ariyah, Tazayah, 1. Kaya, Shum, Tazawah, Yahweh, Habaraka, Kayayam, Aid, Ba'aywalam, Aman.
Psalms 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head, that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore.
Bahashem Yahushai,
The
water,
Yad,
Aman. All right, brothers, let's circle up. Sisters, have a seat.
Call it.
Men of Israel, I'm Adios. Barak.
It's time to face the sisters. Shabbat. Call it.
Salute out the daughters of Zion. Men of Israel, I'm Adios. Barak.
Yahweh Shemar, Yahweh Shem Yahushai. Yahweh Matah. Dismiss. Shalom to everybody online.
Shalom.
See y'all back here on Wednesday. Oh, quick reminder. Did you already? No. Quick reminder. It's all good. We'll talk about it. It's all good.
Chilling up in the kingdom, chilling with Yahweh Shai and all the